Helione opened her eyes and saw that the shackles on Xiang Xinyao were gone. She said excitedly, "Yaoer, are you free now?" Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. "Aunt Xiao, it's not that simple. Now, we just don't have to wear the shackles anymore. The real danger is still behind. Well, that person won't let us go easily. Aunt Xiao, eat it while it's hot. We have to continue on our way after eating." Looking at the still steaming food in the bowl and smelling the tempting aroma of the food, Helione nodded with a moved face. Helione has been in a coma. Although she doesn't feel hungry yet, she still took the bowl and ate it in big mouthfuls. This is not the time for her to be elegant. She has to seize every minute and every second to hurry on her way. And she also knows that her body is relatively weak. She couldn't eat before, but now she has to force herself to eat. If she doesn't take good care of her body, she will drag down her son and future daughter-in-law. She also knows that at this time, there are only her and Xiang Xinyao, and both of them may be in danger at any time. Without bothering to praise the deliciousness of the food, Helione buried her head and finished most of it. Seeing that there was still some food left in the bowl, Helione was a little embarrassed. "Yaoer, I really can't eat anymore. It would be a pity to throw it away. What should I do?" Helione knew that she was on the road of exile now, and she had to save every bite of food. Xiang Xinyao smiled calmly. "Don't force yourself if you can't finish it. I will deal with the leftovers. Do you need to go to the bathroom?" "Yes, wait for me." After saying that, Helione handed the bowl and chopsticks to Xiang Xinyao, turned around and walked aside to go to the bathroom. After a while, Helione came back and was knocked unconscious by Xiang Xinyao and sent into the space. After putting the bowl and chopsticks into the space, Xiang Xinyao returned to reunite with everyone. When they returned to the place where everyone was eating, the soldiers had already cleaned all the pots and pans. Xiang Xinyao put all the pots and pans into the space, and everyone started to hurry on their way. The leader of the soldiers noticed that Li Youfu had changed his clothes. He changed out of his military uniform and changed into ordinary people's clothes. The leader frowned slightly, considering whether to change his military uniform as well. Li Youfu has a connection with Mr. Amo, and he came here to take care of Mr. Amo. And what about me? I was still sarcastic to Miss Xiang yesterday. Will Miss Xiang and Mr. Amo accept my surrender? No matter what, I personally unlocked the handcuffs and shackles for Mr. Amo, and I can't go back to Bianjing. I might as well serve Xiang Xinyao's parents honestly and wait until I reach the destination, hoping that Mr. Amo and Miss Xiang can put aside their past grudges and reward me with a meal. Even if Mr. Amo and his men are unwilling to take me in, at least they won't embarrass me. Thinking of this, the leader of the soldiers found an excuse to leave and change clothes. After a while, the other soldiers found that the leader had changed clothes. They were not stupid, and they all knew that the leader had surrendered. In fact, they had wanted to surrender a long time ago, when they were pressed on the acupoints by the white-haired old man and tempted by instant noodles. But the leader didn't say anything, they didn't dare, and could only wait and see. And the leader was forced to unlock the shackles of Xiang Tianyang and his wife. But it was voluntary to untie the shackles of others. With his life in the hands of others and the temptation of delicious food, it was impossible for the leader to resist. And they were together, and they could not withstand the coercion and temptation of the white-haired old man, nor could they withstand the death penalty of the emperor. After thinking about it, it would be better to follow Mr. Mo honestly. Even if they could not eat Miss Xiang's enchanting food, it was better to drink some soup than to be beheaded by the emperor. Besides, they were full just now. Then all the soldiers threw away their hats, took off their woolen coats and threw them away, and found an ordinary coat to put on. Xiang Xinyao smiled. She didn't expect it would be so easy to incite this team of soldiers to rebel. Mo Jinen also had a smile on his face. He thought that he could let this team of soldiers farm when they returned to Deyuan village. Anyway, we will have to buy more land in the future, so of course the more people farming the better.
Shen time.
The group passed through a small town and spent a large sum of money to buy a lot of horses and carriages from Xinyao. Those who had no martial art skills and were not very good at riding horses all got on the carriages, and the rest of the people all rode horses, and the journey immediately became much faster. Sun Huaiyan, Su Yan, and 3 others also followed Xiang Xinyao on horseback, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. However, not long after leaving the town, a large group of masked men in black blocked everyone's way. Mo Jinan and Xiang Xinyao's faces instantly turned gloomy. However, the masked man in black was obviously stunned. Wasn't it said that a group of soldiers were escorting some exiled criminals? Why are there no soldiers or prisoners? Could it be that I found the wrong person? The assassins looked at each other, only to hear the assassin leader speak in a deep voice. It's them. Do it. Others didn't know if they had found the wrong person, but the leader of the killers had seen Mo Jinan. He would not admit his mistake. Ahoy, little mice, your opponent is here. Sun Huaiyan let out a strange cry and used his lightness skills to fly over everyone's heads to the front. At the same time, Su Yan, Mo Lanqing, Qin Mue, and Gu Yuntian also used their Qinggong skills, and 2 of them flew to Sun Huaiyan's side. Gu Yuntian raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, how can we be absent from a fight? It just so happens that I ate too much at noon, so I need to exercise to burn it off. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat the delicious food made by Sister Xinyao in the evening." And what about us? Ruffing appeared with a group of secret guards and confronted the black-clothed killers. Mo Jinan, Xiang Xinyao, and the 3 brothers of the Xiang family separated and protected Xiang Tianyang and his wife, Xiang Xinyu, Tang Xiaolian, and all the servants. The soldiers who took off their woolen clothes also drew their swords and protected Mo Jinan and the servants of the Xiang family in the middle. Before the battle began, the masked man in black was a little afraid. The leader of the killers frowned, and the white-haired old man in front of him gave him an indescribable feeling of suffocation. That was the pressure and aura that only the strong had. He couldn't see through the old man's internal strength, but he just felt that the old man was dangerous. Sun Huaiyan pulled a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. I like to fight quickly and decisively. The leader on the opposite side and the 20 people around him will be handed over to me, and the rest will be handed over to you young people. Gu Yuntian smiled faintly. No problem, let them taste the power of my super-sized firecrackers. Sun Huaiyan. Then do it and find a place to cook later. Okay. With a swoosh, the old man flashed and rushed towards the killer leader like a ghost. Fast! The next second, there was a crisp click sound, and the killer leader's neck was broken by Sun Huaiyan with one hand. Strong. Too strong. Ridiculously strong. The killer leader, with just a face-to-face, had his neck broken by Sun Huaiyan. It's really too strong. Martial saints, let alone in modern times, are also rare in Lingxiao country. And for some unknown reason, in the entire Lingxiao country, no one has been able to break through to the level of martial emperor and martial god in the past 100 years. Martial saint in Lingxiao country is already the top existence. Suddenly, with a loud, several black-clothed killers were directly blown to pieces by the big firecrackers made by Gu Yuntian, and their clothes were torn, their heads were swollen, and their ears were buzzing. But they only suffered some skin injuries. However, Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Gu Yuntian could make changes based on the firecrackers and change the small firecrackers into larger firecrackers, but the lethality was not satisfactory. If I give some guidance and make some changes, it will not be a problem to make a bomb. Hehe, this Gu Yuntian is still a treasure man. Sun Huaiyan solved them one by one, and the killing was so satisfying. You bunch of little mice in the gutter. You even dare to touch my baby and her fiancé. Today I will cut the grass and wipe you out. I will kill as many as you come. Swish, 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 snap, snap. There were almost no sounds of fighting, all of which were sounds of one-sided massacres. Gu Yuntian threw a big firecracker from time to time, which made the killers scream and howl. Although it didn't kill them, it really hurt. At the beginning of the fight, the killers wanted to retreat. But Sun Huaiyan was very angry. He would never tolerate anyone who dared to hurt his baby and his baby's fiancé. Moreover, he also wanted his baby to know his strength, so that the baby would give him more delicious food in the future. Therefore, Sun Huaiyan would not let the killers have a chance to escape. Su Yan and the other four were also killing vigorously. Although their martial arts were not as good as Mo Jinnan's, they had a lot of strange things on them. For example, Mo Lanqing, she is a master of perfume, but she is not just a perfumer. She can also mix poisons and drugs in the way of perfume. Some of her fragrances can make people feel happy, some can make people addicted, and some can kill people after smelling them. At this moment, she did not use fatal fragrances, but she used a scent that can make people unconscious was lit, and any killer who smelled the scent would fall to the ground within 3 seconds. The fallen killer could only be slaughtered. In addition to using enlarged firecrackers, Gu Yuntian also had a lot of strange hidden weapons on him. Many killers died before they could even see how he attacked. Qin Mue looked unarmed, but in fact, he had a golden thread as thin as a hair in his hand. Although the golden thread was as thin as a hair, ordinary knives posed no threat to the golden thread. If the person using the golden thread had internal force, strong enough, powerful enough, the gold thread can even directly destroy ordinary knives. Su Yan's performance also made Xiang Xiniao's eyes light up. She is a master of disguise. With a wave of her hand, she can put on a human skin mask, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera. She was a peerless beauty in the last second, and a bloody evil ghost in the next second. While the killer was stunned by her face change, the dagger in her hand instantly stabbed into the killer's chest. The move was quick and neat. Xiang Xiniao smiled excitedly. Hee, killing people like this is really unexpected. Mo Jinnan was next to Xiang Xiniao. He smiled and said, "It is indeed unexpected. Ainen, I have an idea. It must be fun." Mo Jinnan's eyes were full of tenderness. After all, his fiancée was just about to come of age, and was still just a child. It's normal to love playing. So, Mo Jinnan asked with a smile. "Oh? What's your idea? Tell me about it." Let Su Yan bring out more evil ghost masks, and we all put them on and dress up as evil ghosts to get married. What do you think the killer's expression would be if he came and saw only evil ghosts? Mo Jinnan twitched his mouth. This idea was indeed a bit naive, but it would definitely catch the killer off guard. Since his fiancée wanted to play, then of course he, the fiancé, had to accompany her. After dealing with all the killers, Xiang Xiniao couldn't wait to run to Su Yan. "Sister Su, how many evil ghost masks do you have?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled gently. 3 or 4, right? What are you going to do? Play a game? Can you hurry up and make more, so we can play an evil ghost wedding tonight? Su Yan's mouth twitched wildly. "No, Sister Xiniao. Do you know that we are on the road of exile now, and we may encounter killers at any time, and you are still thinking about playing games?" "Sister Su, what do you think the killer's expression would be if he encountered an evil ghost wedding?" Su Yan was stunned again. Then her eyes lit up, and the corners of her mouth began to rise uncontrollably. "That makes sense. The killer is more likely to appear at night. If I can't scare them to death, I won't be called Su Yan. Then how many evil ghost masks can you make before dark?" Su Yan shrugged. "I can't make many, at most 5. Forget it. It's better to put on makeup faster." "Makeup? I'm afraid it's too late." Xiang Xiniao raised her eyebrows and chuckled. "It's really too late to put on exquisite makeup, but it's much easier to put on ghost makeup. Just paint your face white, and put some blood on it, and it's done." "That makes sense, but do we have something to paint our faces white?" "Yes, let's find a place to start putting on makeup." "No problem." Su Yan is usually cold this time. She just wants to accompany Sister Xiniao to go crazy once. Indulge yourself once. Mo Lanqing knew that Xiang Xiniao was going to put on ghost makeup, and immediately got excited to let Xiang Xiniao put it on for her first time. Xiang Xinyu was also excited. "Sister, I want to draw too. You can draw me as your dowry girl." It must be fun. Mo Jinnan said, "Does the evil ghost need a sedan chair to get married? Now there is no village or shop. Where can we buy a sedan chair? There are also wedding clothes, gongs, and drums." It is necessary to dress up as an evil ghost to get married. Xiang Xinyao smiled. The old man is so good at qinggong. Let him take me back to the town to buy them. As for makeup, you should paint your face white first, and I will continue to draw for you when I come back. Sun Huaiyan jumped up instantly. Yes, 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 I will take the baby to buy it and will be back soon. Baby, can you draw me as a matchmaker? Hee, I have wanted to be a matchmaker for a long time. No problem. Let's go buy equipment and props. Xiang Xinyao's three brothers smiled bitterly and shook their heads, but they looked doting. Anyway, there is no hurry to go. If the sister wants to play, just accompany her. Maybe you can really get unexpected results. Then I'll go with you. Before Mo Jinnan finished speaking, Sun Huaiyan's ears suddenly moved. Did you hear any sound? As the sound got closer, everyone's heartbeat accelerated. When everyone saw the wedding procession approaching from afar, they cheered instantly.
Ah!
It's a wedding procession. It's actually a wedding procession.
Wow!
What did I see? It's a wedding procession? Oh my God! We actually encountered a wedding procession.
Wow!
Such a coincidence can actually happen to us. We don't have to make a trip.
Haha!
It's really a pillow when you're sleepy. You can actually encounter a wedding procession in this wilderness. The soldiers in plain clothes have dealt with all the bodies of the killers. But so many people have just died here, it is not suitable for the wedding procession to pass through here. Xiang Xinyao rushed towards the wedding procession at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Stop now, don't go over there. The wedding procession was stopped, and the groom thought Xiang Xinyao just wanted to ask for a piece of wedding candy, so he said with a smile on his face, Girl, do you want wedding candy? Xiang Xinyao smiled evilly. I don't want wedding candy. The reason why I stopped you is that a lot of people just died not far ahead, and it's not suitable for you newlyweds to pass by in front. The groom's face changed instantly. Girl, are you serious? Of course it's true. The dead are all heinous killers, and their bodies are still in the woods. The road where people just died is indeed not suitable for the bride and groom to pass by. The groom said, Thank you for reminding me. Girl, we still have time, but we have to go back to town to rest for a night, and we can take a detour tomorrow. Xiang Xinyao smiled a little bit meanly. Hee, then big brother groom, can I discuss something with you? When the groom saw Xiang Xinyao's malicious smile, a bad premonition came to his mind. But he was a gentle scholar, still maintaining a polite smile, but when he spoke again, he was a little trembling.
Girl, what do you want to say?
Sorry, we are being chased by assassins and we want to change our clothes and run away. Brother groom, can you sell us your sedan chair, gongs and drums, and your wedding clothes? The groom's eyes widened. This is not appropriate, right? Even the wedding clothes are sold to you. Then, what should we do? Xiang Xinyao shrugged. You can think of another way. These days, as long as the money is in place, everything is easy, right? The groom looked embarrassed. But I really don't have much money on me. My family is not rich. Hee. Xiang Xinyao showed a mean smile. Isn't it just silver? I'll give it to you. I'll give you 100 taels of silver. Can you sell me the sedan chair, gongs and drums, including the clothes you are wearing? 100 taels? The bride in the sedan screamed. Well, 100 taels. Without waiting for the groom to speak, the bride excitedly said, Sell. We will sell you everything you need. The groom was dumbfounded. My wife, what should we do? The bride happily replied, We have to buy more. Even if we can't buy it, we can still get married, right? Getting married is for living. With this 100 taels of silver, we can do a lot of things. We can buy a few more acres of land, do some small business, or renovate the house. The more the bride spoke, the brighter the groom's eyes became. 100 taels of silver, for a poor family, may not be earned in 2 years. Not to mention that Xiang Xinyao only wanted their bridal sedan, gongs and drums, and wedding dresses. Even if they took away the bride's dowry, they would not lose out. Okay, I promise to sell it to you. The groom agreed. The bride said, My husband, please ask someone to find me a new set of clothes. I will change out of my wedding dress and give it to this girl. Xiang Xinyao smiled with 8 big white teeth. Thank you, brother groom. Thank you, beautiful bride. I wish you a happy marriage, a son soon, and a harmonious life. The bride's shy voice came from the sedan chair. Thank you, girl. It is our fate to help you. We have no sedan chair, no wedding dress, but we still want to get married. But if the sedan chair and wedding dress can help you escape the killer's pursuit, we have done something to accumulate merit. As for the 100 taels of silver, I'm sorry, my husband's family is not well off, so we won't be polite to you. Xiang Xinyao's face was full of joy. It should be. We can't be polite, as long as it doesn't delay your auspicious time. The groom smiled and said, It won't delay. We have plenty of time. That's good. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, he reached into his sleeve, and with a thought, he took out a silver note of 100 taels and handed it to the groom. The groom took the silver note, took a look at it, and put it away. Soon, all the clothes worn by the wedding team were changed. The bride also changed into ordinary clothes, got off the sedan chair, and handed the wedding dress in her hand to Xiang Xinyao. Sister, you are so beautiful. I hope you can successfully avoid all disasters and difficulties. Thank you, you are also very beautiful. The future will definitely be prosperous. Watching the bride and groom and the wedding team leave, Xiang Xinyao turned around, raised her hand, raised her index and middle fingers, and jumped up and said, Yeah, the sedan chair, wedding dress, gongs and drums are all there. Put on makeup and get ready to go. Everyone gathered together. Xiang Xinyao took out the cosmetics from the space and excitedly began to make up for everyone. The girls asked questions with exquisite and beautiful cosmetic bottles and jars. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, These are all made by magic. If you want, I will make a set for each of you when you get there. The girls were very excited and began to apply it on their faces according to the method taught by Xiang Xinyao. After all, it's ghost makeup. It doesn't matter whether it's beautiful or not, as long as it can scare people. It's as scary as possible. It didn't until it got dark that everyone put on makeup. It was too late to cook at this time, and everyone had put on makeup, so they were afraid that their makeup would be messed up if they ate. So Xiang Xinyao took out some bread, milk, and dried meat to fill everyone's stomach. After eating and drinking, according to the figures of the previous bride and groom, Xiang Xinyu played the ghost bride, and Xiang Yanlin played the ghost groom. 8 soldiers played the ghost sedan bearers, and Sun Huaiyan became the ghost matchmaker he had been thinking about. Others beat gongs and drums, and the wedding procession was quite large. Xiang Tianyang and his wife were knocked unconscious by Xiang Xinyao and sent into space. After dark, the wedding procession officially set off. Of course, the people who beat the gongs and drums were just pretending. They looked like they were beating gongs and drums, but in fact, no sound was made. If there was light, someone could see everyone's faces clearly, and they would definitely be scared to death. The team set off. Xiang Xinyao disguised herself as a dowry maid and walked on the left side of the sedan, and on the right was Sun Huaiyan, who played the matchmaker with artificial and awkward movements. Everyone tried to walk as quietly as possible, but footsteps could still be heard in the silent night. Xiang Xinyu sat in the bridal sedan, her heart pounding. Playing the role of a ghost bride, it was exciting just to think about it. The team did not rest and hurried on in the night. At the end of midnight, the group encountered the killer again. The killer held a torch in one hand and a weapon in the other, and stopped the wedding procession aggressively. However, this time, the killer did not recognize that the group was Mo Jinan and his friends. But the one in the palace said that it would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. So, the killer stopped the bridal sedan. Xiang Yanlin, dressed as an evil ghost groom, used his internal force to open the long hair that blocked his entire face, and a terrifying ghost face appeared in front of the killer. At this moment, Sun Huaiyan raised the corner of his mouth, and his internal force was running wildly. In just a moment, there was a strong wind around, and no one took action, but the long hair that blocked the face was opened by Sun Huaiyan's internal force. Ghost face. All ghost faces.
Ah,
Ghosts. A killer who feared nothing but ghosts screamed, and the sound was so loud that it made people choke. They were all killers, and they all lived a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. But it was the first time they had seen such a grand wedding of the Ghost King. The killers' faces all turned pale, and their hands holding weapons and torches were shaking slightly. Who is so bold? Dare to stop the Ghost King's wedding team? The one who spoke was Mourning, who used his inner strength to change his voice. But he hid behind the sedan chair, and the killers saw a group of ghosts who didn't move their mouths. The killer leader had cold sweat on his forehead and ordered in a trembling voice, "Retreat. Retreat quickly." Mourning spoke again. "It's not so easy to retreat after stopping the Ghost King's wedding team. Stay and be buried with the Ghost King." The matchmaker's son Huayan rushed up first, with 10 fingers forming claws, and pressed directly against the killer leader's neck. The killer leader's pupils suddenly contracted, and he used his qinggong to retreat fiercely. However, how could his speed compare to Sun Huayan, a top master? In just 2 breaths, Sun Huayan's hand was on the neck of the killer leader. The others all moved, and they rushed towards the killers with their teeth and claws bared. The killers were terrified, and they had never seen a ghost in their lives. Now, they saw a large group of them at once, and it was good enough that they were not scared to death. How dare they fight the evil ghosts? Not caring about others, they turned around and ran for their lives, and the scene was instantly in chaos. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to say it out loud. With a crisp click, Sun Huayan broke the killer leader's neck. Xiang Xinyao's people took advantage of the killer's fear of ghosts, and they chased the killer like chicken blood. If they really couldn't catch up, they would use the hidden weapons provided by Gu Yuntian or the poisonous incense provided by Mo Lanqing. At this time, screams and cries mixed with the noises deliberately made by the evil ghost completely broke the originally quiet night. The killers fell one after another under the threat of fear and death, and no one escaped. Many killers died with their eyes open, full of fear, and died with their eyes open. A quarter of an hour later, the night returned to silence. Xiang Xinyao and her group sat beside the sedan chair to rest, while the soldiers and servants dressed as ghosts began to deal with the killer's body. Sun Huayan was full of excitement. "Baby, your trick of getting the Ghost King married is really brilliant. The killer is so frightened that he has almost no power to fight back and can only let us slaughter him." Xiang Xinyao smiled a little embarrassedly. "I just want to catch the killer off guard. If they dare to kill us, they must be killed without return." Xiang Yanlin said with a look of disgust. "I am so unlucky." Xiang Xinyao smiled with teeth showing. "Second brother, don't be disgusted. With your evil ghost costume, the killers were not scared to death by you. It is considered that you have strong psychological strength."
Haha.
Xiang Yanlin wrinkled his nose. "Actually, I also want to know how scary I look now." Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a small mirror appeared in her hand. "I can help you realize this wish. See for yourself." Xiang Yanlin took the mirror and pointed it at his face with the weak light of the torch.
Wow.
"It's really scary, sister. Am I too miserable?" Xiang Xinyao smiled mischievously. "Who made you the Ghost King? If you don't look scary enough, you don't deserve the title of Ghost King, right? That makes sense. What should we do when it's daybreak? Are we still traveling like this?" Xiang Xinyao shrugged. "Second brother, we are ghosts now. How can ghosts appear in broad daylight? Let's travel at night and find a place to hide during the day to recuperate. Anyway, we can get back to Daiwan village before the beginning of summer, so there is no need to rush. It is better to go back slowly. Those hateful killers, we will kill them as soon as we meet them, so as not to let them harm the society." Mourning smiled and nodded. "Yaoer is right. We might as well not rush to travel, conserve our energy during the day, and travel at night. If those killers dare to come up and seek death, then we will fulfill their wish." "Good." Sun Huayan shouted excitedly. "It's good to travel at night. We can scare the killer half to death, and it's effortless to kill him. It's fun and exciting." After the soldiers dealt with the killer's body, everyone continued on their way. The second half of the night was calm, and no killers came to die voluntarily. At dawn, The group turned into the mountains and found a secluded cave to rest. The location of the cave is quite secret, and there is a clear stream nearby, so cooking is not a problem at all. It is now the spring equinox, and wildflowers are blooming all over the mountains. Xiang Xinyao went to the stream to wash her face, and the cold stream water made her instantly refreshed. After removing her makeup and returning to the cave, Xiang Xinyao left some milk, bread, and dried meat for everyone as breakfast. Then he said, "Everyone go wash your face, eat something to fill your stomach, and then put on makeup again after dinner. Sister Su Yan will stay in the cave to make human skin ghost masks. The old man will stay in the cave to protect everyone. Anan and I will go around the mountains to see if we can catch any prey and give everyone a snack in the evening." Xiang Yanlin said, "Sister, I will go with you." Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Second brother, you stay. Although it is more secretive here, you may encounter killers. You have to stay and protect everyone with the old man. We will be back soon." Entering the mountain, Xiang Xinyao picked a handful of wildflowers and made a wreath to wear on her head. Her bright smile made her look both beautiful and cute. Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xinyao's appearance and couldn't help but stare at her. He subconsciously reached out to pick a flower next to him and wanted to give it to her. However, the moment he reached out, a hare suddenly rushed out from the bushes next to him and fled to the side. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up, and she pointed at the hare and shouted, "Anan, catch it alive." Mo Jinan flashed and chased the fleeing hare like a ghost. Xiang Xinyao also ran after it, fearing that Mo Jinan would hurt her little rabbit. Mo Jinan was very fast, and he grabbed the hare's ear accurately in 2 breaths. "Yaoer, I caught it." As he said that, Mo Jinan pushed the hare in front of Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand to take the hare, and sent it directly into the space the next second. Mo Jinan didn't ask anything, didn't say anything, and the two continued to move forward. Once the prey was caught, Xiang Xinyao would send it into the space. Now, her mouth was fed by herself, and the caught prey would taste better if it was sent to the space and raised with spiritual spring water for a period of time. Anyway, there are still a lot of prey in the space, so just change it. Perhaps they had used their luck too much last night. Today, when they entered the mountain, they only caught 2 hares and 2 pheasants and did not encounter any other prey. They did not see any valuable medicinal herbs, so Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan had to hurry back to the cave. When they were almost near the cave, Mo Jinan said, "Yaoer, the air in this mountain is fresh. How about letting my mother come out for some fresh air?" Xiang Xinyao nodded, pretended to recite a spell, and then with a thought, she took Helian Yi and her parents out of the space. After removing the drug from their bodies, the 3 of them opened their eyes quickly. When Helian Yi saw Xiang Xinyao, she immediately asked nervously, "Yaoer, where are we?" Mo Jinan said, "Mother, we are in the mountains now, and we don't know where we are. We rest during the day and travel at night." Helian Yi was relieved to see that Mo Jinan was not wearing shackles. "I'll go to the bathroom first, sister-in-law. You come with me?" Bai Jing smiled and nodded. "Okay, I just want to go to the bathroom too." Xiang Xinyao followed her mother and future mother-in-law silently. She was worried about letting 2 women who had no martial arts skills go to the bathroom alone. Xiang Tianyang also found a place to relieve himself, and then walked to Mo Jinan and asked, "Did you have a good time last night? Did you encounter any assassins?" Mo Jinan nodded. "I encountered assassins, and I was scared terribly. The assassins were all killed. It's really haunting. But we rest during the day and pretend to be ghosts at night. We are not afraid of any assassins." After Xiang Xinyao and the other 2 came back, the 5 of them returned to the cave together. The servants and the officers and soldiers who had changed their appearance were all stunned when they saw that there was 1 more person. Helian Yi was under house arrest in the palace for many years, and those soldiers could not see her at all, so they didn't know that she was concubine Helian. Even among Su Yan and the other 4, only Su Yan had seen Helian Yi, and no one else had seen her. When Su Yan saw Helian Yi, she immediately stepped forward and saluted, "Mrs.
Helian,
Helian Yi was stunned. She was a little surprised that this girl knew her. Xiang Xinyao leaned close to Helian Yi's ear and said, "Aunt Xiao, she is the key person who rescued you. She was the one who changed the double's appearance." Helian Yi nodded. "When you are away from home, forget about those empty formalities. Miss, you have worked hard." Su Yan smiled faintly. "Madam, that's what I should do. I just disguised the double. It was Sister Xinyao who really saved you. Without her, we wouldn't have been so smooth." Helian Yi held Xiang Xinyao's hands. "Fortunately, there is Yaoer." Xiang Xinyao took out rice, vegetables, bacon, 2 hares, pots and pans and necessary seasonings from the space, and everyone started cooking together. After the servants dealt with the hares, Xiang Xinyao began to stir-fry the hot pot base with the hares. There were many people and few hares, so Xiang Xinyao could only put more oil and bacon. Steam a few pots of rice, and then cook a few pots of mixed vegetables, and everyone gathered around the pot to eat lively. It was the first time for Helian Yi to eat like this, and she just felt it was novel. And there were so many people, and the appetite for eating was much better. After dinner, everyone took the time to rest. Those who should sleep slept, those who should practiced martial arts, and those who should stalked. At 5 p.m., the group began to prepare dinner. Dinner was still rice with a few pots of mixed vegetables. Being out in the wilderness, it was already a luxury to be able to eat these. After dinner, the group began to put on makeup. They were still dressed the same as last night. Before departure, Xiang Xinyao knocked Helian Yi and her parents unconscious and sent them into the space. As long as they hold on for a few more days and kill a few more waves of assassins, they should be able to travel openly. They just don't believe that those assassins can really disregard their lives for silver. You have to have a life to spend money. After dark, the group took the official road. They didn't encounter any assassins that night, and the journey was extremely smooth. On the 5th night, they encountered another wave of assassins. The number of assassins in this wave was more than the previous ones. Everyone used the same trick again, and all the ghost faces were exposed in front of the assassins. The assassins were so scared that their faces turned pale, and their legs and feet were out of control. However, this time the assassin leader was not afraid of ghosts. In the killer leader's cognition, it was impossible for ghosts to exist in this world. If there really are ghosts, he would have been killed by the evil ghosts of those people he killed long ago after he killed so many people. The leader of the assassins snorted coldly. "Humph. Playing tricks. The employer has said that it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Maybe these ghosts are the people the employer wants to kill. Otherwise, how could they travel in the middle of the night? Go. Don't spare any of them." Sun Huayan laughed strangely. Hee. There are people who dare to stop the Ghost King from getting married. They really don't know how to live or die. Lord Ghost King, how about we turn these people into your subordinates? Xiang Yanlin immediately used his inner strength to change his voice, making his voice sound rough and explosive. Good idea. Turn them all into subordinates of this Ghost King, and let them go to expand the territory for this Ghost King. Xiang Xinyao used her inner strength, floated to Xiang Yanlin's side, and deliberately spoke in a shrill voice. "My Lord Ghost King, I have a better idea." "Oh? Tell me." Xiang Xinyao twisted her waist to make herself look more like a ghost. "My Lord Ghost King, these people's souls are too weak. By the time they go to expand the territory for you, they may have to practice for hundreds of years. It is better to directly devour their souls to strengthen yourself." Xiang Yanlin cooperated with his eyes shining. "Good idea. Let's do it? Go ahead. This Ghost King will devour their souls." After saying that, he deliberately stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. In the middle of the night, one could only see the ghost by the light of the torch. The killers were frightened by Xiang Yanlin's actions, and they all fled in fear without waiting for the killer leader's order. All the people on Xiang Xinyao's side moved, rushing towards the killers with murderous intent. Sun Huayan still rushed towards the killer leader, grinning and making what he thought was the most ferocious expression. The killer leader was startled and raised his sword to resist. But how could he be Sun Huayan's opponent? Seeing him raise his sword, Sun Huaiyan turned his body and went around behind the leader like a ghost. His warm palm touched the killer leader's neck. Before he could make a sound, Sun Huaiyan decisively twisted his neck. The leader of the killers stared with his eyes wide open and died with his eyes open. After the death of the leader, the other killers were even more panicked. The extreme fear made them dare not think of anything else except escape. Xiang Xinyao and his group went crazy and chased the killers like crazy. There were more killers this time, and Xiang Xinyao and his group were a little overwhelmed, allowing a few killers to escape by chance. Xiang Xinyao and his group did not plan to continue chasing. Letting them live might also have unexpected results. After dealing with the bodies of the killers, the group continued on their journey. Sun Huaiyan picked his nose and shouted in a shrill voice, "Lift the sedan." Another 4 days passed peacefully and smoothly, and no assassins were encountered during these 4 days. Xiang Xinyao and her group finally took off the ghost makeup on their faces, put on the human skin masks made by Su Yan, and disguised themselves as a caravan and headed for Yunqing. They did not encounter assassins again, not because the man in the palace was kind and let Mo Jinan and his group go. It was because the assassins were afraid. After accepting the assassination mission, they sent out the assassins 4 times, but all of them were wiped out. The few who escaped by chance did not dare to return to the assassin organization, and each found a place to hide. It was not completed, and only a small deposit was received. The killer organization suffered heavy losses. When the employer found the killer organization again and asked them to continue to send people to kill Mo Jinan and his group, the employer was directly beheaded by the killer organization with a sword, and the body was thrown into a mass grave. Xiang Xinyao directly took her parents and Helian Yi out of the space, put on human skin masks for them, and let them sit leisurely in the carriage to travel. Xiang Xinyao sat next to Helian Yi, and Helian Yi took Xiang Xinyao's little hand with excitement. Fortunately, there is Yaoer. I am finally free. I have been depressed in that place for so many years. If it weren't for Nanner, who kept encouraging me not to give up, I might not have been able to hold on to this day. After that, Helian Yi took off a emerald green jade bracelet from her wrist and put it directly on Xiang Xinyao. Yaoer, this bracelet is for you, don't dislike it, it's a little gift from me. As for the things specially left for my daughter-in-law, I will give them to you when you and Nanner are officially engaged. Xiang Xinyao smiled like a little fox. Aunt Xiao, you don't know yet? All of Ainan's property is with me. Helian Yi was startled. Ainan's property is not small. Even if you change it all into banknotes, you can't carry it all, right? Xiang Xinyao patted the back of Helian Yi's hand. Aunt Xiao, have you forgotten?
I have magic.
I can make things appear and also take things away, including living people, hee.
Yeah.
That's right, my future daughter-in-law is amazing. Did she bring all the family property with her? Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Of course, our hard-earned property cannot be given to that dog emperor." Great. We don't have to live in poverty anymore. Of course not. Not only our 2 families' property, but also the national treasury has been emptied by me. Xiang Tianyang and his wife and Helian Yi suddenly widened their eyes and looked incredible.
What did you say?
You emptied the national treasury? Xiang Tianyang asked. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yes, I emptied them all. Not a single penny left for the dog emperor. Xiang Tianyang slapped his thigh and said, "Well done. But Yaoer, you can't spend this money carelessly. To put it bluntly, this money doesn't belong to the dog emperor, but to the people of the world. My daughter understands that if this money is kept in the treasury, most of it will go into the pockets of corrupt officials. If I keep it with you, I can spend it wherever there is a natural disaster." Xiang Tianyang smiled. "You are worthy of being the daughter of my Xiang family, child. You are great, and your father is proud of you." Suddenly Xiao Lian, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" A cry of surprise came from the carriage behind. "Stop!" Xiang Xinyao shouted. The coachman quickly stopped the carriage. Xiang Xinyao lifted the curtain and jumped off the carriage, running towards the carriage where Tang Xiaolian was. Lifting the curtain, I saw Tang Xiaolian covering her chest with her hands, her face full of tears, and subconsciously shouting mother in her mouth. Xiaolian, what's wrong with you? Xiang Xinyao asked with concern. Tang Xiaolian's lips moved a few times, and tears fell again. She didn't want to cry, but she felt inexplicably uncomfortable and heartbroken. Sister, maybe something happened to my mother. Mother and daughter are connected by heart. Xiaolian was inexplicably heartbroken and crying. Maybe something really happened to Hong Xuelan. Xiang Xinyao put her finger on Tang Xiaolian's pulse. There was nothing wrong with her body, but Xiang Xinyao could feel her sadness. Xiang Xinyao said seriously, Xiaolian, you brothers and sisters get off. Tang Xiaolian and Tang Taizhu got off the carriage obediently. Xiang Xinyao pointed in the direction of Bianjing and said, kneel down and kowtow. As children, they couldn't be there to see their mother off for the last time. Xiang Xinyao could only let them kowtow in the direction of Bianjing to see their mother off for the last time. Tang Xiaolian's feeling was not wrong. Her mother had just had an accident. The person in the palace never realized that concubine Helian was a fake, and Hong Xuelan had never taken off the human skin mask. But today, the emperor came to the palace of concubine Helian again and spoke in a sarcastic tone to Hong Xuelan. Hong Xuelan behaved calmly and kept silent no matter what the emperor said. The emperor was furious, but he did not dare to do anything to Hong Xuelan. Unfortunately, Hong Xuelan got sick at this time. She trembled and wanted to take painkillers, but was ruthlessly stopped by the emperor, who thought Hong Xuelan was pretending. After a while, Hong Xuelan rolled on the ground with her hands on her stomach in pain, and the clothes on her back were wet with sweat. The emperor was stunned and quickly ordered the eunuch to summon the imperial physician. When the imperial physician arrived, Hong Xuelan had fainted from the pain. After checking her pulse, the imperial physician shook his head again and again. Your Majesty, the concubine. The emperor looked incredulous and ordered the eunuch to summon all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital. However, the results of all the imperial physicians' diagnosis were that she was powerless. The emperor completely lost his mind. He couldn't let concubine Helian die. If concubine Helian died, what could he use to threaten Mo Jinnan? Concubine Helian, you can't die. You have to live for me. Do you hear me? You have to live well for me. The emperor grabbed Hong Xuelan's shoulders and shook her vigorously. Hong Xuelan, who had fainted from the pain, was awakened by the emperor again. Quick, treat the concubine again for me. I want you to save her life. The imperial doctors knelt and struggled forward. Hong Xuelan said weakly, don't come over. She was in so much pain that every cell in her body was clamoring. Anyway, her benefactor had already left Bianjing with his children, and she didn't want to continue suffering. During this period, without the assistance of Lingquan water, she developed resistance to morphine hydrochloride sustained-release tablets. One pill can no longer relieve the pain. Basically, she has to take 2 or 3 tablets to work. She just wants to be relieved quickly. As soon as Hong Xuelan opened her mouth, the emperor's tiger body was severely startled. This voice is definitely not concubine Helian. You are not concubine Helian, who are you? Hong Xuelan smiled weakly while enduring the severe pain in her abdomen. Your Majesty, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am indeed not concubine Helian. She has already left Bianjing. Before she finished speaking, Hong Xuelan was hit by another abdominal pain. She clenched her teeth in pain, and her gums bled. The emperor stretched out his hand to Hong Xuelan's face and carefully felt her neck. After a moment, he pulled off the human skin mask on her face, and a strange face appeared in front of her. At this time, Hong Xuelan was pale, with sweat all over her head and face, but she still looked at the emperor with a smile on her lips. The emperor was furious. Where is concubine Helian? This bedroom is surrounded by my people. How did you get into the palace? Tell me. Hong Xuelan's face was pale, and she showed a faint smile. This secret, the emperor will never know it in his life. How dare you? The emperor turned his head and ordered the doctors. Heal her for me. Pray open her mouth. I want to know how she replaced concubine Helian. A Hong Xuelan groaned in pain. The next second, she fell straight down. The doctors were horrified and rushed forward to treat her. Unfortunately, Hong Suelon had no breathing and heartbeat. She died of pain. An imperial doctor said tremblingly, "Your Majesty, she is dead." The emperor was hit hard and staggered a few steps before he could stand firm. Then, he roared, enunciating each word. "Mo Jean, Nan, I will never let you go.
Come.
Drag this evil woman out and whip her corpse." However, before the soldiers could take action, Inuch came running over. Before he even got to the emperor, the Inuch shouted in panic, Your Majesty, something bad has happened." With a thump, the Inuch knelt down in front of the emperor. The emperor was furious. "Why are you so panicked?" The Inuch didn't even dare to raise his head. "Your Majesty, the treasury has been stolen." Boom! The emperor felt like he was struck by 5 thunderbolts, which left him with a tattered body, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Then he rolled his eyes and fainted. Since nothing valuable was found in the Xiang family and the Xianwang mansion, the emperor did not ask the Minister of Revenue to open the treasury. During the days when Mo Jinnan and his companions were away from Bianjing, the national treasury had almost no income, so neither the emperor nor the Ministry of Revenue noticed that the treasury had been stolen. Until today, the Minister of Revenue is preparing to deposit the collected taxes into the treasury. When the door of the treasury was opened, the Minister of Revenue was so scared that he peed his pants. The entire treasury was empty, not even a penny was left. The Minister of Revenue didn't care about his wet pants and crawled to the emperor's study to report. The emperor was not in the imperial study, and the Minister of Revenue did not even have the strength to get up, so he could only ask the Inuch to report to the emperor. The emperor was so shocked by this bombshell news that he fainted. The imperial doctors rushed forward and frantically examined the emperor. The soldiers who were originally going to whip the corpse looked at each other, and then all surrounded the emperor, not knowing whether to deal with the emperor first or whip the corpse first. When the emperor woke up slowly, 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. He became dazed and looked lifeless. Finished. How so? The treasury was stolen. What should he do? It took a long time for the emperor to recover. He stared at Hong Suelon's corpse with vicious eyes. "Whip the corpse. Whip the corpse for me. Then chop the corpse into pieces and feed it to the dogs." At this moment, the second prince Mo Haobai hurried over. "Father, now is not the time to argue with the corpse. We should first find out who stole the national treasury. We have to see if we can recover the lost property." The emperor was startled, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Hong Suelon's body. But this evil woman actually pretended to be concubine Helion. She deserves to die. "Father, she is already dead. It is better to take her body to the mass grave, whip her body there, and then chop her up and feed her to wild dogs. If you do it in the palace, her flesh and blood will dirty the palace." The emperor nodded decadently. "Okay. Then this matter is left to you." "Yes, your son will do it right away." The emperor pointed to 4 soldiers again. You, the 4 of you cooperate with the second prince, send the body to the mass grave, and then chop the body into pieces yourself." "I obey your order." Mo Haobai said, "Go find a straw mat to wrap the body. Take the body and follow this prince." The soldiers quickly found a straw mat, wrapped Hong Suelon's body with the straw mat, and carried the body out of the palace with Mo Haobai. It was not until they arrived outside the gate of Bianjing that Mo Haobai breathed a sigh of relief. If you look closely, you will find that as soon as he left the city gate, Mo Haobai's eyes looked around. Mo Haobai led the soldiers to the mass grave step by step, neither fast nor slow. Suddenly, 2 masked men in black jumped out from both sides of the road, pointing their long swords directly at the 4 soldiers. The newcomers were highly skilled in martial arts, and the 4 soldiers were no match at all, not to mention that they were carrying corpses. In 2 breaths, the 4 soldiers died. After making sure that all 4 soldiers were dead, Mo Haobai clasped his fists and bowed. "You 2, the bodies are in your hands, but you have to cut 2 swords on this prince so that I can go back and report." The 2 masked men in black looked at each other, nodded slightly, raised their long swords and cut Mo Haobai's arm and calf with a sword each. Mo Haobai grimaced in pain and was about to turn around and leave when one of the men in black punched him in the left corner of his mouth. What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? The masked man in black raised his eyebrows. You have to act well. It's just 2 small wounds. It's hard for you to report to your father. Mo Haobai was punched again and rolled his eyes in anger. The masked man in black shrugged. Second prince, you can go back now. You are too much. It's not enough for this prince to be hit by 2 swords. You actually punched me twice. I don't have any grudge against you, right? The masked man in black shook his head. No, but this is what your 7th uncle told me to do. I am just following orders. I can't let you go back and fail to report. 7th uncle told me? That's fine. I'll leave the body to you. I'm going to run for my life. After saying that, Mo Haobai turned and ran. The 2 masked men in black smiled at each other, and one of them carried Hong Xuelan's body, used Qinggong to jump a few times, and disappeared. Only the bodies of 4 soldiers were left lying on the ground. Mo Haobai ran back to the palace in one breath and came to the emperor's study room panting. Father, it's bad. The body was taken away. I fought hard to escape back. The emperor looked up and saw the wound on Mo Haobai's face, and saw that his arm was still bleeding. He looked so embarrassed that he almost spit out blood. How is the injury? Mo Haobai replied, My son's injury is not serious, and he won't die. Useless thing, go to the imperial hospital to find the imperial doctor to apply medicine. The emperor was too lazy to look at the second prince. Thank you, father, I'll take my leave. After leaving the imperial study room, Mo Haobai's mouth corners rose slightly. Finally, he lived up to the trust of the 7th uncle. Although Mo Haobai is also the emperor's biological son, his mother had a favorite person before entering the palace. Mo Haobai was less than 3 years old when his biological mother died. Until her death, the emperor had never captured the heart of Mo Haobai's biological mother. Therefore, the emperor has always disliked the second prince. Other princes have always disliked him and even beat and scolded him when he was a child. Only Mo Jinnan, the 7th uncle, gave him warmth and often protected him. It can be said that the person he trusted most in the entire royal family was Mo Jinnan. Mo Jinnan also trusted him very much and even secretly cultivated him. When the time comes, Mo Haobai will be the next emperor. Before leaving Bianjing, Mo Jinnan secretly found Mo Haobai and asked him to send Hong Xuelan's body out of the palace and to the mass grave if something happened to Hong Xuelan. Mo Haobai naturally agreed. He had long wanted to help the 7th uncle rescue concubine Helian. It's a pity that he is not capable enough to compete with the emperor, nor can he send concubine Helian out of the palace safely. The 2 masked men in black he met today were also arranged by Mo Jinnan, and they are Mo Jinnan's best friends. Mo Jinnan still couldn't bear to let Hong Xuelan be dealt with by the emperor after her death. Given the emperor's character, even if Hong Xuelan died, he would not leave her with a complete body. Compared with a corpse, national affairs are naturally more important. Therefore, Mo Haobai was able to transport Hong Xuelan's body out of the palace so smoothly. On the other side, after Xiang Xinyao asked the Tang brothers and sisters to kowtow 3 times in the direction of Bianjing, she helped Tang Xiaolian up. Let's go. It's time for us to set off. Mo Jinnan hesitated, and the words on his lips were swallowed back. He didn't want the Tang brothers and sisters to have hope, but in the end they were disappointed. Mo Jinnan walked up to the brother and sister and said with a heavy face, My condolences. We should hurry on our way. The brother and sister nodded, climbed into the carriage, and continued on their way. Along the way, the brother and sister's tears never stopped. Xiang Xinyao was also very uncomfortable. Hong Xuelan was such a good person. She shouldn't have ended up like this. She could only pray silently that the emperor would not discover Hong Xuelan's true identity. Although Xiang Xinyao and her group wore human skin masks, they were still afraid of encountering the killer again. In order to prevent innocent people from being implicated, They tried not to stay in the inn as much as possible. Anyway, Xiang Xinyao's space has everything to eat. If you really want to change your taste, you can go to the mountains, keep the prey you catch in the space, and then replace the ones you have raised in the space to eat. Xiang Xinyao has been with Tang Xiaolian. Seeing that Tang Xiaolian kept crying, her face was full of heartache. Reaching out and hugging Tang Xiaolian into her arms, Xiang Xinyao comforted her softly. Don't cry. Your mother is watching you in heaven. You are crying so sadly, and she will not be at ease. If you really want to cry, I will take you to the mountains later, and then you can vent your feelings. Tang Xiaolian was stunned. What do you mean by crying in the mountains? How can you comfort people like this? However, Tang Xiaolian stopped crying. Her eyes were red. At noon, everyone passed by a canyon with mountains on both sides of the canyon, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Xiang Xinyao asked everyone to find a place to rest. Xiang Yanlin rode forward to find a suitable place to rest and cook. In less than an incense stick of time, Xiang Yanlin returned and took everyone to a spacious grassland with water to rest. After getting off the carriage, Xiang Xinyao brought some food to everyone and told everyone to try to find more firewood after eating. After she ate a few bites casually, she took Tang Xiaolian and walked into the mountains. Xiaolian, if you are really sad, just cry loudly, and vent it out. When Tang Xiaolian thought of her mother, tears began to well up in her eyes again. Xiang Xinyao hugged Tang Xiaolian into her arms and patted her back gently. Cry. It's better to cry. I understand that you couldn't see your mother off for the last time. But don't worry, if there is a chance, I will definitely take you back to Bianjing and find your mother's body and bury it properly. Sister Xinyao. Whoa. I don't have a father or a mother anymore, whoa. Tang Xiaolian finally cried and burst into tears. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were also wet, and she patted Tang Xiaolian's back gently. It's okay. The earlier your mother passes away, the earlier she will be relieved. You also know how much pain she suffered from the disease. Xiaolian, don't be afraid. You don't have a father or a mother, but you still have me and our whole family. We are all your family.
Whoa.
Tang Xiaolian hugged Xiang Xinyao and cried happily. In fact, she also knew that Xiang Xinyao was right. Her mother suffered more for every day she lived. Death was a relief. May there be no pain in heaven. After crying for a long time, Tang Xiaolian gradually stopped crying, but her eyes were red and swollen. Seeing that she had stopped crying, Xiang Xinyao pulled her and continued to walk into the mountains. Tang Xiaolian asked, Sister Xinyao, where are we going? Tang Taiju was also taken aside by Mo Jinnan and said in a deep voice, I know you are not feeling well. Don't suppress yourself too much. You can cry. Tang Taiju shook his head. I can't cry. I know my mother's physical condition. It's suffering for her to live, but I'm thinking about her in my heart, afraid that she'll be tortured by that person. I dare not give you any guarantee, Taiju. I don't want your mother to be the substitute, but I really have no choice. I know, Brother Mo, I'm fine, don't worry, otherwise how about you take me to vent? Mo Jinan nodded, okay, come with me. Tang Taiju nodded, and followed Mo Jinan into the mountains. After an incense stick of time, the four met unexpectedly. Xinyao looked at Tang Taiju with red eyes, knowing that the child also wanted to vent. Anyway, there are many wild boars in the space, and wild boars reproduce quickly, so it's not impossible to get one out for the brother and sister to vent. Anyway, with so many people accompanying them, a smaller wild boar would probably be enough to eat. Xiang Xinyao didn't dare to release a wild boar that was too big, for fear of hurting the brother and sister. Although she was a little reluctant to let go of a smaller wild boar, how could a wild boar be more important than a person? So, Xiang Xinyao said, Wait for me here for a while. I'm going to go to the bathroom. After that, she turned and walked towards the dense bushes. A moment later, Xiang Xinyao's voice rang out. Ah! Help! As soon as the voice fell, the three saw Xiang Xinyao running back with a panicked face, followed by a wild boar that was neither big nor small, with hair that was a little too shiny. Mo Jinan flashed, and quickly protected Xiang Xinyao behind him, and faced the wild boar head-on. The wild boar did not dodge, but rushed directly towards Mo Jinan. Emojin jumped into the air and kicked the wild boar on the forehead, kicking the wild boar a little dizzy. Xiang Xiniao shouted, Tang Xiaolian, Tang Taizhu, why are you two standing there? Why don't you hurry up? Tang Taizhu and his sister were so scared by the ferocious wild boar that their legs went limp. How could they dare to go up? Xiang Xiniao walked around behind the two siblings and pushed them hard, pushing them towards the wild boar. The siblings' minds went blank and their pupils shrank suddenly. It's over. They have to reunite with their mother. Xiang Xiniao shouted, do it. Are you waiting to die if you don't do it? Beat them to death. The siblings were pulled back from their fear by Xiang Xiniao's voice. They didn't want to die. Although they were still afraid, they still clenched their fists and faced the wild boar. Xiang Xiniao winked at Emojin, asking him not to take action and just to protect him from the side. However, Emojin didn't understand Xiang Xiniao's eyes and was stunned for 3 seconds. Xiang Xiniao gritted her teeth, glared at Emojin fiercely, ran to her side and said, don't do anything. Let the brother and sister vent. You just stay by their side to protect their safety. Emojin suddenly realized, nodded quickly and stopped attacking, just stared at Tang Taizhu and his sister without blinking, ready to attack at any time to protect them. Under the protection of Xiang Xiniao and Emojin, the brother and sister fought more and more courageously, and their fists fell on the wild boar like raindrops. Although the brother and sister's attacks did not pose any threat to the wild boar, Emojin and Xiang Xiniao were there. When the wild boar was about to hurt the two siblings, Emojin and Xiang Xiniao would attack, and at the same time caused a certain degree of damage to the wild boar. The two siblings treated the wild boar as if it were the most powerful person in the palace and beat it with all their might. Half an hour later, the wild boar was beaten to death. Tang Taizhu and his sister were so tired that they were like 2 puddles of mud. They lay on the ground with their legs spread out, gasping for breath. While the two siblings were extremely exhausted, they also temporarily forgot the pain of losing their mother. Xiang Xiniao took out a rope and asked Emojin to tie up the wild boar. After the brother and sister had rested enough and got up from the ground, Emojin carried the wild boar, and the 4 of them went down the mountain together. After returning to the resting place, the servants and the rebellious soldiers worked together to kill the pig. Xiang Xiniao took out a big pot and 2 buckets, and several soldiers used stones to form a semicircular simple stove. Put the big pot on the stove and pour water from the stream into the pot. Light the wood in the stove and start boiling water. Xiang Xiniao piled up another pile of firewood on the side, cut 4 large forks, nailed them to the ground, and placed 2 pieces of wood horizontally in the middle. Xiang Tianyang looked at Xiang Xiniao busying herself and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Yaoer, what are you doing? Xiang Xiniao answered excitedly, Dad, my daughter wants to try roasting a whole pig, but I have never done this before. I wonder if I can succeed? Xiang Tianyang looked incredulous. Roast a whole pig? Are you sure you can roast such a big pig? Xiang Xiniao touched her nose and said, My daughter is not sure either, but we can try. As for food, if you eat the same thing every day, you'll get bored. As long as you don't get poisoned, you must have the courage to try new things, right? That makes sense, Yaoer. How do you plan to grill it? Tell your father. Xiang Xiniao said excitedly. Barbecue should be marinated first. Poke more small holes in the skin, or cut it with a knife, so that the seasoning can be fully marinated into the meat. Then make a rack and tie the whole pig upside down and grill it. Xiang Tianyang blinked. Father is still worried that it will not be cooked through at all. Even if the surface is cooked, the middle will definitely still be raw. Xiang Xiniao smiled. Hee, it doesn't matter. At worst, we can eat while grilling. My daughter has wanted to try it for a long time, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. Today, the Tang brothers and sisters beat the wild boar half to death. The wild boar is not big, so you can try it. Okay, do whatever you want. Your father supports you. After the servants scraped and cleaned the wild boar and took out all the internal organs, Xiang Xiniao directed the servants to split the wild boar's head from the lower jaw. Then they used a knife to cut the skin side of the wild boar into countless small squares. On the meat side, where the meat was thicker, Xiang Xinyao also had people cut a few times. In the basin. After stirring evenly, she asked the servants to evenly apply the seasoning she had prepared on the wild boar, and then rub and massage it vigorously to allow the wild boar meat to fully absorb the seasoning. Anan, light the fire. Xiang Xinyao shouted. Tang Xiaolian ran over immediately. Let me do it, I'll make a fire. Mo Nan was slightly stunned. Why did this little girl suddenly become a little proactive? And Tang Xiaolian still regarded the wild boar as the high and mighty one in the palace. She had to roast him until he was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Only then could she relieve her hatred. Mo Nan handed the fire starter to Tang Xiaolian. Tang Xiaolian took the fire starter, knelt beside the fire, used her body to block the wind, and lit the pine needles for starting the fire. Thick smoke billowed up instantly, and after a while, flames began to rise. She said to Xiang Xinyao, Xiaolian, put the thick firewood on the fire and burn it. When there are no flames, you can roast the pig. Tang Xiaolian nodded. Okay, sister. After answering, Tang Xiaolian took the thickest firewood and threw it into the fire, muttering in her heart, I will roast you. I will roast you to death. I will roast you and eat you, and then see how you can bully others. Tang Taizhu and the servants applied seasoning and massaged the wild boar together. It can be seen that he was the most hardworking one. At this moment, he was not like Tang Xiaolian, who still treated the wild boar as a dog emperor, but wanted to use doing things to temporarily forget the pain and divert his attention. The wild boar became soft and elastic under the kneading of the servants and Tang Taizhu. Xiang Xinyao still using the magic trick, he took out some steel bars, wires and pliers from the onion space, and began to tie a large rack with wires and steel bars. After the rack was tied, Xiang Xinyao asked the servants to help tie the whole marinated wild boar to the rack, and fixed it in the middle and the edges with wires. When the flames in the middle were gone, leaving only red carbon, Xiang Xinyao asked the servants to roast the wild boar on the fire. Looking at the fat pig weighing more than 200 kilograms being roasted on the fire, Xiang Xinyao smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed.
Wow.
This is a big project. If today's attempt is successful, when we return to Dawan village, we will roast a whole pig and call the villagers of Dawan village to celebrate. Hee, it's so cool to think about it. Mo Jinan said, Yaoer, I have to say that your idea is quite bold and novel. I have only heard of roasting suckling pigs, but I have never seen anyone roast a whole pig weighing more than 200 kilograms. I seriously doubt that your method of roasting will not be cooked in the middle. If it's not cooked through, then it's not cooked through. How do you know if it works if you don't try? If it's not cooked through, at most you can eat it while it's being cooked. Eat the cooked surface first, and then the part in the middle will be cooked, right? Mo Jinan gave a thumbs up, admiring Xiang Xinyao's bold thinking and courage to try. Xiang Xinyao shrugged and continued to add firewood to the simple stove where she boiled water before. Helione asked, Yaoer, what else is this fire used for? Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly, it's just to burn firewood. When the flames fade away and only the charcoal is left, take the charcoal to the fire over there and roast a whole pig. I see, I'll burn firewood with you too. Okay. Helione picked up a piece of dry firewood as thick as an arm and threw it into the simple stove, which instantly produced a lot of sparks.
Wow.
It's so beautiful, like a firefly. Xiang Xinyao smiled. Helione grew up in the palace since she was a child. This was the first time she faced the flames at such a close distance. She was very excited and addicted to playing. She threw firewood into the fire one after another. When the firewood was almost burned, Xiang Xinyao took out a shovel from the space and shoveled the red charcoal into the fire on the side of the roasted whole pig. After playing for a long time, Helione's face was red from the fire, and she was so tired that she sat aside and wiped the sweat. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a water bag filled with spiritual spring water appeared in her hand. She came to Helione with the water bag and handed it to Helione. Aunt Xiao, drink some water and take a rest. The roasted whole pig will not be cooked so quickly. Okay. Helian E took the water bag, opened the stopper and took a sip, and her eyes lit up instantly. Yaoer, this water is so sweet, just like sugar. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Aunt Xiao, I did put some glucose in this water. Drinking it can not only quench your thirst, but also relieve fatigue and relax your body and mind. I see. Then this is a good thing, I have to drink more. Xiang Xinyao nodded with bright eyes. Yeah, drink more, it's good for your body. Bai Jing deliberately joked. Oh, it's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Your own mother, didn't have the chance to drink your glucose water, but my future mother-in-law drank it first. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Your daughter gave you a drink as early as when you were in Dawan village, and your daughter didn't favor one over the other. Bai Jing smiled slyly. Okay, Mom is joking with you. Mom is not stupid. Can't Mom drink the water you gave you different? Xiang Xinyao pouted and shrugged. I'll go turn the roasted wild boar. Helian E grabbed her little hand. So many men are turning the roasted wild boar next to you. Do you still need to do it? Sit down and take a rest. Xiang Xinyao was pulled by Helian E to sit next to her, and she also pressed her little head against her legs. Helian E's body was fragrant, and her thighs were soft. In addition, the material of her dress was extremely soft, and Xiang Xinyao felt very comfortable against it. Xiang Xinyao rubbed her face against Helian E's thigh and closed her eyes to enjoy the rare warmth. The fragrance of wildflowers mixed with the faint fragrance of Helian E made Xiang Xinyao feel particularly at ease, and soon she felt sleepy. Unconsciously, Xiang Xinyao actually fell asleep on Helian E's thigh. The spring wind was a bit strong. Helian E frowned slightly and then waved to Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan walked to Helian E's side. Before he could speak, Helian E whispered, Nanner, go to the carriage to get a blanket to cover Yaoer. Mo Jinan frowned. Mother, it's windy outside. Why don't I take Yaoer to sleep in the carriage? Helian E shook her head. Don't move her. Be careful not to wake her up. Go get a blanket. Okay. Mo Jinan had to turn around and get a blanket from the carriage. Little did they know that Xiang Yanjua had already discovered that Xiang Xinyao had fallen asleep and had gone to the carriage to take the blanket down. Mo Jinan naturally reached out to take the blanket from Xiang Yanjua's hand, but Xiang Yanjua smiled faintly and avoided his hand. Mr. Mo, I only have this one sister. It's your business how you pamper and love her. As a brother, I care about my sister, so don't compete with me for her. Mo Jinan twitched his mouth and then smiled faintly. Yaoer's 3 brothers all love Yaoer very much. It's natural for a brother to love his sister. Wouldn't it be better if a few more people could love your fiancé? Okay, future brother-in-law, you take it over. I'll go see the roasted whole pig and get some charcoal. After saying that, Mo Jinan walked toward the fire. Helian E pouted and muttered in his heart. This stinky boy, he is to love his own wife. He doesn't even understand this principle. Why did I give birth to such a blockhead? Fortunately, the boy from the Xiang family is Yaoer's sister, otherwise he would have kidnapped your wife. The sky gradually darkened, and the aroma of the barbecue became stronger. At this time, the whole pig had been roasted golden and shiny, and the aroma went straight into Xiang Xinyao's nostrils, waking her up directly.
Wow.
It smells so good. Is my roasted whole pig cooked? Mo Jinan smiled gently. Yaoer, we don't know if the roasted whole pig is cooked. Come and have a look. Xiang Xinyao jumped up and took small steps to rush towards the roasted whole pig.
Wow.
Perfect. Give me the knife. I want to see if it's cooked. It's been roasted for more than 2 hours. Mo Jinan handed a dagger to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao took the dagger and cut the meat on the wild boar's hind legs and back. The pig's hind legs and spine are the thickest parts of the whole wild boar. As long as the meat in these 2 places is cooked, other parts will definitely not be uncooked. However, a little bit of red blood still flowed from the hind legs and the spine. Oh, it's still a little undercooked. We need to roast it for a while longer. Mo Jinan, add some more charcoal. The servants quickly added some more charcoal to the fire. Sun Huaiyan touched his hungry stomach and looked greedy. Aw. I'm starving to death, kid. Can you cut a piece for me to fill my stomach? I'm almost fainting from hunger. I don't have any strength at all. Xiang Xinyao patted her forehead. It's so late. Everyone must be hungry. Come around. Let's roast and eat. Everyone gathered around excitedly, rubbing their hands and staring at the roasted whole pig on the fire with shining eyes. Sun Huaiyan swallowed his saliva. Hee, this roasted whole pig makes people drool. Today is the most difficult day in my life. Xiang Xinyao muttered a spell that she didn't understand. And then with a thought, a table and a clean tray appeared in front of everyone. Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xinyao, smiled gently, and stretched out his big hand. Yaoer, give me the knife. I'll cut the meat. Let me do it. I seriously doubt that you don't know where to start. I don't know. You can tell me. This wild boar is still roasting on the fire. It's very hot. Mo Jinan's meaning is self-evident. I feel bad if I burn you. Sun Huaiyan snatched the dagger from Xiang Xinyao's hand. Give it to you. It's just cutting meat. I'm good at it, and I'm even better at eating meat, hee. Haha. Everyone laughed, except Tang Taizhu and Tang Xiaolian. Although the brother and sister did not laugh, they were affected by the joyful atmosphere, and their mood was much better. Xiang Xinyao said, Little old man, the forelegs and spine of the wild boar are not cooked yet. Pick the thin part of the meat first. Sun Huaiyan nodded. I'm not stupid. Don't worry. I know where to cut. After that, Sun Huaiyan waved the dagger in his hand, and a piece of meat on the wild boar's belly was cut off by him. As the meat was cut, the aroma became stronger. We didn't eat much at noon, and we just filled our stomachs casually. We were already starving. Such a strong and tempting aroma made everyone swallow their saliva wildly. Mo Jinan took out a dagger and cut the meat cut by Sun Huaiyan into slices. Xiang Xinyao took out a few small bowls and some barbecue dipping sauce from the space and poured the barbecue dipping sauce into a small bowl. Everyone come and try it. This is a barbecue dipping sauce made from many kinds of seasonings and chili powder. Those who can eat spicy food can try it. The taste is very good. Everyone reached out and grabbed the slices of meat and stuffed them into their mouths. At the beginning, everyone had to taste the original taste of the barbecue first. The grilled meat is a combination of fat and lean meat. Your mouth will be filled with oil when you take a bite, but it won't feel greasy at all. The skin of the meat is crispy and delicious, and the fragrance is so fragrant that I can't find words to describe it.
Wow.
It's so fragrant, delicious, and not greasy. The more you chew, the more fragrant it is. The meat is quite delicate, and it doesn't taste like wild boar meat at all. Xiang Tianyang praised. Xiang Xinyao picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the dipping sauce, and stuffed it into her mouth. The fragrant and spicy taste instantly filled her entire mouth.
Wow.
It's so satisfying, so delicious. Helian Yi picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the dipping sauce, and was about to stuff it into her mouth. Xiang Xinyao quickly grabbed it. Annie Chiao, if you are not used to spicy food, it's better to dip it a little bit for the first time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you can't stand it. Helian Yi smiled indifferently. Yaoer, don't worry. I can eat spicy food, but I haven't eaten it for too long. Then dip it a little less and slowly get used to it. This pepper is a bit strong. Helian Yi nodded, picked up a piece of barbecue again, dipped it in a little dipping sauce, and then stuffed it into her mouth. So delicious. I haven't eaten anything spicy since I came to Lingxiao country. I miss this taste so much. Sun Huaiyan dipped a piece into his mouth, and the next second he inhaled wildly with a hiss. Sure enough, spicy enough. I feel like my mouth is on fire. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. Then you dip less chili. Who told you to dip so much at once? Hee, I just want to try how spicy it is. Sure enough, I didn't disappoint you, hiss hiss. After eating a few pieces in a row, the men didn't feel anything, but the women felt a little greasy. Especially those with more fat. It feels like the mouth is full of oil after a bite. Even Xiang Xinyao frowned a little. Even if the wild boar she raised was only more than 200 pounds, the fat content of the fat was extremely high. After rolling her eyes twice, Xiang Xinyao walked towards the stream. When she came to the stream, she pulled out some cabbage from the space, took out a basin and squatted by the stream to wash the cabbage. While washing the cabbage, she muttered, "It's a pity that there are no lettuce seeds. Otherwise, I would plant some lettuce and wrap the barbecue with lettuce. That would be a unique way." Without lettuce, she could only use cabbage instead. However, the cabbage planted in the space was watered with spiritual spring water, and the taste of eating raw is also quite good. It is not only crispy, sweet, and juicy, but also particularly greasy. After washing the cabbage, Xiang Xinyao brought a basin of raw cabbage to everyone and put the basin on the table. Pick up a leaf of cabbage, then pick up a piece of barbecue, dip it in some sauce, wrap the meat with cabbage leaves, and put it in your mouth. The crispy, sweet, and delicious cabbage is paired with the spicy and refreshing barbecue, which is simply too delicious. It's delicious. You won't feel sick of it if you eat it this way. It's so refreshing. Helian E exclaimed, "Yaoer, the cabbage is still raw.
Can you eat it?"
Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Aunt Xiao, it can be eaten and the taste is quite good. The key is that I understand you."
"Please try it."
Xiang Tianyang twitched his mouth. "Yaoer, is this cabbage poured with manure?" This time it was Xiang Xinyao's turn to twitch his mouth wildly. "This is my father. We are eating barbecue. Isn't it inappropriate to ask if it is poured with manure? Are you going to let people eat it?" Helian E, who had just stretched out her hand to take the cabbage, paused, staring at Xiang Xinyao, looking forward to her answer. Helian E believed in Xiang Xinyao. Hearing Xiang Xinyao say that cabbage is clean and hygienic, she stretched out her hand and picked up a leaf of cabbage, dipped a piece of meat in it, wrapped it with cabbage leaves, and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing the cabbage and meat in her mouth, Helian E exclaimed with joy, "Well, it tastes good. I didn't expect that raw cabbage can be so delicious." Xiang Yanlin said, "Sister, these vegetables are all made by your magic, not planted by yourself. How do you know that they have not been watered with manure?" "It is because I made them that I am sure that these vegetables have not been watered with manure." "Do you think that I am making magic to make vegetables from other people's vegetable gardens? What's the difference between that and stealing? Besides, do vegetables from other people's vegetable gardens taste so good?" "That makes sense." Emojina nodded and said, "The things that Yaoer makes taste very special, and they are all better than what we usually eat. I believe in Yaoer." After Emojinan finished speaking, he also picked up a leaf of cabbage, wrapped a piece of barbecue, and stuffed it into his mouth to chew. It really relieves greasiness. The cabbage is crispy, sweet, and juicy, just like eating fruit. Everyone wrapped the barbecue with cabbage and ate it so happily. The more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. In the end, more than half of the more than 200 kilograms of roasted whole pig was consumed, and the rest was collected by Xiang Xinyao into the space and put into the space suite. After eating and drinking, everyone added firewood to the fire, talked around it, and imagined the future together. The rebellious soldiers gathered around another fire and discussed something in a low voice. Everyone had a look of expectation on their faces, and their eyes looked at Emoji Nan and Xiang Xinyao from time to time. 2/4 of an hour later, the soldiers stood up collectively, came to Emoji Nan and Xiang Xinyao, and knelt down together. The leading soldier said, "Mr. Emo, Miss Xiang, we don't want to go back to Bianjing.
Can you take us in?
Let us stay by your side and serve you." Xiang Xinyao and Emoji Nan turned their heads to look at the soldiers and saw that they looked sincere. Emoji Nan said, "The moment you took off your military uniforms, you were already ours. Otherwise, how could you get all those delicious foods?" When the soldiers heard this, they were overjoyed, and their eyes were shining. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "But I have to say this. Whoever dares to leak any information about us to Bianjing will be killed." The leader answered firmly, "Don't worry, Miss Xiang. Since we have decided not to return to Bianjing, there is no reason for us to seek death." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Also, you will follow us in the future to farm the land. We can't just let you do the trivial things of guarding the house. Our future homeland needs everyone to build and protect it together. We also need to be self-sufficient in food, clothing, and daily necessities. Without hard work, we can't have a good life in the future." The soldiers nodded. The leader smiled and said, Don't worry, Miss Yang. We will definitely build and protect our homeland together. In the future, we will be the farmhands of Miss Yang and Mr. Mo. We can work and farm. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Get up and have a rest. We still have to travel tomorrow. The soldiers, no. It should be said that the farmhands got up excitedly and returned to the fire. The reason why they were willing to work as farmhands for Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinnan and were unwilling to return to Bianjing was because they had barely made ends meet since they joined the army. They could not even think of eating meat to their heart's content like tonight. The little military pay they received in a month was not enough to cover their monthly expenses, unless they were frugal. It was different for them to follow Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinnan. They would eat whatever their masters ate these 2 days. It is no exaggeration to say that from childhood to adulthood, they have never eaten such delicious meals, nor have they ever eaten too much. At most, they can eat until they are 70% full. Only in these 2 days did they truly experience what it feels like to be completely full. The balance in their hearts has completely tilted, and they all betrayed Xinyao without even having to play any tricks on her. There is no way. In an era when people are hungry and cold, filling their stomachs is the most important thing in life. The farmhands came close to the servants brought by Xiang Jia and Mo Jinnan and started chatting in a buzzing manner. The farmhands were overjoyed to learn that the Xiang family and Mo Jinnan never treated their servants harshly. Come to think of it, even when the master's property was confiscated and he was exiled, there were still servants willing to suffer with him. This shows how tolerant the master is towards his servants. Moreover, Xiang's family and Mo Jinnan were confiscated and exiled, but they were protected by masters both overtly and covertly, which shows how good the character of the two families is. That night, the farmhands were so excited that they couldn't fall asleep for a long time because Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinnan accepted them. Others should sleep, practice their exercises, or keep watch. Early the next morning, before daybreak, the servants and farmhands went to fetch firewood, rekindled the fire early, and boiled a large pot of hot water. Xiang Xinyao opened her eyes and immediately used magic to take out pots, pans, and rice from the space, and ordered the servants to cook porridge. The farmhands built 3 simple stoves with stones, and the servants were responsible for washing rice and cooking porridge. Xiang Xinyao added spiritual spring water to all the water used to cook the porridge. Xiang Xinyao once again took out the leftover barbecue from last night from the space, tied it to the rack with wire, and continued to bake it over the fire. By the time the rice porridge was ready, Xiang Xinyao had already taken Tang Xiaolian and several maids to slice the barbecue and put it on a tray. The rich fragrance spread all around, waking Helian Yi from her sleep. Apart from being knocked unconscious by Xiang Xinyao, this was the most sound sleep Helian Yi had had since she was placed under house arrest by the emperor. Opening her eyes, Helian Yi sniffed. It smells so good. Helian Yi put on her shoes with the help of the servants, lifted the curtain, and got off the carriage. After washing up with the help of the servants, Xiang Xinyao handed her a water bag. Aunt Xiao, drink some water first and get ready for breakfast. Helian Yi took the water bag and drank 2 sips with her head tilted back. At this time, Mo Jinnan served 2 bowls of rice porridge, one for Xiang Tianyang and one for Bai Jing. Xiang Tianyang said seriously, "Send it to your mother first. Although she is not in Bianjing now, your mother is still the person with the highest status." Cough, cough, cough. Helian Yi was caught off guard and choked by the water and kept coughing. Xiang Xinyao quickly patted her back to relieve her breath. When Helian Yi recovered, she walked up to Xiang Tianyang and his wife and said, "Seriously, Brother Xiang, have you forgotten what we said before? From now on, I am just an ordinary widow whose husband died, the mother of Nana, the future mother-in-law of Yaoer, and the elder of the children, without any other identity. It is my blessing that Yaoer is filial to me, and it is also my duty for Nanner to be filial to you. Don't mention your status in the future." Xiang Tianyang and Bai Jing nodded repeatedly and took the white rice porridge handed by Mo Jinnan. The thick rice porridge with barbecue is nutritious and delicious for breakfast. After eating and drinking, the servants and the farmhands cleaned the pots and bowls. Xiang Xinyao put the pots and pans into the space, and the farmhands completely extinguished the fire, and then set off in a mighty manner. Since the group was dressed as a caravan, they still stayed symbolically in the town where they should stay. After 5 consecutive days without encountering the killer, Xiang Xinyao became bolder. Passing by towns, she no longer made symbolic stops, but took her 3 brothers and Mo Jinan to conduct field investigations. Now that she was getting closer and closer to Yunqing, she certainly had to investigate it carefully. Which town was suitable for what business? Which town had more special vegetables or crops? She wanted to investigate all of these one by one. She would not give up the opportunity to buy special vegetable seeds. If she couldn't buy them on the street, she would go door to door to find them. Because of this, the group wasted a lot of time. 20 days passed before the group arrived in Luocheng. At their current speed, it would take at least 20 days from Luocheng to Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao was not in a hurry to get on the road, but Mo Jinan was very anxious. His fiancée had already reached the age of 15, but she had not yet held the 15-year-old ceremony. Mo Jinan wanted to return to Dian village as soon as possible to hold a 15-year-old ceremony for Xiang Xinyao. But his little fiancé didn't care about the 15-year-old ceremony at all. For Xiang Xinyao, the 15-year-old ceremony was nothing more than a birthday. A 15-year-old birthday is really not that important. However, in Lingxiao country, the ceremony for women to come of age must be quite grand. The ceremony symbolizes a woman's adulthood and also carries the preparation for entering married life. Through the ceremony, women learn etiquette knowledge, such as women's virtues, women's appearance, women's skills, and women's words, and feel the responsibility and honor of the family. Although Mo Jinan did not ask Xiang Xinyao to learn any women's virtues and women's words, he was anxious to get engaged. His fiancée is so beautiful, so special, and so capable, he is to hurry up. He felt uneasy if he didn't settle the marriage. Although the two had an engagement, it was set by the late emperor. Now they were exiled and demoted to commoners. Xiang Xinyao could cancel the engagement set by the late emperor at any time. Moreover, Mo Jinan didn't want others to always have ideas about Xiang Xinyao, but he was powerless now.
Montag Jin was Peking.
After staying in Luocheng for 2 days, Xiang Xinyao found a lot of vegetable seeds, black bean seeds, and antique vases, and then set off with satisfaction. Less than an hour after leaving Luocheng and getting on the official road, a hurried shout suddenly came from behind. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Please make way, people in front!" Mo Jinan frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound a little familiar? Mo Jinan was riding on the horse's back, frowning and turning his head to look. 2 tall horses galloped over, and on the horses were 2 men in black and white, dressed in tight clothes, who looked about 24 or 25 years old. The 2 men were carrying bags on their backs and kept beating their horses to hurry on. The coachman hurriedly pulled the carriage to the side to make way for the 2 men who were rushing on the road. Just as the 2 passed by Mo Jinan said, "Lei Junkie."
Whoa.
The 2 men on the horse suddenly tightened the reins, and the 2 horses raised their front hooves high. The 2 men clamped their legs tightly around the horses' bellies and leaned forward as much as possible, just to stabilize their bodies and not fall off the horses. When the horses stopped completely, the 2 men turned their heads and looked at Mo Jinan. Because Mo Jinan was wearing a human skin mask, the 2 men were unable to recognize him at all. In addition, the 2 of them were galloping on their horses, so they couldn't hear Mo Jinan's voice. The man in white clothes said, "Brother, may I ask who you are? How do you know my name?" Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. "You 2 brothers can't even recognize my voice, right? How is the matter going?" This time, the Lei brothers finally recognized Mo Jinan's voice. Lei Junkie's face was full of excitement. "King." Mo Jinan glared at him fiercely, and he suddenly reacted. "So it's Mr. Mo. We brothers finally caught up with you. Fortunately, we have fulfilled our mission, and things are going smoothly. Junkie Junlin, thank you for your hard work." The man in black tights curled his lips. "TSK, we brothers don't accept verbal thanks. If you want to thank us 2 brothers, Mr. Mo, you have to show some sincerity." Mo Jin smiled indifferently. Is it okay to accompany you two brothers to get drunk? Lei Junlin shook his head. It's not quite there yet. Xiang Xinyao lifted the car curtain and stuck her head out to look at the two brothers of the Lei family. The two look exactly the same, and they are identical twins at first glance. If they were in modern times, they would definitely be handsome guys that little girls like. Lei Junki took off the bag on his back and handed it to Mo Jin with both hands. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission, but the body cannot be carried over a long distance, so I have to burn it and bring the ashes with me. Mo Jin took the bundle with his trembling hands, his eyes moistened. Thank you, brothers. Lei Junki said, Brothers, there is no need to be so polite. If it weren't for your nephew, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Xiang Xinyao was full of questions, but she had a vague guess in her heart, but at this moment, she couldn't ask more. The next second, Mo Jin called out, Taizhu, Xiaolian, come out. Tang Taizhu and Tang Xiaolian got off the carriage and looked at Mo Jin with a puzzled look. Mo Jin jumped off the horse, walked in front of the brother and sister, and said in a deep voice, Kneel down. Ask your mother to go home with us. The brother and sister widened their eyes, with a look of disbelief on their faces, and were petrified on the spot. Mo Jin continued, Unfortunately, the body cannot be carried for a long journey, so we can only cremate your mother. Here are your mother's ashes.
Mom.
The brother and sister burst into tears instantly, and they could no longer hold back their tears. They thought they would never have the chance to visit their mother's grave in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Mo Jin actually had someone send their mother's ashes. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were also wet, although she couldn't see Hong Tsuelon off for the last time. But bringing the ashes back to Dawan village for burial was also a way to leave no regrets for the Tang brothers and sisters. Tang Taizhu took his mother's urn with trembling hands and held it tightly in his arms. Mom, your child will take you home. Go home with brother Mo and sister Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao got off the carriage and walked to Mo Jin. Mo Jin said, Yaoer, let me introduce them to you. They are the legitimate sons of General Lei, the general of the cavalry, Lei Junki and Lei Junlin. This is my fiancé Xiang Xinyao. The two brothers smiled and nodded, greeting each other softly. Miss Xiang. Xiang Xinyao clasped her fists towards the Lei brothers and said, Thank you for your help. The two brothers naturally did not ask for sincerity as Mo Jin did. Xiang Xinyao was full of gratitude. You have to thank me. Let's find a place to have a picnic this afternoon. I will provide you with good wine and good meat. How about you get drunk? Lei Junlin waved his hand. Miss Xiang, it's not the right time to get drunk. We can get drunk when we arrive in Yunqing. Well, when we arrive in Yunqing, I will provide you with good wine and good meat. I will not let you down. Mo Jin gave the Lei brothers a meaningful look. You two are in for a treat. Let's go. We should hurry up. Xiang Xinyao reached out and helped Tang Xiaolian up. Get in the car. Take your mother back to our new home. The Tang brothers and sisters nodded and got on the carriage holding Hong Tsuelon's urn. The team added 2 more people, and the group continued on their way. Lei Junki asked with a puzzled look, Mr. Mo, where are the soldiers escorting you? Have they been dealt with? The former leader of the soldiers who had rebelled behind him twitched his mouth, but did not dare to say a word. Mo Jin smiled and said, There's no need to call me so distant. You can call me Jinan or Lao Mo from now on. The soldiers escorting us are behind me. They were all persuaded by Yaoer's delicious food.
Ah?
Delicious food? Did I hear it right? Lei Junki looked incredible. They are prisoners. They were handcuffed and shackled when they set out, and they couldn't bring anything. How could they persuade soldiers to rebel with delicious food? Mo Jin didn't want to say more, but smiled mysteriously. You heard it right. When you taste the delicious food made by Yaoer, you will know how tempting it is. The Lei brothers didn't have too many requirements for delicious food, as long as they could fill their stomachs. However, the 2 brothers have a special liking for fine wine. The reason why they can become brothers in life and death with Mo Jin is that they met each other through drinking competitions at the beginning. Later, they fought side by side. Mo Nan saved the lives of the two brothers, and the two brothers also risked their lives to save Mo Nan. And Lei's father treated Mo Nan as his own son, and secretly, he was Mo Nan's solid backing. But on the surface, Lei's father and Mo Nan are not on the same side. This time, Mo Nan was exiled. Lei's father stayed in Bianjing, also for the near future. Mo Nan will not let that man stay on the throne for too long, because he is not worthy. The world of the Mo family cannot be destroyed in the hands of that man. It's just not the right time yet. In the evening, the group passed by a small town and decided to rest in the town for a night. As soon as they entered the town, Xiang Xinyao frowned. It was not dark yet, and there were not many people lingering on the street in the town. Occasionally, they met a few people, but they were in a hurry. Xiang Xinyao motioned Mo Nan to come forward, and then said, "Anan, do you think the people in this town are strange?" Mo Nan nodded. "It's strange. It's not dark yet, and there are almost no pedestrians on the street." "Yes, and occasionally I see a few people. They are also in a hurry. This shouldn't be. Don't worry about it for now. Find a place to rest and eat, and then find out what's going on."
Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yeah.
Soon, the group found the only inn in the town. The door of the inn was half open, and it looked extremely deserted. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't understand why. How can there be a store that closes its doors to customers? It's too abnormal. Xiang Xinyao got off the carriage, frowned, and went forward to knock on the door. However, the inn was silent. Not a sound was made, let alone the door being opened. "Hey, this is strange. Does this inn not want to do business anymore?" Just then, a man in his early 40s approached from a distance. The man lowered his head and walked quickly, as if he was in a hurry. Everyone looked at the man. The man seemed to be aware of everyone's gazes. He looked up at Xinyao and her group. The next second, he turned around and ran away for his life. Sun Huaiyan blinked his eyes, used his Qinggong skills to chase after the man. When Sun Huaiyan grabbed the man's clothes, the man trembled with fear. Don't kill me. I really don't have any money on me. Please let me go." Sun Huaiyan frowned. "Who wants to kill you? Do you think I'm a bad guy? Why are you running?" When the man heard that Sun Huaiyan's accent didn't sound like that of a local, he knew he had misunderstood and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I was still holding on for a while, afraid that Sun Huaiyan was also a bad guy." You are not a bad guy, so let me go," Sun Huaiyan said. "It's easy to let you go, but you tell me why you ran away when you saw me and the others?" I don't want to die." "Are you from outside?" "Yes, I am from outside. What's the problem?" "You'd better leave quickly. Our town has been uneasy recently, especially at night." Sun Huaiyan became interested. "You don't have to be afraid. Come on. Tell me why this town is so unpeaceful." The man was about to cry. "I beg you to let me go home. Otherwise, I won't know how I will die later. If you are not afraid of death, don't drag me down with you." Just then, Xiang Xinyao and Mo Nan walked over and just heard what the man said. Xiang Xinyao frowned and said, "Uncle, what is going on? You don't have to be afraid. You won't die as long as we are here. Can you tell us what is going on? Maybe we can help you solve this problem completely." The man was grabbed by Sun Huaiyan and couldn't leave. He could only say with a look of despair, "A few evil ghosts suddenly appeared in the town a month ago, and they came out to harm people at night. Since the evil spirit came to the town, many men have died, and more than a dozen girls have gone missing." Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. "Are there really ghosts in this world? Even if ghosts really do exist, not everyone can see them." Xiang Xinyao asked again, "Uncle, are you sure that the missing girls are all unmarried girls?" The man nodded. "Of course I am sure. Girl, it's getting dark. You should leave quickly." Xiang Xinyao shrugged. "Uncle, let me ask you one last question. Why did the innkeepers close the door and refuse to see us?" "Because you are a girl, and there are several other girls in your group. If you are still on the street at this time, you must have been targeted by evil spirits. The inn certainly does not want to get burned." Xiang Xinyao raised his eyebrows. "Anan, I haven't seen what a real evil spirit looks like. This time I have a chance to see it." Mo Nan nodded. I haven't seen a real evil spirit yet, and I want to see it. Xiang Xinyao's mouth curled up a wicked smile. I wonder if it's exciting enough for king to king? Mo Jin Nan understood immediately. It should be exciting enough.
Let's go to the inn.
Soon, a group of people followed the people pretending to be evil spirits to the broken hut on the west side of the town. When Xiang Xinyao opened the door of the broken hut, his eyes were bloodshot. There were 6 girls in the broken hut, and their clothes were tattered. The exposed skin was blue and purple, and there was almost no good meat. The 6 girls were full of fear in their eyes, and their emotions were on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Xiang Xinyao no longer cared about continuing to play a ghost. She was already furious at the moment. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what these girls had experienced. Their second half of life was ruined by these beasts. With a thought, she had a blanket in her hand. She covered the girls with the blanket in her hand, her eyes full of murderous intent. Turning around, Xiang Xinyao's eyes turned red, and she said angrily, "A bunch of rascals who are worse than beasts, I will destroy you." The others were also full of anger and surrounded the beasts. Xiang Xinyao grabbed the man who was called the Big Brother, grabbed the man's collar with one hand, and slapped the man's face with the other hand. After more than a dozen slaps, the man was dazzled. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Xiang Xinyao shook her hands that were burning from beating people. Completely destroy them. Sun Huaiyan had been wanting to do it for a long time. When he heard Xiang Xinyao say that he would completely destroy them, he immediately jumped up and kicked several beasts.
Ah!
Spare my life. Spare me. Sun Huaiyan and Xiang Yanlin kicked harder and harder, and soon kicked several people to death, with wounds all over their heads and faces. You are so capable of pretending to be evil ghosts and harming young girls. I will destroy you, who are worse than beasts. After saying that, Sun Huaiyan raised his foot and stepped on the man's crotch.
Ah!
The pig-like screams almost overturned the roof of the broken hut. But Sun Huaiyan still didn't stop, stepping on the crotch of several beasts one by one. Screams rang out one after another, and Xiang Xinyao frowned and covered her ears that were buzzing from the shock. Sun Huaiyan stepped on the crotch, and the Lei brothers stepped on the calves. The crisp sound of caca rang out one after another, and the screams became more deafening. Xiang Xinyao and his group quickly destroyed several beasts, without any drag, and were quick and neat. Originally, they wanted to have a good time, but when they saw those miserable girls, Xiang Xinyao lost interest in playing. Mo Jin Nan said, "Yaoer, how are you going to deal with these beasts next?" Xiang Xinyao replied, "I don't want to deal with them. Let the families of those who are hurt by them deal with them. They are so cruel, they deserve to be skinned alive. Keep their current outfits and take them back to the town. Then let the innkeeper find a way to call all the residents of the town, and let the residents of the town decide how to deal with them."
Montag Jin nodded, okay.
Xiang Xinyao turned and came to the 6 injured girls and said softly, "Don't be afraid. You are safe now. I will take you home." The 6 girls were still curled up, their eyes full of despair. Xiang Xinyao couldn't even see the slightest desire to survive in their eyes. One of the girls said in despair, "Thank you for helping us get revenge, but I can't go back." As soon as the girls spoke, the other girls nodded with tears in their eyes. "I can't go back either. And me, if I go back like this, my parents will beat me to death." Xiang Xinyao was shocked and asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why can't I go back?" The girl who spoke first said, "My parents only want to send me to exchange for a dowry. Now that I have lost my innocence, who would be willing to give a dowry? I will be beaten to death if I go back." Another girl also cried and said, "My parents are the same. They only want to send me to a rich family in exchange for a dowry to save money for my brother to marry a wife. Without my innocence, how can I go back to that family? Our situations are similar. Without my innocence, my parents can't use us to exchange for a dowry." Xiang Xinyao was so angry that her breathing gradually became heavy. Is this the only value of a girl? Such a family is comparable to her adoptive parents' family. The only difference is that she is not the biological daughter of her adoptive parents, but these girls should all be the biological daughters of their parents. How can their parents bear it? Look down on girls, right? Then she will make the parents of these girls regret it. Xiang Xinyao squatted down and said, "You go back with me first. If your parents really can't accept you, I will help you find a way." A girl said, "What can I do? If you lose your innocence before getting married, you will be dragged to the pond. Anyway, you will die, so it's better to end it now." Xiang Xinyao comforted, "Don't think so. If your parents really can't explain your loss of innocence, you can just go to farm with me. Anyway, as long as you don't starve to death, it's the same wherever you live." When she returns to Dawan village, Xiang Xinyao will continue to buy a lot of land, and those fields need someone to plant. These girls are all from poor families and are good at work. Their parents can't accept daughters who can't exchange for betrothal gifts. If Xiang Xinyao takes them away, not only can they save their lives, but they can also help Xiang Xinyao a lot. Why not? When the 6 girls heard this, a glimmer of light slowly emerged in their desperate eyes. They are only teenagers and don't want to die yet. But having lost their innocence, their lives are completely ruined. How can they still have the desire to live? Parents who favor boys over girls never treat them well. They raise them only to get some gifts to help the men in the family. Women who have lost their innocence are not only worthless, but they may even be dragged to the pond. Even if they lose their innocence due to persecution, they will still be looked down upon by everyone, and the possibility of finding a husband's family in the future is almost zero. Xiang Xinyao continued, "Women don't have to only marry. As long as we have the ability and can support ourselves, why do we have to rely on men? Some women marry the wrong person and are still tortured by their husband's family. Not only do they have to give birth to children for their husband's family, but they also have to serve their parents-in-law and are even beaten by their husbands. We have hands and feet and can support ourselves. Why do we have to rely on men to live? If we meet a man who is worth cherishing, worth relying on, and who cares about us, we should cherish him. If we don't meet him, can't we be beautiful alone? Life is only once, so cherish it while you live it." The eyes of the 6 girls became brighter and brighter, and they all nodded heavily. The 6 girls nodded firmly. Xiang Xinyao stood up and closed the door of the hut and took out a few clean coats from the space for them to wear. After being dressed neatly, Xiang Xinyao opened the door of the hut and walked out of the hut with the 6 girls who were supporting each other. After putting the sedan chair into the space, Mo Nan and others picked up the beasts like dead dogs and returned to the town and together. Several beasts dressed as evil spirits were thrown at the door of the inn, and Xiang Yanlin went forward and knocked on the door. "Shopkeeper, open the door, we are back." The next second, the shopkeeper opened the door of the inn. Xiang Yanlin quickly took off the evil ghost mask on his face and smiled gently. "Shopkeeper, all the evil ghosts in your town have been caught. It's still early now. You should quickly find a way to gather the residents of the entire town and let them all come to see who the evil ghosts are. Let everyone deal with the evil ghosts." The shopkeeper widened his eyes and looked at the group of evil ghosts thrown at the door. Really caught?" Xiang Yanlin said, "Could it be fake?"
Go.
"Okay, I'll go now. Little boy, hurry up, take the gong and follow me." The inn's waiter ran out with the gong. As soon as he got to the shopkeeper snatched the gong from the second boy and ran to the street, knocking it. "Fathers and villagers, come out quickly. A hero has caught the evil ghost. Old and young masters, come out quickly. The evil ghost has been caught." The shopkeeper shouted while knocking, and the child also shouted in agreement. At first, the residents of the town did not believe that anyone could catch the elusive evil ghost. It was not until someone heard the voices of the innkeeper and the waiter that someone came out to inquire about the situation in detail. Seeing the innkeeper and the waiter with their own eyes, the villagers believed it and helped the shopkeeper and the waiter to gather the rest of the residents. Half an hour later, almost all the residents of the town came to the outside of the inn. The streets were densely packed with people, even extending to dozens of meters away. Densely packed torches were raised in the air, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Xiang Xinyao and his group had removed their disguises and only wore ordinary human skin masks. At Xiang Xinyao's signal, the innkeeper stood up. Fellow villagers, the evil ghosts have been caught by the heroes beside me, and the missing girls in our town have also been rescued by the heroes. These evil ghosts are so unscrupulous that they have killed several people in the town and kidnapped 6 girls. Next, let's take a good look at what kind of monsters these evil ghosts are. After the innkeeper finished speaking, the waiter came out of the inn carrying a bucket of water. With a splash, the waiter poured the whole bucket of water on the beasts, waking them up at the same time. The white powder on the faces of the beasts pretending to be evil ghosts was washed away by the water. When they looked up and saw a large group of residents in the town in front of them, the beasts were completely panicked. They lowered their heads and kept reaching out to grab their hair, trying to cover their faces with their hair. An old man in his 50s blinked his eyes and said, "Can ghosts be wet by water? Are these evil ghosts real or fake?" Xiang Xinyao said, "Fellow villagers, these evil ghosts are no longer able to hurt you. You will know whether they are human or real ghosts if you go forward and take a look." When the common people heard this, they were no longer afraid. Several young and middle-aged men bravely stepped forward and quickly pushed away the hair covering the faces of several evil ghosts. The next second, many people gasped. Why are they here? Xiang Xinyao suddenly narrowed her eyes. There were actually residents in the town who knew these beasts. Things were becoming more and more interesting. Many people looked in disbelief, and they just couldn't believe that they were the ones who had made everyone in the town panic and nervous for the past month. At this moment, a man in his early 40s with many patches on his clothes stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped one of the beasts hard in the face. "You beast, unfilial son! How could you do such a heartless thing?" After scolding him, he gave his son a kick. A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and the angry old father frowned as he looked at his son, who was limp on the ground and wailing. "You little beast, get up quickly, kneel down, and apologize to us." The man who was kicked was in so much pain that he burst into tears and wailed, "Dad, they broke my legs." He didn't dare say that he had been completely ruined. The families of those girls whose innocence they had ruined were still watching them covetously. The old father was stunned, and then he saw his son's legs that were completely deformed. He raised his head and looked at Xiang Xinyao and her group with anger on his face. "Why? Even if he did something wrong, you shouldn't have used such a heavy hand." Xiang Xinyao smiled coldly and was about to speak when someone next to her shouted angrily, "You shouldn't be so harsh. Did you know that they pretended to be evil spirits to kill people and kidnapped 6 beautiful girls? Look at those girls yourself. Their faces are covered with scars. And do the people they killed deserve to die?" The middle-aged man was stunned by the yelling. He looked at the 6 girls with hatred on their faces and was unable to utter a word. The girls were wearing new clothes, their faces and necks were covered with bruises, and their eyes were filled with hatred. Anyone with a discerning eye could guess what the 6 girls had been through, yet this old father could still stand up and accuse Xiang Xinyao and her group of being too harsh. Not to mention crippling them. Even killing them is what they deserve. Several other parents who were pretending to be evil spirits finally squeezed to the front. When they saw that their sons also had deformed legs and were curled up on the ground in pain like a puddle of mud, their eyes instantly turned red. At this time, the parents of the 6 girls also squeezed forward with great effort. Seeing their daughter's current appearance, they were even more heartbroken, and their eyes were full of resentment. The mother of one of the girls stepped forward, grabbed the girl's shoulders, and shook her vigorously. "Huar, tell me, are you still innocent?" The girl's face was covered with tears. She shook her head in despair and couldn't utter a word. The girl's mother fell to the ground, feeling as if the sky had fallen. They had raised their daughter with great difficulty and were about to get some money in exchange for a dowry to support a boy in the family, but now all their hopes had vanished into thin air. They all knew that the families of those beasts pretending to be evil spirits were very poor, and it could be said that they could not even afford to marry a wife. Mo Jin Man said coldly, "Why do you pretend to be evil ghosts and harm the people in the town? Tell me?" Several beasts huddled on the ground, trembling, and no one dared to speak. If everything they did were told out loud, they would definitely be beaten to death by the residents of the entire town. After waiting for a while, no one answered, and Mo Jinnan's eyes became colder. You won't say it, right? Yaoer, give me a pair of pliers, I'll pull out their teeth first. If they still don't say it after pulling it out, I'll pull out their tongues. Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly, put her hand into her sleeve, and with a thought, a pair of pliers appeared in her hand. Handing the pliers to Mo Jinnan, Xiang Xinyao also taught him how to use the pliers intimately. Mo Jinnan nodded, took the pliers and took 2 steps forward, pinched one of the mouths open, and clamped the pliers on one of the front teeth. The man was so scared that his body was wet, and he said vaguely, Don't pull my teeth, I'll tell you. Mo Jinnan took back the pliers and looked at him coldly. The man said, Our families are very poor, so poor that we can't afford to marry a wife. It turned out that several of them had reached the age of marriage, and because they were spoiled by their parents, they were lazy and gluttonous. They couldn't come up with the bride price, and the nearby girls of marriageable age looked down on them. One day, the eldest brother among them accidentally ran into a couple who were having an affair while working outside in the wild. Since then, the eldest brother's mind was full of the picture of a woman enjoying herself under a man at night, and he couldn't get rid of it. After holding it in for half a month, the eldest brother couldn't stand it anymore. So, he gathered a few people who were close to him and wanted to kidnap a woman to relieve his heat. But they were all residents of a small town, and they would see each other everywhere. If they went out like this, they were afraid of being recognized. Several people got together to think of a way, and finally decided to dress up as evil spirits to commit crimes. After the first crime was successful, several young guys tasted the sweetness and the taste of women, and they couldn't stop from then on. As for the people they killed, they were all people who found out that they were going to kidnap girls and took up weapons to fight them. After killing several people and missing 3 or 4 girls, someone saw their evil spirit costumes. Since then, the news of the haunted town has spread, and the residents of the town have begun to panic and live in fear all day long. At dusk, people who were still outside in every household rushed home in a hurry. Before it was completely dark, every household had their doors closed, and even at night they could only use chamber pots in their rooms. Therefore, the courage of several people became bigger and bigger. At night, they dressed up as evil ghosts and wandered around the town. If they couldn't kidnap girls in the town, they would continue to wander around, waiting for young girls passing by outside the town, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After the man finished speaking, a moment later, the parents and relatives of the girls, as well as the families of the people who were killed in the town, rushed forward and punched and kicked the disabled beasts. At this time, their anger reached the limit, and they didn't care about the injuries on the beasts at all. After venting, the parents of several girls looked at their daughters, their eyes full of disappointment and helplessness. The girls have lost their innocence, and the men who insulted them are all disabled. Where should they go? Seeing the expressions on their parents' faces, the girls' eyes were filled with disappointment, and they looked at Xiang Xinyao with tears in their eyes. Xiang Xinyao sighed. Alas. Girls, I will give you a chance to make your own choice so that you won't regret it in the future. You can go back to your parents or choose to leave with me. But I have to be frank with you, if you follow me, you will still have to work. I will pay you wages every month, but you have to support yourself. If you want to go with me, please stand beside me. We will leave town early tomorrow morning. As soon as Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, 6 girls walked up to her without hesitation. The parents of the 6 girls were all stunned. They had raised their daughters with great difficulty, but now they had gained nothing in return. Were they going to lose them completely? They were unwilling to give up. After all, they had raised the child for more than 10 years. One of the women said, "No, you can't take my daughter away. We worked so hard to raise her. Even if she loses her innocence and is sent to a rich family as a concubine, we can get some money in exchange for a dowry." Xiang Xinyao was so angry that she laughed. "You raised your daughter just to sell her for money?" The woman's eyes flickered. Then she raised her head and said, "Of course, girls can't carry on the family line and can't continue the incense. Apart from raising her up in exchange for some dowry, what use is she to?" Xiang Xinyao sneered. "How much silver did your parents get for selling you?" You are also a woman, so apart from getting some dowry for your parents, what use are you to? Of course, to give birth to children for my husband's family and continue the incense.
Oh.
Then you still think you are great? Give birth to children? And use the money from selling your daughter to raise a son? If you have to rely on selling your daughter to support a son, then why did you give birth to him? A daughter can only be sold once. If you have no money again, do you have to give birth to another daughter, raise her up and sell her? The woman blushed at Xiang Xinyao's retort, but she still felt that she did nothing wrong. Ever since she could remember, this concept has been deeply rooted in her heart. If she can't give birth to a son, she will be a sinner in her husband's family. If she gives birth to a daughter, she can only marry someone in exchange for a dowry. Xiang Xinyao continued to ask, "Who are you going to sell your daughter to? How much silver?" The woman glanced at the man next to her and motioned for him to speak. The man shrank his neck at Xiang Xinyao's sharp gaze, but still spoke with courage, "At least 10 taels of silver." The couple's daughter turned pale in an instant, and her eyes were dead silent. She was ruined by someone, and her parents still wanted to use her to exchange for a dowry. How could there be such parents in the world? Xiang Xinyao smiled, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "You want money, right? I'll give you 10 taels of silver, but I have a condition. You and your daughter will completely break off relations in the future." The woman agreed without hesitation. "This is what you said. You give us 10 taels of silver, and you take our daughter away. She will have no relationship with us in the future." Xiang Xinyao nodded, "No problem. Come to the inn early tomorrow morning, and we'll go to the government office together to let the county magistrate sign a document of breaking off relations for you. I'll give you the silver on the spot." The couple looked at each other, nodded with joy on their faces, and secretly rejoiced in their hearts. They didn't expect that their daughter, whose innocence had been ruined, could still be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. They made a profit. Xiang Xinyao looked at the thin woman. But the woman held her daughter's hand tightly and continued with a choked voice, "It's all because of Nyangmei's failure to protect you and let you get hurt. If you go home with your mother, you will definitely be pointed at by outsiders, and you will not be able to raise your head in the whole town. Child, you leave with your benefactor and live in a different environment. If there is still fate in this life, we will meet again." The girl cried, tears streaming down. The thin woman continued, "Child, I don't have much ability, but I won't sell you for money. As long as you live well, I will be satisfied." The woman's husband strode forward and glared at the thin woman with some resentment. "Other girls can be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. What's the difference between Hong Chui and others? Why should she go with others for nothing?" The thin woman closed her eyes and then suddenly opened them. "Why? Because my daughter is my daughter, and I raised her with great effort. I didn't raise my daughter to sell for money. If you want to sell your daughter, you can give birth to your own." The man was stunned by the thin woman's roar, his face full of disbelief. The woman who was usually timid at home dared to yell at him today. He wanted to yell back, but when he saw the blood in the thin woman's eyes, the man moved his lips and closed his mouth in rage. The thin woman turned to face Xiang Xinyao and bowed deeply. "My benefactor, I don't want silver. I just ask you to treat my daughter well and give her a place to settle down." Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I won't treat anyone harshly. Thank you, my benefactor." 3 of the other 4 girls' parents chose to ask for 10 taels of silver to sever their relationship, and only one did not want silver. Like the thin woman, she only hoped that her daughter would stay away from the town, away from right and wrong, and live in peace. The parents of 2 girls were sober, which also gave Xiang Xinyao a little comfort. As for the parents of the girls who chose to ask for 10 taels of silver to sever their relationship, she would definitely make them regret it. The people who pretended to be evil ghosts were left to the common people to deal with, and Xiang Xinyao took the 6 girls into the inn. After checking the bodies of the 6 girls, he asked the waiter to prepare hot water for them to take a bath. After taking a bath, those who needed medicine were given medicine, and then they were asked to rest on the big bunk bed. The 2 big bunk beds were naturally occupied by servants. Men squeezed into one room, and women squeezed into another. Others were assigned rooms. If there were not enough rooms, Those who knew martial arts would sit cross-legged to practice martial arts. As soon as the door of the inn was closed, Xiang Xinyao and her group no longer paid attention to how the townspeople dealt with the beasts pretending to be evil spirits. Those who should practiced martial arts, and those who should sleep, slept. The next day, when Xiang Xinyao and her group got up, the outside of the inn had returned to peace. The 4 parents who sold their daughters came to the door of the inn early and waited, just waiting for Xiang Xinyao and her group to go to the government office and ask the government office to issue a document of breaking off the relationship so that they could collect the money. Seeing the 4 couples, Xiang Xinyao smiled coldly. I'll ask you again, are you sure you want 10 taels of silver and then break off relations with your daughter? The 4 parents nodded and answered at the same time, sure, we just want the silver. Okay, let's go to the government office now. The county government was in the county town. Xiang Xinyao asked everyone to continue to rest in the inn, and she asked 3 servants to prepare 3 carriages, and she and Mo Jinan took the 4 couples and 4 girls to the county town. The town is not far from the county town, only half an hour's journey. After arriving at the county government office, Mo Jinan explained the situation to the county magistrate and stuffed an ingot of silver into the magistrate's pocket. The magistrate readily issued 8 documents to sever the relationship. Seeing Mo Jinan stuffing silver into the county magistrate's pocket, Xiang Xinyao's mouth twitched. Now that I've lost my status as a prince, I have to bribe a small official to get something done for me. The world is going downhill. But there was nothing that could be done. The 2 men wore human skin masks and were dressed like businessmen. Businessmen were the lowest status group in Lingxiao country. After getting the severance document and leaving the county government office, Xiang Xinyao smiled and gave 10 taels of silver to each of the 4 pairs of parents. Looking at the silver in their hands, the 4 pairs of parents were overjoyed. Xiang Xinyao laughed and said, "You 4 should follow me and work hard, and I will pay you 2 taels of silver per month. 10 taels of silver, earned in 5 months. Xiang Xinyao said this deliberately for the 4 pairs of parents to hear. I sold my daughter for 10 taels of silver. Haha, I can earn the money back in 5 months. The 4 pairs of parents were all stunned, but still did not regret it. The daughters have all left home. Who knows if they are willing to bring back the money they earned. Xiang Xinyao took the 4 girls onto the carriage, and the parents of the 4 girls also prepared to climb onto the carriage and return to the town together. Unexpectedly, Xiang Xinyao glared at him and said coldly, "You have all severed your relationship with my people. We have nothing to do with each other now. I will not let you ride in my carriage. If you want to sit, you can pay. If you don't pay, you can walk back by yourself." The parents of the 4 girls stood there in disbelief. Isn't it too quick to cross the river and then destroy the bridge? Xiang Xinyao didn't care what they thought. She got on the carriage and told the driver to drive away. After selling my daughter, I still want to ride with her in the car, but it's impossible. When Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan returned to the small town inn, the parents of the other 2 girls also came to the inn. They packed up 2 sets of clothes that their daughter usually wore and sent them over. Although they were worn out, they were washed clean. When they saw Xiang Xinyao, they stepped forward with gratitude and were about to kneel down, but were stopped by Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao said, "No need to do that. We are about to leave. Go and say goodbye to your daughter." One of them asked Benefactor, "May I ask where you are going at this time? Can we go visit our daughter later?" Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. "We're staying in Fuling County, Yunqing. If you want to find us, go to Fumanlu and find the boss surnamed Han. Just say you're looking for the girl surnamed Xiang. He will take you to find us." "Thank you very much, Benefactor." One of the girls came to Xiang Xinyao tremblingly. "Benefactor, can I get an advance on my wages? My family is in a difficult situation. I want to leave some money for my parents so that they can live a better life." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Of course, then I will give you an advance of half a year's wages. When you save money in the future, you can come back to visit your parents during the holidays." The 2 girls and their parents knelt down with a thump. "Thank you very much, Benefactor. Get up quickly, there is no need to do this." Xiang Xinyao helped them up, and each girl advanced 12 taels of silver to honor their parents. After the two girls said goodbye to their parents, they followed Xiang Xinyao and his group to leave the town. When the parents of the other 4 girls rushed back to the town, Xiang Xinyao had already left with their daughters, not even giving them a chance to say goodbye. They could even get half a year's wages in advance, and they could come back to visit their parents during the holidays. In the future, they could use the wages they saved to honor their parents. What a loss! What a big loss! They shouldn't have sold their daughters. At this time, the 4 pairs of parents who sold their daughters were full of regret. It was a pity that their daughters had already left and had been gone for more than an hour, and they couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. Little did they know that their real regret was still to come. As the team moved away from the town, the 6 girls gradually relaxed. Along the way, Xiang Xinyao talked to them a lot. The 6 girls were all good at work, and when they talked about work in the fields, they gradually became active. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up, and the money spent on taking the 6 girls away was simply worth it. Xiang Xinyao and his group did not delay the rest of the journey. After all, the ashes of Tang Tiezhu's mother were still with them, and they had to let their mother rest in peace as soon as possible. March 27th. Early in the morning, Bai Mu and others who had already arrived in Fulian County got up from the inn, washed up, and came to Fuminlu. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Mu couldn't wait to say, "Dongsheng, Yaoer and the others should be here soon. Please ask someone to help us move a table to the door and prepare a pot of tea. We'll go to the door to drink tea and wait for Yaoer and the others." Han Dongsheng smiled and nodded. "No problem. I will arrange it right away." After that, he asked his son to move a table to the eaves outside the door and prepared tea, snacks, peanuts, and melon seeds, and accompanied Bai Mu and his party to drink tea and chat under the eaves. Han Dongsheng said, "Uncle Bai, did Sister Xinyao and the others say when they would leave?" Bai Mu shook his head. "No, and they were not sure at the time. I just estimated the time. They should be here soon. I hope they have a safe journey and arrive soon." Several people were drinking tea and chatting under the eaves, their eyes constantly glancing at the people on the road. But after waiting for 3 days, Xiang Xinyao and her group still did not show up. Bai Mu and the others began to worry. They all knew that Xiang Xinyao and her group's journey was dangerous, but worrying would not help, so they could only continue to wait. On the first day of April, they waited until the sun set, but Xiang Xinyao and her group still did not show up. On the second day of April, Bai Mu and his group could not sit still. Bai Hao said, "Brother, why don't we go to the city gate to take a look? I feel uneasy sitting here waiting like this." Bai Mu nodded. "I feel uneasy too. Let's go and take a look at the city gate." Xiang Xinyao's 2 uncles and the 3 families of her 3rd uncle, including Han Dongsheng, went to the gate of the county town to wait. They waited from morning to night, but Xiang Xinyao and her group did not show up. On the 3rd day of April, at dawn, the 3 families came to the gate of the city again to wait. After dawn, Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai also came. They waited until noon, but still did not see Xiang Xinyao and her group. Han Dongsheng ran to buy some buns, and everyone just had a bite at the gate of the city and continued to wait. At noon, a large group of people slowly appeared in the sight of Bai Mu and his group. Seeing that the figure of the person on the horse was somewhat familiar, the 3 families and Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai immediately greeted him excitedly. At this time, Xiang Xinyao was also riding on horseback, but she still wore a human skin mask on her face. But when Bai Mu and his group saw the face of the person on the horse clearly, they all stopped with disappointment. However, the next second, Xiang Xinyao jumped off the horse and rushed towards Bai Mu and others, shouting excitedly, "Uncle, uncle, uncle, here we come." Bai Mu and others were stunned for a moment. This voice was Yaoer's voice. Xiang Xinyao ran while reaching out to tear off the human skin mask on her face. When her stunning little face was fully revealed, Bai Mu and his companions were excited.
"Yaya."
"Sister Xinyao." Bai Mu was the first to rush to Xiang Xinyao, and with an excited and loving face, he reached out and rubbed Xiang Xinyao's little head. "I finally waited for you. Did you have a smooth journey?" Xiang Xinyao didn't want to worry her uncle and the others, so she nodded repeatedly and said, "It went smoothly, very smoothly." "Why did you come here?" Bai Hao said, "It's already the third day of the Lunar New Year today, and I haven't seen you guys come yet. I couldn't sit still, so I came here to wait." At this time, all the people on the carriage got off and took off the human skin masks on their faces. Xiang Tianyang and his wife approached, and Bai Jing said, "Big brother, second brother, did you have a smooth journey?" Bai Mu nodded. "It went smoothly, very smoothly. We arrived in 27 days. Han Dongxing said, "Sister Xinyao, I finally got you back. Let's go to Fumanlu. I'll treat you tonight, and we can have a good gathering." Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. "You'll have to spend money. I have a lot of people here." Han Dongxing smiled brightly. "Don't worry, at worst we can't receive customers tonight. It's more lively with more people. Let's go to Fumanlu." Xiang Xinyao shook her head slightly. "Brother Han, we have plenty of time to get together. I want to buy some things first and then go back to Dewan Village. How about you and Brother Wu go to Dewan Village together?" The smile on Han Dongxing's face disappeared instantly. "No, Sister Xinyao, you have to let me have a good gathering today. My sworn brother will welcome you. It's not too late to go back to Dewan Village tomorrow. It won't be too late to go back to Dewan Village tomorrow. It won't be too late to go back to Dewan Village tomorrow." Wu Yinghai agreed. "Yes, my brother Han, and I will welcome you today. Don't refuse." Seeing the expectation on the faces of the two sworn brothers, Xiang Xinyao couldn't bear to refuse and nodded. "Okay. Then, tomorrow morning, let's go to Dewan Village together, kill a pig, and have a good time." Han Dongxing and Wu Yinghai agreed happily, no problem. Wu Yinghai asked, "By the way, have you eaten lunch?" Xiang Xinyao nodded. "I have eaten. Let's go to Fumanlu." A large group of people entered the city in a mighty manner and walked towards Fumanlu. Near Fumanlu, Han Dongxing booked 3 inns. It was still early for dinner, so Han Dongxing insisted that Xiang Xinyao and his group go to the inn to rest first, and then go to the restaurant for dinner. Xiang Xinyao didn't hesitate. After traveling continuously for the past few days, everyone was really tired. After arranging Xiang Xinyao and her group to stay in the inn, Han Dongxing and Wu Yinghai returned to Fumanlu. Wu Yinghai said to Han Dongxing, "Brother Han, you arranged the dinner tonight. I'll go out for a while and come back soon." Han Dongxing frowned. "Where are you going?" "Are we going to Dewan Village to have some fun tomorrow?" "I'm going to buy 2 black goats. 2 may not be enough. Buy 2 more, for will be enough." "No problem. What else do you think you need to buy?" Han Dongxing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You decide. Sister Xinyao just came back and brought so many people with her. It's best to buy some food for her and send it over tomorrow." Xiang Xinyao in the inn arranged for her parents and Heliani and asked Sun Huayan to protect them, and then she prepared to go shopping with Mo Jinan. Although she brought almost everything she could use at home, with so many people on the road, she had to buy some more bedding and other daily necessities. Moreover, with so many people added at once, the new house would definitely not be able to accommodate them, and she had to continue building the house and buy more building materials. The two of them left the inn and started buying daily necessities. As for building materials, they would ask Wu Yinghai to take them there after buying daily necessities. When Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan arrived at the shop to buy bedding, they ran into Han Dongxing and Wu Yinghai by chance. Xiang Xinyao said, "Brother Han, what are you doing?" Han Dongxing replied with a smile, "Sister Xinyao, you brought so many people back this time, so Brother Wu and I wanted to buy some daily necessities for you." Xiang Xinyao was moved. "Brother Han, you always think of me. How can I repay this kindness?" Wu Yinghai rolled his eyes. "Sister Xinyao, we are brother and sister. What kindness are you talking about? You are being too polite." "Okay, then I won't say anything. Brother Wu, you don't have to buy anything. I will buy these things by myself. Later, you can accompany me to buy some building materials. My house is still too small to accommodate so many people." Wu Yinghai heard it and said, "How about this? You buy these things by yourself. The place to buy building materials is a bit far away. Brother Han and I will go and help you order it directly and have someone send it to Daiwan Village for you the day after tomorrow morning." Xiang Xinyao nodded and took out a silver note of 100 taels and handed it to Wu Yinghai. You take these banknotes. It costs money to order building materials, right? Wu Yinghai shook his head repeatedly. Okay, a little building materials doesn't cost much. You should put it away. Xiang Xinyao deliberately frowned. Take it. How can you spend money on everything? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. You have helped me a lot. Put it away quickly, otherwise I will be really angry. Wu Yinghai took the banknotes helplessly when he saw Xiang Xinyao's frown. Xiang Xinyao asked again, Brother Han, has Uncle Ji come to you to borrow money in the past 3 months? Han Dongxing shook his head and said, No, Brother Wu and I went to Dewan village to see that your new house has been built. You should be busy working in the fields now. Great, you go and help me order building materials. I will buy some daily necessities, and we will talk when we return to Fuminlu. Han Dongsheng and the others nodded, and drove the carriage to order building materials. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan bought bedding, and then went shopping for a long time, bought everything they needed, and sent them all into the space. It is the beginning of summer now, and there are people selling chicks on the street. When Xiang Xinyao saw the chicks, she immediately bought more than a dozen chicks excitedly, and also bought more than a dozen ducklings, all of which were sent into her space. After buying the chicks and ducklings, Xiang Xinyao dragged Mo Jinan to continue shopping, hoping to meet someone selling geese. She didn't buy the goose, but she bought 8 goose eggs and 2 big, white geese. After shopping for an afternoon, they bought almost everything they needed. It was almost dinner time, so Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan went back to the inn together. Back at the inn, everyone who stayed in the inn to rest had already taken a nap, and now they had gotten up and washed up. Calling everyone, Xiang Xinyao and her group walked towards Fuminlu in a mighty manner. Fuminlu had already prepared the food and set up 6 tables. After everyone was seated, Xiang Xinyao introduced Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai to several important people one by one. The soldiers who had become farm hands and the 6 girls looked at the table full of sumptuous food with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Which master could arrange such a sumptuous meal for his servants? The 6 girls were so shocked that they didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks. Growing up, they had never had such a sumptuous meal during the Chinese New Year. At this moment, Xiang Xinyao became extremely great in their hearts. Originally, Xiang Xinyao didn't treat them as servants. They would all be people who could help her farm in the future. Xiang Xinyao would naturally not treat them differently in terms of food. As the old saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it first. These days, Xiang Xinyao has been treating the 6 girls. She knew that once they returned to Deyuan village, everyone would have to work. During the days since they came to Yunqing, Xiang Xinyao has tried her best to ensure that everyone has enough nutrition. The food they had on the road was already rich enough in the eyes of the 6 girls, but now such a large table of food was something they could not even imagine. Xiang Xinyao said, Everyone, eat quickly, and then go back to the inn to rest. We have to travel early tomorrow morning. Lei Junqi asked, How far is it? Xiang Xinyao replied, It's not far. We can get there in more than half an hour. The dinner lasted until dusk. After dinner, everyone went back to the inn and had a good sleep. The next day, early in the morning, everyone got up early and washed. After breakfast, Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai also reunited with Xiang Xinyao. However, the 2 men, each leading 2 black goats, looked a bit funny. Xiang Xinyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Wu, Brother Han, where did you get this black goat? Wu Yinghai replied with a smile, This is what my brother Han and I bought yesterday. Don't you want to have a good time in Dewan village today? Get a few goats for dinner. Are there any lambs? I want to buy a few to take home. Wu Yinghai nodded. Yes, and there are quite a few. How about you go ahead and I'll buy a few for you. Forget about today, go back to Dewan village first and I'll buy them another day. Han Dongsheng said, Sister Xinyao, don't postpone it. While the old man who is herding sheep has not gone up the mountain yet, Brother Wu and I will go buy them. You go first. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. How about this, you tell me the address, my fiancé, and I will go buy them. You go first, we will catch up with you soon. Han Dongsheng had to tell Xiang Xinyao the address. Xiang Xinyao asked her eldest brother Xiang Yanjue to take everyone to go first, and she and Mog Nen went to buy goats as quickly as possible. The place to buy goats was not far from Fumanlu. The two rode horses and arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. After bargaining, Xiang Xinyao bought 4 adult goats, 2 males and 2 females, and also bought 6 half-grown lambs. Originally, Xiang Xinyao wanted to buy a few more, but the goat farmer refused to sell them and wanted to keep them for himself. If Xiang Xinyao hadn't offered a high price, the old man would not have been willing to sell so many at once. After buying the goats and paying the silver, Xiang Xinyao quickly sent the goats into the space after leaving the old man's house with the goats. As they got closer and closer to Dawan village, Xiang Xinyao's heartbeat quickened. After 3 months away, they were finally back. There were too many people in Xiang Xinyao's group, and the battle was really a bit big. Even the county magistrate didn't have such a big battle. Because the battle was so big, soon some villagers discovered that a large group of people were coming to Dawan village. But because they were far away, the villagers couldn't see who was coming. At the same time, they were frightened by such a large battle. Dawan village is relatively remote, and it has not seen such a big battle for many years. The villagers were so scared that they quickly went to inform Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji and his family were busy working on the land reclaimed from the small pine forest. Aunt Ji was busy while muttering, "I don't know when Yao will come back. It will be too late if we don't plant the land now. The corn seedlings in our field have grown 4 or 5 inches high." Uncle Ji said, "Wait for another 7 days, just 7 days. If Yao doesn't come back after 7 days, we'll plant corn quickly, otherwise it will be too late." "Okay, then wait for another 7 days, and get some fertilizer in the next few days. The land has just been reclaimed, and the harvest will not be good if there is not enough fertilizer." Brother Ji said, "Dad, Mom, the 3 of us brothers will go into the mountains to get some leaf mold in the afternoon. Get more in the next few days. If Yao doesn't come back after 7 days, we will plant corn quickly." Uncle Ji nodded. "Okay, let's go together after dinner." Just then, a villager ran over in a hurry and started shouting from a distance, Uncle Ji, something big happened." When Uncle Ji's family heard this, they all dropped their hoes and went to meet him. Brother Ji couldn't wait to ask, "Brotherly, what's the big deal?" Brotherly panted and answered, "Yes, a large group of people and horses are coming to our village. So many people, so many horse-drawn carriages. Much more than when the county magistrate came." When Uncle Ji's family heard this, they didn't care about the hose thrown on the ground and ran towards the village. At this time, Xiang Xinyao and her group were almost at the entrance of the village, and some villagers who were working in the fields at the entrance of the village had seen Xiang Xinyao. "Zhao di da da, ba, Xinyao is back. Xinyao is back." The villagers shouted and went to the village to report the good news. When the villagers nearby heard the shouting, they threw away their hoes and ran to the village, shouting as they ran, "Xinyao is back." Xiang Xinyao was riding on a horse, smiling so hard that her teeth were showing. She waved her hands vigorously. "Grandpa, Aunt, Uncle, and brothers and sisters, I'm back." Uncle Ji's family just ran into the village breathlessly and heard someone shouting that Xinyao was back. And people ran to the village head from all directions one after another, with excited smiles on their faces. Uncle Ji's family's eyes were all bright. Aunt Ji's eyes were wet. "Yao is back. Did I hear it right? Is it Yao who is back?" Brother Ji nodded heavily. "Mom, you heard it right. I heard it too. It's Yao who is back. Hurry up, let's go to the village entrance to welcome Yao." Uncle Ji's family ran to the village entrance in a hurry. Before reaching the village entrance, they saw many villagers with excited faces and a large group of people coming towards them.
"Yeah."
Aunt Ji shouted excitedly. Suddenly hearing Aunt Ji's voice, Xiang Xinyao squeezed through the crowd. "Auntie!" Xiang Xinyao shouted and ran towards Aunt Ji, and the next second she hugged Aunt Ji tightly. "Auntie, I'm back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Auntie Ji had a smile on her face, but tears were glistening in her eyes. Uncle Ji said, "Yao, I finally waited for you to come back." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded, her eyes moist. Well, I'm back. This time I won't leave, never again. Ji Chunhua wiped the tears of excitement and joy. Really? Yaoer, are you really not leaving? Xiang Xinyao nodded heavily. Well, I really won't leave. I brought my whole family with me. We will settle down in Dawan village in the future. Good, great.
Oh, great.
The Ji family and many villagers cheered excitedly. Uncle Ji said, It's better not to leave. Yaoer, your house is built. I see so many of you have come at once, so why don't you just go to the new house now? It's not that Uncle Ji didn't want Xiang Xinyao and his group to go to the Ji family courtyard first, but the Ji family courtyard really couldn't accommodate so many people. Okay, let's go now. Xiang Xinyao said loudly, Fellow villagers, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Today is a good day for me, Xiang Xinyao, to move into a new house. Let's go to Xiasonglan to help. Let's have a good time today, okay? Everyone answered excitedly. Okay. I'll go home and carry the big pot. I'll carry the tables, chairs, and benches. I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. I'll go pick vegetables in the vegetable garden. I'll go pick vegetables too. After a while, the villagers dispersed. Xiang Xinyao looked at Brother Ji. Brother Ji, go carry the long wooden table and kill the pig later. Everyone in the Ji family. Where's the pig? Did they go to the mountains to hunt a wild boar temporarily? Xiang Xinyao smiled. Brother Ji, go quickly and bring the knife with you. Let's go to the small pine forest first. You guys boil water and wait, I'll be back with the wild boar soon. Oh, okay. Brother Ji nodded mechanically in response, but he was muttering in his heart. Are there many wild boars in the mountains? Is it easy to hunt wild boars? Xiang Xinyao and his group continued to walk towards the small pine forest. Mo Jinan whispered, Yaoer, do we have to find a place to bury Tieju's mother's ashes first? It's not appropriate to bring the ashes into the new house. Xiang Xinyao nodded and said, There is a room specially built for storing grain behind the new house. Put the ashes in it first and choose a day to bury them. Mo Jinan shook his head. No. The room for storing grain is also a new house, and it's not suitable for ashes. Then let's find a feng shui treasure land for burial now, so that my aunt can be buried in peace as soon as possible and make a tablet tomorrow. I think it's okay. Where do you think is a suitable place for burial? Just bury it in the small pine forest on the mountain behind the new house. It's a good place. Okay, just take Tieju's brother and sister, and we'll go to bury their mother. Xiang Xinyao nodded and handed the reins to Mo Jinan. She turned and walked to Tang Taizhu and Tang Xiaolian. Taizhu, Xiaolian, can we bury your mother directly on the tree hill behind our new house today? Tang Taizhu nodded and said, Yes, we also hope that mother can rest in peace as soon as possible. Okay, take your mother's ashes with me. I will take you to bury your aunt. Tang Taizhu immediately took out the urn from the carriage and held it in his arms, and quickly followed Xiang Xinyao. When they arrived at the small pine forest, the four of them saw the courtyard of the blue brick and tile house from a distance. Suddenly, Mo Jinan pointed to that Uncle Ji had thrown on the ground not far away and said, Yaoer, look, there's a there. Xiang Xinyao looked in the direction of Mo Jinan's finger and saw the hose scattered all over the ground. It must be what Uncle and the others threw on the ground just now. Go get one and use it first. Mo Jinan flew over directly with Qinggong, picked up A, and flew back. The four of them came to the mountain behind the small pine forest and came to a place with a good view. They said, Let's go here. The view here is wide, and the location is pretty good. Mo Jinan nodded and picked up to dig a hole. Tang Taizhu said, Brother Mo, let me do it. I want to bury my mother myself. Mo Jinan handed the in his hand to Tang Taizhu. Tang Taizhu took the and started digging a hole. Mo Jinan wandered around and found a stone that could be made into a tombstone. He drew out his sword and used his internal strength to flatten the stone and engraved the words Tomb of the Loving Mother Hong Tsuelon. Tang Taizhu dug a hole that was neither too big nor too small, and then the brother and sister carefully placed the urn into the hole together, and then scooped up the soil with their hands to bury the urn. When the urn was completely out of sight, Tang Taiju picked up and built a grave. Mo Jinan erected the tombstone with the words inscribed in front of the grave. Xiang Xinyao took out the incense and paper money she had bought from the space and asked Tang Taiju and his sister to burn incense and paper. After everything was done, Xiang Xinyao asked Tang Taiju and his sister to carry down the mountain first. Xiang Xinyao pulled Mo Jinan to find a secluded place and took out a big fat pig from the space. When the big fat pig appeared, Mo Jinan was stunned. Yawa, your magic is too powerful, right? You can also turn a living big wild boar into a living wild boar. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. Of course, I raised this wild boar, and it's no problem to turn out dozens of wild boars. Where do you raise them? This is my secret. I can't tell you.
Montag Jin nodded helplessly. Okay.
Since it's your secret, I won't ask. You protect your secret. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded, and with a thought, she took out a bottle of anesthetic spray from the space and sprayed it on the wild boar. Mo Jinan's eyes widened. What is this? Anesthetic spray. It can make the wild boar lose consciousness for a short time. You have so many weird things. Xiang Xinyao just smiled and said nothing, quietly waiting for the wild boar to faint. After a while, the wild boar staggered a few times and fell to the ground. Xiang Xinyao took out a rope from the space and asked Mo Jinan to tie up the wild boar. Anan, I'm afraid we can't get such a big wild boar down the mountain. Mo Jinan raised his eyebrows. What? Do you look down on your future husband? Xiang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. No, this wild boar is about 500 pounds. I can't carry it, and it's definitely not easy for you to carry it alone. Mo Jinan smiled gently, stretched out his right hand and rubbed her head lovingly. You can move the wild boar down the mountain, and then I will carry it back. It's only 500 pounds. Your fiancé is not so useless that he can't even carry a 500-pound wild boar. Xiang Xinyao shrugged, knowing that Mo Jinan's martial arts was much higher than hers, so she didn't say anything more, and with a thought, she put the wild boar back into the space. The two quickly came to the foot of the mountain and looked around. There was no one there. Xiang Xinyao said, Anan, get ready. I will put the wild boar on your shoulder. Mo Jinan nodded, got ready, and used his internal strength. Come on. Okay, here it comes. Pay attention. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a wild boar weighing about 500 kilograms instantly appeared on Mo Jinan's shoulder. Mo Jinan held the wild boar with both hands. Let's go home. Xiang Xinyao immediately walked in front and strode towards the new house. When they arrived at the door of the new house, everyone was waiting outside the courtyard gate. The Ji family and most of the villagers in the village came, and some villagers were holding brooms, rags, red cloth, red paper, and other things in their hands. Uncle Ji was carrying a stove, and the charcoal fire in the stove was burning vigorously. Aunt Ji was carrying a bucket of water with 8 copper coins in the water. The other 2 daughters-in-law of the Ji family were carrying rice, flour, sugar cubes, tea, salt, and a pot of lard. Uncle Ji said, Yawer, since today is the day of moving into a new house, the necessary ceremonies are indispensable. We have almost prepared everything for you. Hang the red cloth on the door first, and then bring the water and fire into the house first. Xiang Xinyao smiled. She didn't expect that Uncle Ji's family and the villagers had already prepared everything she needed for moving into a new house. Uncle, wait a moment, I still need to prepare something. Mo Jinan quickly put down the wild boar, walked to Xiang Xinyao and said, Yawer, what do you need to do? You tell me and I'll do it. Xiang Xinyao smiled and shook her head. I don't really understand this either. Uncle will teach us, but you come with me first, and we'll go get something. Mo Jinan nodded, and Xiang Xinyao called her parents, Xiang Xinyu and her 3 brothers, and walked towards the carriage together. After getting into the carriage, Xiang Xinyao moved her mind and took out a lot of fruits, peanuts, melon seeds, various beautifully packaged candies, and a lot of fruit plates from the space. Xiang Xinyao also took out a brand new pair of bowls and chopsticks and a cooking pot from the space, and tied the bowls and chopsticks with a red rope. Some more firecrackers were taken out. All the fruits and peanuts were packed in cloth bags. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, okay, just these things, move them all over, and we will all carry them into the house later. The family moved all the things to the front door. Everything was ready, and Xiang Xinyao said, Uncle, we can start. Uncle Ji nodded, okay, hang the red cloth on the door frame first. Xiang Yanjua said, I will hang the red cloth. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes and said to Mo Jinan, Anan, then you will be responsible for writing a couplet. Mo Jinan nodded, no problem. The villagers immediately brought red paper and pen and ink, and the eldest and third brothers Ji brought a long wooden table. The first line, the new house welcomes 100 blessings. The second line, Yaju Rue receives thousands of auspiciousness every day. The horizontal banner, good luck in entering the house. The font is chic and powerful, flowing like clouds and water. Xiang Xinyao praised, good calligraphy. Anan, write 2 more characters for blessing. Mo Jinan smiled and nodded, and wrote 2 big characters for blessing on 2 pieces of red paper. Xiang Yanjua hung the red cloth on the door frame, and Mo Jinan pasted the couplets. Xiang Xinyao pasted the 2 characters for blessing upside down on the 2 doors. Uncle Ji handed the key to Xiang Xinyao and asked her to unlock the door and push open the door. Xiang Xinyao asked her parents to carry the bucket and stove, and she carried the firewood, money, herself. The 3 brothers and Xiang Xinyao, Mo Jinan, and Helian carried oil, salt, sugar, tea, fruit, pots and bowls and chopsticks. The crackling sound of firecrackers rang out, and Xiang Xinyao's parents carried water and stoves into the yard, and then carried them to the main hall of the main house. Uncle Ji shouted, new house, new atmosphere, housewarming and full of blessings. When Xiang Xinyao entered the room with the crackling sound of firecrackers, she was stunned for a moment, and the room was already furnished with brand new furniture. She quickly carried the money into the bedroom and put it in the closet. When they arrived at the main room, Xiang Xinyao called Xiang Xinyu, and the 2 sisters began to place apples, oranges, bananas, dragon fruits, peanuts, melon seeds, and some exquisitely packaged candies on a fruit plate. The fruits, candies, peanuts, and melon seeds were placed one by one on the 8 immortals table in the main room. After the fruits, peanuts, and melon seeds were placed, Xiang Xinyao came to Uncle Ji and asked, Uncle, did you buy all the furniture in the house? Uncle Ji smiled and shook his head, no, your 2 brothers sent them. Xiang Xinyao's eyes were slightly red, and she was moved. These 2 brothers have done so much for her. Since they can do this for her silently behind the scenes, let them get involved in her business in the future. Xiang Xinyao is a grateful person. She will never let anyone pay for her in vain, and will never let those who get along with her sincerely suffer. Uncle, today's wild boars and sheep are in your hands. You take a few people to deal with them. I'll go do other things first. Okay, go and do your work. I'll deal with the wild boars and sheep. Xiang Xinyao called Xiang Xinyu and set up another table in the yard. Put fruits, peanuts, melon seeds, and various candies in a fruit plate, and then put them on the table. Children, eat these candies as you like. I'll get them for you after you finish eating. When the young children heard this, they immediately gathered around. Looking at the exquisitely packaged candies and fruits on the table, their eyes were sparkling. Xiang Xinyao called Heliani over and took a chair for her to sit at the table. Annie Qiao, you are responsible for watching these children first. If you don't know how to peel the candies, you can help the children peel them. Heliani smiled. Okay, you tell me how to peel these candies first, and I'll peel them for the children. Xiang Xinyao picked up 2 candies and demonstrated them to Heliani, peeled the candies, and then fed them to her mouth. Aunt Xiao, please try it. Helian was not polite and took the white rabbit candy that Xiang Xinyao fed her into her mouth. Well, this candy is so sweet, and it has a very strong milky flavor. Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. Aunt Xiao, there are many flavors. You can try them all, but I don't recommend you to eat too much. Okay, I know, you go and help. Xiang Xinyao took Xiang Xinyu into the house, and Helian helped the children peel the candy with a smile on her face. At this time, the villagers had already started to get busy. Some people helped to fetch water, some helped to clean up, and some people carried vegetables from their own vegetable gardens and were picking vegetables in the yard. Uncle Ji took his 3 sons and several other strong men in the village to start slaughtering pigs and sheep. Aunt Ji's 2 daughters, 3 daughters-in-law, and several young women in the village began to cook. Xiang Xinyao walked through every room, took out the bought bedding from the space, and then called Aunt Ji, Xiang Xinyu, and her mother to make the bed. After the bed was made, Xiang Xinyao put a red envelope under the pillow, meaning she could sleep soundly. The whole courtyard was bustling with activity, as lively as a market. After Xiang Xinyao made the beds in all the rooms, she called her family members and walked towards a carriage. She used her mind to put the rice and vegetables in the space into the carriage, and then the family began to move the rice and vegetables. Those officers and soldiers who had rebelled and become farmhands and the 6 girls were also very busy. They did not need to ask Xinyao for instructions, and all found work to do. Xiang Xinyao walked among the crowd, and when she saw something was missing, she would go to the carriage, take it out from the space, and deliver it to everyone. There is strength in numbers, and lunch was quickly prepared by a group of women with their nimble hands and feet. The entire courtyard was filled with tables and chairs, and even an open space outside the courtyard was cleared to place tables and chairs. The women began to bring bowl after bowl of food to the table from the makeshift open-air kitchen. The lunch was simple, a bowl of fried pork slices and 2 bowls of vegetarian dishes with rice to fill my stomach. After lunch, everyone started to get busy again, preparing dinner for the evening. The villagers who did not come in the morning also came to help after lunch, carrying their own tables, chairs, benches, and bowls and chopsticks. Of course, Yang Dahu and the Hu family did not dare to join in the fun. All the people in the village came to the small pine forest, except for the 3 members of the Hu family and Yang Dahu, who continued to work in the fields with hoes on their shoulders. It's not that they don't want to come, but they simply don't dare to come. The old scholar was still teaching children in the private school, but he had already received the news that Xiang Xinyao had returned. After school, he would bring the children from Dayuan village to Xiasonglan for dinner. Seeing that the sheep had been processed, Xiang Xinyao said to Mo Jinan, Anan, you and your elder brother prepare 2 fires, and we will roast 2 whole sheep. Mo Jinan nodded, no problem. After Xiang Xinyao prepared the seasoning for the whole roasted sheep, she told several farmhands to marinate the lamb, and she ran to the side to tie the racks for the whole roasted lamb with steel bars and wire. After the whole roasted lamb was lifted to the fire and started to be roasted, Xiang Xinyao asked several farmhands to cut the other 2 processed sheep into large pieces, separate the bones and meat, clean them, and soak them for half an hour. Then blanch them in cold water, squeeze out the blood foam, and then take them out and wash them with hot water. Pour spiritual spring water into 2 large pots and boil them, and put the bones in first. Find a piece of gauze to wrap the galangal, white pepper, and angelica with gauze. Wash them and put them in the soup. After the bones have been boiled for half an hour, add the lamb and simmer slowly over medium and low heat. Xiang Yanlin approached Xiang Xinyao and joked, Sister, do you want everyone to just hold such a big piece of mutton and chew it? Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Second brother, what are you thinking? There are not many pieces of such a big piece of meat. How can we just hold it and chew it? When it is almost cooked, we have to take it out and cut it. I see. Let's go cut the meat and make a pot of braised pork. No problem, just tell me what you need to do. Xiang Xinyao, Xiang Yanlin, Xiang Yanchen, and Xiang Xinyu cut the meat, and Xiang Xinyao started to make braised pork. The other women chopped the bones into small pieces and stewed 2 large pots of radish and pork ribs. There were too many people, so Xiang Xinyao also cooked 2 full pots of braised pork. It was close to dinner time, and the air was filled with rich meat aroma, which made people want to drool. After the mutton was cooked, Xiang Xinyao added salt to the mutton. The mutton was asked to be sliced by 2 girls, and Xiang Xinyao was busy frying peanuts. There were too many people, and a lot of peanuts needed to be fried, so Xiang Xinyao didn't plan to make sugar-coated peanuts. After frying the peanuts, she made a cucumber salad to relieve the greasiness. Although it was a housewarming dinner, there were not many dishes, and the main dish was meat. The total dishes included roasted whole lamb, lamb in clear soup, braised pork, stewed pork ribs with radish, cold white meat, fried peanuts, stir-fried cabbage, and salad cucumber. After the cucumber salad was ready, Imogen called out, "Yawer, come and see if the roasted whole lamb is cooked." "Here it is." Xiang Xinyao ran over to take a look. The 2 roasted whole lambs were carefully turned over by Imogen Nan and Xiang Yanjua, and they were already golden and shiny, sizzling with oil. The tempting aroma came into her nostrils in waves. Imogen Nan and Xiang Yanjua were sweating profusely, and their handsome faces were all red. Xiang Xinyao looked through it and said with a smile, "It's cooked, get ready to cut it, and put it in a bowl and serve it on the table later." Xiang Yanjua asked, "What shape should it be cut into?" "Slices, not too thin, a little thick will do." "No problem, I'll take it over and cut it now." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Okay, you take it over and let everyone help cut it, I still have to prepare the dipping sauce." Imogen, go and do your thing. Xiang Xinyao turned around to prepare the dipping sauce. After the dishes were almost ready, the children in the private school came to the pine forest under the leadership of the old scholar. The old scholar ran to Xiang Xinyao with excitement on his face. "Girl, you are finally back. I have been looking forward to your return every day, and finally you are back." Xiang Xinyao said with a smile. "Grandpa Ji, I said I would come back, and I will definitely come back, and I will not leave this time, and I have brought all my family members here." "Really?" The old scholar's eyes lit up. "Of course it's true. How could I lie to you?" "Great girl, I'm going to have a good drink tonight to celebrate." "No problem, there's plenty of good wine, but don't drink too much." "Okay, it smells so good."
Oh.
"There's also roasted whole lamb. You're in for a treat." Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Find a seat and sit down. The dishes are about to be served." "Okay." The tables and chairs were set up, and the women brought large bowls and began to serve the dishes. Xiang Xinyao ran to the carriage again, took out 2 wine jars from the space, then poured all the good wine into the wine jars and covered them with lids. Then she put the original wine bottles into the space and then carried the wine jars to everyone. As soon as the lids of the wine jars were opened, the rich aroma of wine wafted out, causing several men who liked to drink to swallow their saliva. Sun Huaiyan wrinkled his nose, jumped up from his chair, and said, "Baby, give me a jar. All the people sitting at my table like to drink." "No problem, there's more if it's not enough. Drink as much as you want. Just don't get drunk and go crazy." "Hee, my drinking habits are not that bad. Whether it's the people brought by Xiang Xinyao or the villagers in the village, almost all men and women sit separately. And those who like to drink basically get together." After giving 2 jars of wine to the people who like to drink, Xiang Xinyao returned to the carriage and loaded 2 more jars of wine. She was afraid that 2 jars would not be enough. As soon as she carried the 2 jars of wine to the yard, she heard Lei Junki, the brother of the Lei family, exclaimed, "Good wine, good wine. I have never drunk such a fine wine before. What kind of wine is this?" Xiang Xinyao walked over with a smile and said, "This wine is called Wuliangya, also known as mixed grain wine. It is made from sorghum, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and corn. It is brewed using ancient craftsmanship. The essence of the 5 grains is perfectly integrated, which gives it such a unique taste and style." Lei Junlin said shamelessly, "Miss Xiang, when I return, can you give me a jar of this wine to take back with me?" Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly. "Huh? Are you still planning to go back?" "Of course, my father is still in Bianjing, so there is no reason for me not to go back." "Okay, I'll give you 2 brothers a jar when the time comes. If you want to drink it in the future, come to Anan." Lei Junki curled his lips. "Miss Xiang, can't you give each of you a jar?" Xiang Xinyao also curled her lips. "This wine is hard to come by, and it is very precious. You can't buy this wine even with 1,000 taels of silver." Lei Junki shrugged. "Good wine has a price, but friendship is priceless. No matter how good the wine is, it is not as important as friendship, right?" Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. "You win, but I will only give you 1 jar."
Why?
"For friendship. It won't take long for you to finish a jar of wine. If you want to drink it, you have to come to me and Ainen?
Can we meet then?
Ha ha ha. Miss Young is right, but it takes almost 2 months to go back and forth. After I go back this time, I don't know when I will have the chance to come again. Xiang Xinyao shrugged. Okay, I'll give you 2 jars. The 2 brothers Lei Junkie instantly showed a triumphant smile. Xiang Xinyao muttered. 2 foxes, I really don't know what's good about Bianjing. Mog Nan's keen hearing heard Xiang Xinyao's muttering. She got up and walked to Xiang Xinyao, leaning close to her ear, and whispered. They stayed in Bianjing and waited for opportunities. Xiang Xinyao understood. How could Mog Nan let that person continue to jump in that position? But she didn't want to go back to Bianjing to live. Stay away from disputes, work from sunrise to sunset, and live a carefree life. How nice it is. Mog Nan seemed to see through Xiang Xinyao's inner thoughts and said softly, I won't go back. I have a suitable candidate to sit in that position. I just wait until the time is right to go back and tie up how by. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded and handed the wine jar to the men at other tables. At this time, Helian Yi called out, Yaoer, come and eat. Xiang Xinyao turned her head and saw that Helian Yi had reserved a seat for Xiang Xinyao beside her. Okay, everyone, eat and drink well. Please forgive me for the poor hospitality. Uncle Ji said, Yaoer, that's good enough. You've been busy all day. Come and eat. The villagers also echoed. Yes. So much meat. We didn't eat so much during the New Year. It's very thoughtful. This meat tastes really good. We can't make such delicious meat ourselves, and the portion is so large. How dare we eat so much at home? Xinyao, go and eat. It's very thoughtful. If there is anything at home in the future, just let me know. Yes, just let me know if there is anything. We are all from the same village, so we have to help each other, right? Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Okay, if there is any trouble in the future, I will definitely not be polite. Xia Songlin was very lively and people ate and drank the good wine and meat freely. The Hu family and Yang Dahu's family could only stay at home and drink wild vegetable porridge. The more the Hu family and Yang Dahu watched, the more uncomfortable they felt. The more they watched, the more they wanted to slap themselves in the face. But no matter how envious and jealous they were, such a lively atmosphere had nothing to do with them, so they could only go home unwillingly. The housewarming party lasted until dark and gradually ended. All the villagers helped to clean up the dishes. After the dishes were cleaned up, all the villagers gathered together, not in a hurry to go home, for fear that Xiang Xinyao still needed help with something. Uncle Ji said, Yaoer, I haven't planted anything on the land near the small pine forest. We have planted corn, soybeans, and other crops in the rest of our land. What do you think we are going to plant here? Xiang Xinyao replied, Uncle, I want to plant medicinal herbs in front of the house and corn, potatoes, soybeans, peanuts, and other crops on the outside. I'll plan it out tomorrow. Uncle Ji nodded, Okay, then our whole family will come here tomorrow, and we'll start working after we have planned it. It will be too late if we don't plan it. Okay, by the way, a batch of building materials will arrive tomorrow. Brother Ji, please ask the previous craftsmen to come over and help me build some houses. There are too many people, and we can't accommodate them. Brother Ji nodded, Okay, I'll go, and invite the craftsmen tomorrow morning. The villagers spoke one after another. Xinyao, I can help with building houses and growing crops. Do you still need people to work here? I can too. I have planted all the crops at home.
And me. And me.
Xiang Xinyao replied with a faint smile. Fellow villagers, it would be the best if you could come and help. It's still the old rules. The salary is 2 taels of silver a month, as long as you are willing to work. After the work in Xia Songlin is done, there are jobs elsewhere. Uncle Ji looked puzzled. Yaoer, where else can there be work? Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile. I still have to buy land to continue reclaiming and planting next year. If there is no land in the village, I will develop outside the village. The more land, the better. Well, there is not much land that can be allocated in the village unless we reclaim wasteland. If we do, we can allocate a lot. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Of course, we will allocate the land in the village first. Reclaiming wasteland is not a problem. We will develop the village first, and then extend it to outside the village. Okay, then let the villagers come to help starting tomorrow. Those who need to build houses will build houses, and those who need to plant crops will plant crops. We have to plant the crops as soon as possible. Okay, folks, if you are free, you can come to work early tomorrow morning. There is basically nothing to do here, so let's go back and have a rest. The villagers happily carried their own tables and chairs and took their bowls and chopsticks home. Uncle G's family stayed behind. Aunt G said, "Yaoer, what are you going to do with the remaining meat?" "We will stay to help." Xiang Xinyao shook her head. "Auntie, you guys go back and have a rest too. Look, I brought so many people with me. Are you still afraid that I can't handle the remaining meat? You are tired after a day. Go back and have a rest." Aunt Ji glanced at the men and women brought by Xiang Xinyao in the yard. There were indeed quite a few people, dozens of them. "Okay, then we'll go back first and come here early tomorrow morning." Xiang Xinyao nodded and said, "Okay, by the way, when my other house is built, you can move in and live with me. If we move in now, there's really no room, so we'll have to wait a few months." Grandpa Ji shook his head and said, "Yaoer, we won't move in. Anyway, we're all in the same village not far away. If there's any problem, just let us know. There's no need to all squeeze in together. Our house is no different from a new one after some renovations. If we move here, our children will have to go a little far from school. Besides, your brother Ji and the others are already married and have children. They have their own families and their own privacy. Yaoer, whether we live together or not, we are a family, so don't worry about it." Xiang Xinyao thought about it, and it made sense. Brothers would separate and form their own small families after they got married. Distance creates beauty. If everyone is crowded together, unnecessary conflicts may arise. Anyway, we are not far away, and we can take care of each other. So, Xiang Xinyao readily agreed. "Okay, what you said makes sense, then I won't force you to move in with me. If you have any difficulty in repairing the house, just ask us." Big Brother Ji smiled and said, "The only difficulty we had before was that we couldn't come up with the money. Now that I've made a lot of money following you, what other difficulties can there be? Even tearing down the old house and rebuilding it isn't a problem." Xiang Xinyao stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Then why bother renovating it? Why not just do it in one go and save some more money to tear down the old house and rebuild it? It would be great to build a 2-story house made of blue bricks and tiles." Fifth Brother Ji, "That's what I thought, so I have no plans to renovate the house for now." Big Brother Ji, "Then I won't renovate it either. Just like Sister Xinyao said, let's do it in one go and save some more money to tear down the old house and rebuild it." Third Brother Ji, "I won't renovate it either. Let's build a house together and tear down and rebuild my parents as well." Grandpa Ji nodded with a satisfied smile. "Okay, I'll listen to Yaoer and tear it down and rebuild it." Xiang Xinyao said, "Go back and have a rest. Just come over tomorrow morning." The Ji family then turned around and prepared to go home. As for the tables, chairs, bowls, and chopsticks they brought, they didn't take anything back. "Anyway, I have to come here tomorrow, so I'll just cook here and not take them back." Uncle Ji walked a few steps and suddenly thought of something, turned around and asked, "By the way, Yaoer, I bought a few piglets and raised them over there first, but the pig pen is too small. How about sending the piglets here tomorrow?" Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up instantly. "Uncle, how many piglets did you buy?" "The pig pen is too small. I only bought 8, and now they are bigger. The pig pen can't fit them." "Okay, then send them over tomorrow and raise them here," Aunt Ji said with a smile. "Yaoer, there are also chicks. There are 16. Annie, there are not many chicks. You can keep them for yourself. I have to raise more here, at least hundreds of them." "Okay, I'll go to the county town and buy more some other day." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "In fact, there is no need to buy. There are at least more than 100 chickens in the space now. The chickens I bought before have hatched a lot of chicks, and I bought a lot more yesterday. The space is very lively now. Not only chickens but also ducks, deer, hares, wild boars, etc. Xiang Xinyao lets them reproduce freely and does not interfere at all. Wild boars can reproduce twice a year, 4 to 12 at a time. You can imagine how terrifying the reproduction rate of wild boars is? Hares can produce 3 to 4 litters a year, and the number of litters is usually about 3 to 7, which is an incredible reproduction rate. And the reproduction rate of these prey and livestock in the space will be even more terrifying. After the Ji family left, Xiang Xinyao sent all the remaining wild boar meat into the space. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. If you keep it outside, it will not be preserved. The space supermarket, hospital, and suite have a time freeze function, and the things put in will not go bad. Outside the supermarket and hospital, no matter what plants are planted, as long as they are watered with spiritual spring water, they grow very fast, are more nutritious, and the survival rate is almost 100%. And the animals fed with spiritual spring water grow very fast, and the meat tastes better and is more nutritious. After cleaning up the yard inside and out, Xiang Xinyao began to arrange accommodation for the servants and farmhands. Since there were not enough rooms, she could only temporarily arrange for the farmhands to stay in the 4 warehouses where grain was stored. She took out bedding and straw mats from the space and placed some in the 4 warehouses. Then he came to the farmhands and servants and said, "Everyone, please sleep on the floor in the warehouse at the back for the time being. I will build some houses for everyone to live in as soon as possible. You will have to bear with it for a while." The farmhands and servants said at once, "It's not unfair. Sleeping on the floor in the warehouse is only temporary. To be honest, this environment is already very good." "That's right. We just arrived. It's already very good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain." Yes. The things we lack will gradually increase. It won't take long to sort them out. It's not unfair at all. Xiang Xinyao said, "It's good that everyone can think like this. Living in the warehouse is only temporary. Everyone go and pack up and take time to rest. We still have to work tomorrow." Everyone followed Xiang Xinyao to the warehouse. When they opened the door, they saw the straw mats and bedding piled up in the warehouse. The farmhands and servants were all excited. They thought there would be no bedding for the next 2 days, but the master had already prepared everything. Everyone just had to spread the straw mats on the ground first, and then spread the bedding on top to rest. After allocating rooms to the farmhands and servants, Xiang Xinyao came to the main hall of the courtyard and continued to allocate rooms to her family. Fortunately, she had foresight at the time. The courtyard was built with 2 floors, and each floor had 11 rooms. Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai did not return to the county town, and with the Lei brothers, there were many people, so it was impossible for each person to have a room. Moreover, this was Xiang Xinyao's new house. Except for Xiang Xinyao's parents, other couples did not choose to live together, but separated men and women. Although Xiang Xinyao didn't care about these, whether it was her uncle or her 3rd uncle, they all cared and were determined not to live with their wives. After the rooms were allocated, the whole family gathered in the main hall again. The eldest uncle Bai Mu said, "Yaoer, I like this place very much and I also want to live near you. Can you allocate a piece of your land for my eldest uncle to build a house?" The 2nd uncle and the 3rd uncle also expressed the same idea. When everyone looked at Mo Jinan, he touched his nose, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "I don't want the land. Anyway, Yaoer and I are engaged, and this courtyard is big enough. I can bring my mother to marry into the family and all my property can be used as a dowry?" Xiang Xinyao was stunned and looked at Mo Jinan. "Are you serious?" Mo Jinan nodded. "As long as you are willing, I can do anything. If you don't want to, then I will allocate land to build a house." Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly. The surrounding area has been reclaimed for planting medicinal herbs. It would be a bit painful to allocate land to my uncle and 3rd uncle to build a house. The 2 uncles and the 3 families of the 3rd uncle stared at Xiang Xinyao without blinking, waiting for her answer. Xiang Xinyao had no choice but to nod and say, "No problem. Which location do you like? How much land do you want? I'll measure it for you tomorrow." The eldest uncle said, "I don't want the vacant land you reclaimed. Give me a piece of land behind or on the side of the courtyard that has not been reclaimed yet. Just build a yard." The 2nd uncle said, "Me too, Yaoer. The land you reclaimed is for planting. As long as it is not far from you. It doesn't matter where you reclaim it. The third uncle also expressed his opinion. I don't want the reclaimed land either, Yawer.
Just mark it as you see fit.
After you are sure, you have to go to the government to transfer the land deed. After the house is built, go and get the house deed. The back of the house has not been reclaimed yet. Xiang Xinyao originally planned to develop the back of the house into an orchard. Since the two uncles and the third uncle want to build their own houses, they can only allocate land behind the courtyard to them. The orchard can only be reclaimed somewhere else. Xiang Xinyao made up her mind and said, how about this? You go and have a look tomorrow. I'll measure the location you like, and then we'll go to the government to transfer the land deed. Bai Mu nodded. Okay, let's take a look tomorrow and decide. If it's not suitable, we can go to other places in the village. Anyway, it's not far away, and it's convenient to visit each other. Xiang Tianyang said, I think the back of the courtyard is fine. We are all family, and it's more convenient to take care of each other if we live close. Xiang Xinyao said, Dad, let's wait until my uncle and the third uncle take a look tomorrow before deciding. Okay, then go back to your room and rest, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Everyone went back to their rooms to wash and rest. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu shared a room. After washing up, Xiang Xinyu climbed onto the bed, sat on the bed and said excitedly, Sister, this house is really nice. It's 2-story. It's really comfortable to live in, more comfortable than the houses in Bianjing. Of course, when I was planning to build a house, I thought about building this kind of courtyard house, planting fruits and vegetables in front of and behind the house, planting a medicinal field in front, raising a large group of livestock and poultry, so it's convenient to eat whatever you want. That's great. I want to raise chickens and then carry a basket to pick up eggs every day. It's fun to think about it. Xiang Xinyao nodded. It's not impossible, but you have another task, which is to make clothes. Otherwise, how can I open my clothing store? Xiang Xinyu became even more excited. Don't worry. You can make clothes and pick up eggs at the same time. That's what you said. Don't complain when the time comes. No, making clothes and picking eggs are things I like to do. Okay, then you should rest quickly. You'll be busy tomorrow. If you don't rest well tonight, you won't have energy tomorrow. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she took off her shoes and sat cross-legged on a chair to prepare for practicing. Xiang Xinyu frowned slightly. Sister, don't you want to rest? I'll practice for a while. You go to rest. Don't worry about me. Okay, don't practice too late. I'll rest first. Xiang Xinyao nodded and stopped talking, closed her eyes, and began to circulate her internal energy. Although Xiang Xinyu didn't know martial arts, she knew that it was most taboo to be disturbed when practicing, so she quickly closed her eyes and went to sleep. On the other side, Bai Jing took off her shoes and got on the bed. Tianyang, although this place is a bit far from the county town, it is away from the hustle and bustle and very suitable for retirement. Bai Jing paused while pulling the quilt and sighed. Oh, yes, I also feel that I owe Yawer. I finally found her, but I didn't let her live a good day. Instead, I caused her trouble. She planted trees alone and our whole family came to pick peaches. Xiang Tianyang lowered his eyes, isn't it? We lost her for 11 years, and she suffered for 11 years. She finally got through it, but we caused her trouble again. We feel guilty towards Yawer. The main reason is that we couldn't predict that something like this would happen. We can only double compensate Yawer in the future. Xiang Tianyang nodded. Take a rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow. We didn't come here to retire. Outside Mo Jinnan's room, Helian Yi and Mo Jinnan were leaning against the railing and talking. Helian Yi asked, Nanner, you are not really planning to bring your mother to marry into the family, are you? Mo Jinnan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Of course, why not? Helian Yi had a worried look on his face. I don't have any objection, but I'm worried that Yawer will not be happy. How can you bring your mother to marry into the family? You have lost your status as a prince, and you have nothing when you come here. This house was built by Yawer herself with hard work and money. We can enjoy the fruits of her labor as soon as we get here. I always feel that I owe her something. Mother, your worry is unnecessary. Your son has a lot of property. We can also buy a big house in the county town and live in both places at that time. You should ask Yawer's opinion. If you bring your mother to marry into the family, Aren't you afraid that outsiders will laugh at you if you tell others about it? Nan smiled nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? Forget it. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll ask Yaoer's opinion tomorrow. After Helian finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his room to rest. The next day, before daybreak, the servants of the two families got up early to prepare breakfast. The farmhands and 6 girls also cleaned the yard. As soon as Helian got up and washed, she looked for Xiang Xinyao everywhere. As soon as she saw Xiang Xinyao, Helian grabbed Xiang Xinyao's hand and asked anxiously, Yaoer, are you really willing to let Nana take me to marry into the family? Xiang Xinyao laughed. Aunt Xiao, didn't you hear that Anan was joking? Helian Yi's pupils shrank. No. Nana is serious. Xiang Xinyao smiled nonchalantly, blinked her eyes and asked, Aunt Xiao, are you willing to follow Anan to marry into the family? Helian answered without hesitation, Of course I am willing. I'm worried that you are not willing. Xiang Xinyao smiled with teeth showing. Why wouldn't I be happy? What do you think? Aunt Xiao, you think too much. Anan has a lot of property. His property is much richer than our Xiang family. If he is willing to take you in as his wife, I will wake up with a smile in my dreams. However, Anan does not count as marrying into the family. We just live together with our 2 families. I have 3 brothers to carry on the family line, so there is no need to recruit a live-in son-in-law. Helian blinked and asked inquiringly, Yaoer, do you mean that after you and Naner get married, the children you have will not take your surname, but Naner's surname? Xiang Xinyao blushed. Aunt Xiao, Anan and I haven't even started dating yet. Why are you thinking so far ahead? How come there is no? The engagement with Naner was decided by the late emperor and me. Xiang Xinyao said seriously. No, what I mean is that Anan and I don't have any emotional foundation yet, and it's not time to talk about marriage. What if he meets a girl who is more suitable for him than me in the future? Or maybe I meet a man who is more suitable than him. The engagement can be dissolved. Helian immediately became nervous when she heard this. No, that won't work. In this life, I have decided that you will be my daughter-in-law. No one else can be my daughter-in-law except you. Yaoer, you are my daughter-in-law. You cannot like others. Xiang Xinyao smiled and asked back, What if Anan likes someone else? He dares? If he likes someone else, I'll break his legs. Okay, Aunt Xiao, you're the best. Go have breakfast. Helian confirmed again without giving up. Then you don't mind Naner bringing me into the family? Xiang Xinyao looked helpless. I don't mind. Only then did Helian go to have breakfast contentedly. As soon as she saw Nan, she couldn't help but happily pull her son and said, Naner, that's great. Yaoer doesn't mind you taking me with you to marry into your family. Nan smiled helplessly and stretched out his hand to push Helian to go for breakfast. It's not that he hadn't thought about building another house, but he was unwilling to occupy Xiang Xinyao's land. He already knew that Xiang Xinyao had her own plans. He would rather buy a house in the county town than disrupt Xiang Xinyao's plan. After breakfast, Xiang Xinyao and her parents accompanied her 2 uncles and 3rd uncle to see the homestead. After going around in circles, the 3 families finally chose to mark out a piece of land between the village and the small pine forest to build houses. Moreover, the land there did not belong to Xiang Xinyao, but it was very close to Xiang Xinyao's house, so she could just go to the government office to demarcate the land. The Ji family has arrived at the small pine forest, and the villagers are also arriving one after another. Xiang Xinyao's family and Nan are discussing where to build a new house. Nan thought for a long time and said, Yaoer, I think the farmhand's house should be built behind the courtyard and to the right of the warehouse, and then plant fruit trees behind it. What do you think? Xiang Xinyao nodded. I thought so too. I was wondering if we should build a wall around it. Nan smiled gently. That's totally unnecessary. Most of the villagers in this village are kind and honest people. There are only a few who would do evil. Okay, then don't build a wall. Just fence off the place where you raise chickens. Nan scratched the back of his head. Yaoer, you want to build a wall just to prevent the chickens from running around? Xiang Xinyao smiled. Do you think I'm guarding against thieves? I can't say about other places, but in Dewan village, who dares to steal my things? What I'm afraid of is that the chickens will run into the medicinal fields and harm the medicinal materials. Xiang Yanchen said, Sister, I took a look. Your chicken coop is really a bit small. You can't raise many chickens. I suggest building the chicken coop in the orchard and changing the previous chicken coop into a pig pen so you can raise a few more pigs. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. What a good idea. Let's do it. Qin Mui's eyes lit up. I'll be responsible for the sale. Xiang Xinyao smiled and shook her head. Brother Qin, let's not sell directly. I plan to produce and sell it ourselves. Open a chain of restaurants and supply vegetables and meat from my own family. Qin Mui asked, Sister Xinyao, will it be too expensive to do this? Qin Mui pondered for a while and said, Sister Xinyao, are you sure that the vegetables and livestock you grow are different from those sold outside? Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Since you left Bianjing, the vegetables you have eaten are all grown by me, and the meat you eat is also the wild boar meat I raised myself, except for the mutton yesterday. Qin Mui smiled. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'm full of confidence now. Xiang Xinyao blinked. There is also a ready-made clothing store. My sister and Sister Chunhua are responsible for making clothes. No problem. I'll start arranging this in a few days. Just then, Grandpa Ji came over and asked, Yaoer, have you thought about it? Where to plant corn? Xiang Xinyao nodded. I've thought about it. Plant corn and soybeans on the periphery of the entire land, and plant a circle of potatoes inside. Leave 2 medicinal fields outside the gate. Plant 2 to 3 rows of sunflowers on the edges of the fields, and plant vegetables on both sides of the fields. Continue to cultivate the land behind the house. Plant fruit trees next year, and build a chicken coop in the orchard. Grandpa Ji nodded. Okay, then I'll start making arrangements. We have never planted medicinal herbs before, and you'll have to teach us how to plant them later. Okay, then let's plant corn and soybeans first. By the way, I have some black bean seeds. Plant black beans first. I'll go get the seeds. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she turned and entered the yard. After returning to the house, she took out the black bean seeds from the space. Returning to Uncle Ji with the black bean seeds, Uncle Ji reached out to take the black bean seeds and said, Yaoer, don't go to the fields. Invite a few people to cook. I have agreed with the villagers that we will not provide lunch and dinner for them to work. They can go home to eat. But all the people in the Ji family are here, and no one is left at home to cook, so they have to eat at your side. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Uncle, of course you have to eat at my side. Don't worry, there are people at home to cook. Let's go and plant corn. With the servants brought by the Xiang family and the Xianwang mansion, and the cooks of the 2 families are here, Xiang Xinyao naturally doesn't have to worry about cooking. The 6 girls brought back halfway were left by Xiang Xinyao to help cook, and the long-term workers were all taken to the fields. Uncle Ji and Hu Tiniu were the only ones in the village who raised oxen. They each brought 4 people to plow with oxen, and the rest could only use hoes. Uncle Ji held the plow and drove the oxen to plow a gully on the ground. Aunt Ji carried a basket full of corn seeds and followed Uncle Ji, throwing 2 or 3 corn seeds into the gully with each step. Brother Ji and another villager tied 2 bamboo baskets with ropes and hung them on their chests. They put the fermented farm manure into the bamboo baskets and scooped up the dry farm manure with their hands to cover the corn seeds. The 2 of them took turns back and forth, and the speed was quite fast. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Ji family also carried a basket with black bean seeds in it and went directly to the corner opposite the cow to wait. When the cow turned around and came back, she threw black bean seeds into the gully again. Soybean seeds do not need to be covered with farm manure, so the 2 men do not have to run after them. Behind Hu Tiniu were the other 2 daughters-in-law of the Ji family, one throwing black bean seeds and the other throwing corn seeds. Brothers Ji San and Ji Wu were responsible for covering the farm manure. Xiang Xinyao gave the land for planting potatoes only to the farm hands and villagers and handed them the potato seeds. The farm hands and villagers used hoes to dig holes and plant potatoes. Some people dug holes, some planted potato seeds, and some covered them with farmyard manure. Xiang Xinyao had never farmed before, but she often went to the mountains in her previous life and often saw the crops planted by farmers on the roadside. The most common thing in those corners of the fields is pumpkin vines. A pumpkin vine can bear several pumpkins, and the vines can be fed to pigs, and the pumpkin tips can be fried and eaten. This thing has a very high production volume. Thinking of this, Xiang Xinyao quickly put it on her shoulder, and ran to the edge of the field. In her previous life, she had the habit of eating raw pumpkin seeds. There were quite a few pumpkin seeds in the space, so she could plant some. She carried A to the edge, started from the corner, dug a small hole at regular intervals, threw 2 or 3 pumpkin seeds into each hole, and then covered it with fluffy soil. There is strength in numbers. In just one morning, corn, black beans, soybeans, peanuts, and potatoes were planted. After lunch, the construction materials ordered by Wu Yinghai were delivered. Han Dongsheng, Wu Yinghai, and Mo Jinnan directed a group of farm hands to find a place to stack the construction materials. The rest of the people continued to carry hoes to plant vegetables and sunflowers in the fields. Xiang Xinyao took Sun Huaiyan, the Ji family, and several other villagers to grow medicinal herbs. The medicinal field is divided into countless small square fields, and each small field is separated by gullies. Each small medicinal field was used to grow one kind of medicinal herb. Herbs such as astragalus, ginseng, angelica, and Fritillaria serosa were all planted one by Xiang Xinyao and her friends. Sun Huaiyan was busy with his work and couldn't help asking Xiang Xinyao, "Wow, can these herbs sprout and grow tomorrow?" Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile, "They can't grow normally, but if you want these herbs to grow tomorrow, you can just water them with the water I prepare." Sun Huaiyan's eyes lit up. "Then you go prepare the water, and I'll water them later, so that these herbs will grow tomorrow." Hee, I'm happy just thinking about it. Xiang Xinyao nodded. "No problem. You go and carry a big vat over, and I'll prepare the water." "Okay." Uncle Ji said, "Yaoer, everything is good here, except that it's inconvenient to use water. It's a bit far to fetch water." Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile, "Uncle, I have thought about this problem. After all the seeds are planted, I plan to drill a well, which will be much more convenient." "What are you going to do with the pond?" "Enlarge the pond. You can raise fish, ducks, and geese in the pond. Build a few small houses beside the pond to make duck houses and goose pens." After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, she stood up and looked around and said, "Uncle, do you know whose land to the east belongs to?" "I know. Several families have land. Your grandpa Ji has an acre of land there. After these few days, take me to find the villagers who own those plots of land. I'll talk to them and ask them to sell all the land to me." "No problem." At this moment, Sun Huaiyan came to Xiang Xinyao carrying a large vat. "Baby, can you put it here?" Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Okay, put it down, I'll prepare it later." Sun Huaiyan put the vat down and turned to pick up the bucket to fetch water. Xiang Xinyao stopped him and said, "Little old man, I'll go get water. You continue to grow other medicinal herbs." Sun Huaiyan nodded, squatted down, and continued to grow medicinal herbs. Xiang Xinyao returned to the yard, picked up 2 buckets, and walked to the pond. Xiang Xinyao came to the pond and pretended to fetch water from the pond. In fact, she moved her mind and poured the spiritual spring water into the bucket. After repeating this several times, Xiang Xinyao filled the vat with spiritual spring water. If only the people Xiang Xinyao brought were present, she could directly use magic to get the spiritual spring water out. But with so many people in the village, she couldn't do it so blatantly and could only use the name of fetching water to get the spiritual spring water. After the water tank was full, Xiang Xinyao returned to the yard, took out a watering can and a ladle from the space, and then sent them to Sun Huaiyan. If it was late at night when everyone was asleep, Xiang Xinyao could directly use her mind to control the spiritual spring water for irrigation. But it's not possible now, and serving medicinal materials is Sun Huaiyan's wish, and she can't deprive him of his interests and hobbies. Sun Huaiyan took the watering bucket, scooped water into the watering bucket, and then started watering with the watering bucket. The area of the small medicinal field is 4 square meters. Sun Huaiyan only needs to go around the gully to irrigate the entire small medicinal field evenly. Due to the limited medicinal seeds, Xiang Xinyao only planted 1 acre of medicinal materials. One tank of water is definitely not enough for irrigation, so he can only carry the bucket back and forth between the pond and the medicinal field. Before dinner, the vegetables, sunflowers, and medicinal herbs were finally planted. Xiang Xinyao was so tired that she was sweating and panting. She didn't remember how many times she had gone back and forth and how many buckets of spiritual spring water she had carried. I have to get a few big buckets in the medicinal field and fill them with spiritual spring water at any time for Sun Huaiyan to work on it. Otherwise, I have to work on it too. Thinking of this, Xiang Xinyao made up her mind to buy a few more big jars tomorrow. At this time, the villagers had already gone home. The old scholar brought the Ji family's children back from school. There were several tables in the yard, and the servants had already served the food. After dinner, Han Dongsheng and Wu Yinghai said goodbye and returned to the county town. Uncle Ji said, "Yaoer, is the pig pen ready? If it is ready, I will go back and drive the piglets here." Xiang Xinyao was leaning softly on the chair at this time. When she heard Uncle Ji asking about the pig pen, she remembered that she had not yet gone to the pig pen to take a look. Sitting up in shock from his dying illness, Xiang Xinyao suddenly stood up and ran to the pig pen. "I'll go take a look. I forgot about it because I was busy today." He took a look in the pig pen and made sure that there was nothing that needed to be prepared. He just drove the pigs in and returned to the yard. "Uncle, there is no need to prepare the pig pen, just lock it in directly." The uncle nodded. "Then I will go and drive the pigs over." Mo Jinan stood up and said, "Uncle, I will go with you." Uncle Ji was stunned and asked with a smile, "Can you do it? Driving pigs is not that easy." Mo Jinan waved his hand. "No problem. You can learn if you don't know how. Anyway, you will raise pigs in the future. How can you not learn?" The Lei brothers and Xiang Xinyao's 3 brothers also stood up and said, "We will go together." Xiang Xinyao continued to nestle back in the chair. "I won't go. I am so tired today. I ran dozens of times to fetch water. I can't even lift my hands." Mo Jinan's face was distressed. "You don't have to go. Have a good rest." Xiang Xinyao said, "Uncle, don't raise pigs over there. Just raise a few chickens and drive the pigs here to raise them. When the time comes, come here to kill the pigs." Uncle Ji didn't bother to be polite with Xiang Xinyao and nodded, "No problem. Anyway, we are all family. There is no need to care so much. Just raise a few pigs and cut more pig grass to send over when the time comes. After we harvest the grain, send some more food over, and we can raise them together." Uncle Ji took Mo Jinan, the 3 Xiang brothers, and the Lei brothers to the Ji family. The other members of the Ji family also went back with them. Came to Ji's house. Uncle Ji glanced at Mo Jinan and the others, then quietly went into the house to find a rope. He didn't believe that Mo Jinan and his companions could drive the pigs to the pine forest. The best way is to tie up the pig and lead it to the pine forest. Uncle Ji found 4 ropes and tied 1 rope to each of the 2 piglets. He threw some leaves on the ground and then let the piglet out of the pigsty. While the piglet was eating the leaves, Grandpa Ji first put one end of the rope in front of the pig's belly, close to the front legs, and then wrapped the lower rope around the upper rope. This circle is wrapped around the lower part of the pig's neck, also close to the front legs. Form an intersection above the pig's front spine, then fold the rope in half, pass it under the intersection, and finally tighten it to form a pig's hoof buckle. It looks extremely simple, but in reality the rope will become tighter and tighter as you pull it. After tying up 1 piglet, Grandpa Ji continued to tie up the other piglet with the other end of the rope. Lei Junkie picked up a rope. "It looks simple to me, let me try it too." Xiang Yanlin also picked up a rope. "I think I have learned it too." However, when the 2 of them approached the piglet with the rope and passed the rope through the piglet's abdomen, their minds were tangled. Where should the rope be wrapped? Where should it be passed through? I forgot everything. It's easy to learn at first glance, but it's useless as soon as I learn it. Lei Junkie looked embarrassed. "It looks simple. Why don't you know the next step when you start?" Uncle Ji handed the rope between the 2 tied pigs to Xiang Yanjua, walked to Xiang Yanlin, and taught him how to tie a pig's hoof buckle in person. Under Uncle Ji's guidance, after teaching Xiang Yanlin, Uncle Ji went to teach Lei Junkie. Xiang Yanchen was confused. "Grandpa, What's the intention of giving this to me? Grandpa G smiled honestly. To lure the piglets, scatter the corn kernels on the ground, and the piglets will follow you. At this time, the leaves on the ground had been almost eaten by the pigs. Xiang Yanchen quickly grabbed a handful of corn kernels and scattered them on the ground, and the piglets immediately scrambled to eat them. Grandpa G twitched his mouth and reminded, "Sprinkle less, just lure. Otherwise, this half bag of corn kernels will not be enough for you to scatter in the small pine forest." Xiang Yanchen quickly replied, "Okay, I know." The next scene is Mo Nan, Lei Junki, Xiang Yanlin, and Xiang Yanjua following Xiang Yanchen with ropes. Grandpa Ji and Lei Junlin drove the 8 piglets with 2 thin sticks in their hands. Xiang Yanchen scattered corn kernels in small quantities and slowly walked towards the direction of the small pine forest. There were many pigs but few corn kernels, so the 8 pigs fought fiercely for the corn kernels. Lei Junki stepped on a corn kernel without noticing and was pushed over by 2 piglets fighting for it.
Ha ha.
The others couldn't help laughing when they saw it. Mo Jinin joked, "Junki, it seems that your cabbage is not that good, but it was pushed over by 2 pigs, ha ha." Lei Junki didn't get angry and retorted, "My cabbage is pretty good, okay? At least there are pigs pushing it, unlike your rotten cabbage, which even pigs don't push." "Not really, compared to your not-so-good cabbage, we are too good, so even pigs can't bear to push it, only you, ha-ha." Xiang Yanlin echoed, yes, cabbage roots are not good, so it will be easily pushed over by pigs." Xiang Yanchen raised the corners of his mouth and deliberately scattered a few corn kernels at Lei Junki's feet. This time, all the pigs came to fight for it, and Lei Junki jumped away in fear.
Ha ha ha.
Several grown men burst into laughter and continued to walk forward with the pigs. Lei Junki shrugged and said with a relaxed look, "Old Mo, to be honest, the place chosen by Miss Yang is really good, like a paradise on earth. I don't want to go back." Mo Jinen looked proud. "Of course the place chosen by Yaoer is good. Don't you see whose fiancé she is? TSK, what does the place chosen by Miss Yang have to do with you? I haven't praised you yet, but you are out of breath. Of course I know you are praising Yaoer, but she is my fiancé. Isn't it okay for me to be proud of you praising her? Old Mo, you are so shameless. You just flatter yourself. Brother, face can't be eaten. I am proud of having such an excellent fiancé all the time. You can't flatter yourself if you want." Lei Junki didn't want to admit that he really envied Mo Jinan for having such an excellent and beautiful fiancé. His father, General Lei, had urged his 2 sons to get married and start a family. It's a pity that the 2 brothers' minds are not on love. The most important thing is that the 2 brothers have not met a woman who can make their hearts beat. Several grown men laughed all the way and soon returned to the small pine forest. Xiang Xinyu heard the laughter and couldn't help running out of the yard to watch the fun. When she saw the scene of Mo Jinan and the other 4 leading pigs, she couldn't help but chuckle out loud. "Sister, come and see. The eldest brother and the others are actually leading pigs," chuckle. Xiang Xinyao heard it and instantly jumped up from the chair and ran out of the yard. Other people who were enjoying the cool in the yard also raised their feet and ran out to watch. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help laughing. Especially Helian E. She laughed so hard when she saw her son leading 2 pigs.
Ha.
It's hard to imagine that the wise king who was high above before was actually holding 2 pigs in his hands at this time. Helian E hugged Xiang Xinyao, who was smiling happily, and said, "Yaoer, I think these pigs are not enough. We should raise a few more and let Nanner take them for a walk in the mountains every day." Xiang Xinyao instantly imagined the scene of Mo Jinan releasing pigs in her mind and nodded repeatedly. "I think it's feasible. I'll buy a few more tomorrow and let Anan release pigs in the mountains every day. Oh, and sheep. Let's release sheep together, haha." Mo Jinan twitched his mouth. "Yaoer, why don't you say get 2 more cows?" Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. "That's right. Our family has so much land. We must raise cows. Well, let's buy some tomorrow." Mo Jinan's forehead was filled with countless black lines. Isn't this just digging a hole for himself? But think about it, raising pigs, cattle, and sheep should be quite interesting. You can try it. Xiang Xinyao said seriously, to be honest, wild boar meat is firmer and tastes better. Anan, how about we train these pigs, let them run in the mountains during the day and come back at night? Mo Jinnan's eyes widened. Can pigs be trained? Is it possible? I don't know if it can work, but I want to try. Maybe it can work? Mo Jinnan also became interested. Let's give it a try. But there are a lot of wild animals in the mountains, and I'm afraid they won't come back if I let them out. Xiang Xinyao muttered. It would be great if we could get some wire mesh. We can just enclose an area to release the pigs, and we don't have to worry about the pigs running away. Xiang Yanjua was silent for a while, then said, Sister, can we make this wire mesh we mentioned ourselves? We can make it, but it's time-consuming and labor-intensive. We need a lot of it. By the time we make it, the pigs will have grown up. We don't have to worry about it. Let's go and put the pigs in the pigsty first. Xiang Xinyu said, I'll go get some vegetables to feed the pigs. Xiang Xinyao stopped her. Sister, you can take the vegetables, but don't take the vegetables we eat. Take those unwanted vegetable leaves. Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and take a look. Xiang Xinyao took Mo Jinnan and the others to put the pigs in the pigsty. Xiang Xinyu brought some vegetable leaves. Sister, should we throw these vegetable leaves directly to the pigs? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yes, we will throw them directly to the pigs today. I will bring back some corn bran tomorrow and teach you how to feed the pigs. Okay. Xiang Xinyao suddenly thought of something and looked up at Uncle Ji. Uncle, do you know if there is anyone in the village who can make a stone mill? Uncle Ji smiled and replied, No one in the village can make a stone mill, but the stonemason who will build the house will come tomorrow. You can ask the stonemason. The stonemason should know how to do it. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. If the stonemason knows how to do it, I won't have to look for it elsewhere. After Uncle Ji said goodbye and went home, Xiang Xinyao washed up and went back to her room to rest. Xiang Xinyu also entered the room, walked to the bed, took off her shoes and got on the bed. Sister, you are tired today, don't practice. Come to bed and have a good sleep. Xiang Xinyao waved her hand. Sister, you take a rest. I will practice for a while and then go to bed. Okay, then you practice for a while. Okay. Xiang Xinyao closed her eyes and began to circulate the internal force in her body. She still didn't dare to use the internal force of Gyunlu, for fear that she would enter a state of ecstasy and be disturbed the next morning and go crazy. After practicing for 2 hours, Xiang Xinyao gently opened the door, walked out of the yard, and came to the vegetable garden. She stretched out her left hand, and with a thought, the spiritual spring water instantly gushed out from her wrist, spraying on the vegetable garden like rain, watering the vegetable garden. Xiang Xinyao's speed of watering with her mind was extremely fast. Half an hour later, except for the medicinal field, she watered the entire field and was almost exhausted. She staggered back to the room, climbed onto the bed, lay down next to Xiang Xinyu, and fell asleep. The next day, Xiang Xinyao was too tired last night, and she was still asleep when the sun rose. Suddenly, Sun Huayan's excited voice came from outside.
Wow. Wow.
They all grew out, baby. The medicinal herbs have all sprouted and grown. In the gully of the medicinal field, Sun Huayan was so excited that he danced with joy. They grew out. The medicinal seedlings have all grown out. Ha ha. Xiang Xinya ran into the medicinal field like a gust of wind, looking at the tender sprouts that had just emerged, and smiled with curved eyebrows. Looking at other crops, whether it was corn, potatoes, or vegetables, none of them had sprouted yet. The spiritual spring water poured in the middle of the night is estimated to grow in the afternoon or tomorrow. When others saw the medicinal seedlings that sprouted overnight, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. At this time, Grandpa Ji's family had already come to the small pine forest with hoes, followed by a few villagers. They walked all the way to the edge of the medicinal field along the reserved road, and were petrified on the spot when they saw the sprouts that had already grown. It is impossible for any seed planted in the soil to sprout and grow overnight. Could it be that I was dreaming? After a long while, Brother Ji came back to his senses and looked at Xiang Xinyao in disbelief.
Yaya, am I dreaming?
The medicinal herbs that I just planted yesterday have grown today? How is this possible? Xiang Xinyao smiled slightly. Brother Ji, you are not dreaming. This is real. Do you remember the old man watering the medicinal field yesterday? I added medicine in that water, so the medicinal herb seeds can germinate and grow so quickly. In order to prevent other crops from growing and arousing suspicion from everyone, Xiang Xinyao simply confessed, and I couldn't sleep last night, so I ran out to practice and simply watered the other crops. If nothing unexpected happens, those crops will also emerge in the afternoon or tomorrow morning. Uncle Ji exclaimed in surprise, What? You watered them all? How did you do it? Xiang Xinyao lied without blushing or breathing heavily. I practiced light kung fu, and I flew in the air to water them. I watered until almost dawn last night and went back to sleep, so I couldn't get up this morning. The Ji family and the villagers still looked incredulous. It was impossible for one person to water such a large field. The only thing that Xiang's family and Mo Jinan could think of was that Xiang Xinyao had used magic. It was just that she didn't want the villagers to know that she knew magic. Magic was a mysterious existence, so it was understandable that Xiang Xinyao didn't want the villagers to know. The villagers swallowed hard, feeling that the world was a fantasy. Xiang Xinyao came to Grandpa Ji and changed the subject. Grandpa, I'm going to the county town today. Is there anything you need to bring? I'll bring it back for you. Grandpa Ji waved his hands repeatedly. No need to bring anything. We have everything at home. You go and do your thing, and leave the housework to me. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go have breakfast first. Go quickly. On the other side, Sun Huaiyan boasted excitedly to the villagers who looked incredulous. Don't disbelieve me. I saw with my own eyes that the kids put the medicine powder into the water, and I personally watered the medicine field with the water with the medicine powder. This morning, the medicinal seedlings in the medicine field grew out. The kids also watered the crops overnight. If they don't grow out in the afternoon, they will definitely grow out tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha, are you envious? When almost all the villagers had arrived, the craftsman in charge of building the house also rushed over. After telling Xiang Xinyao the location where his father was going to build the house, he took his two uncles, his third uncle, Mo Jinan, and Helian Yi to the county town. After arriving at the county town, Xiang Xinyao left the carriage in the backyard of Fumanlu and went to the county government office with her uncle and third uncle. When the county magistrate saw Xiang Xinyao, his eyes lit up. Oh, Miss Xiang, you are finally back. I have been looking forward to seeing you every day. Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. Sir, you are looking forward to my return. Have you encountered any troubles? It's not a big deal. It's just that my father-in-law has been ill recently, and I would like to ask Miss Xiang to help treat him. No problem. I will do my best to treat him. But sir, I came to you today to ask for something. The county magistrate said generously, What is it? As long as I can do it, I will definitely make it convenient for Miss Xiang. Xiang Xinyao quickly introduced. Sir, this is my eldest uncle. This is my second uncle. After introducing everyone, Xiang Xinyao told the purpose of this trip. Sir, my two uncles and my third uncle all want to allocate land in Dewan village to build houses. The location is between the village and the small pine forest. Each family wants 1 mu of residential land. Do you think this is feasible? The county magistrate nodded and said, Yes, of course it is feasible. The residential land is 8 taels of silver per mu. After paying the silver, a document will be issued first. After the house is built, we will measure the area of the house and then apply for the house deed. The two uncles and the third uncle hurriedly clasped their fists in thanks. Thank you, sir. The county magistrate waved his hand and said, You're welcome. As for the house deed to the girl, I will take the time to measure the area of the house, the area of the land, and then I will process the title deed for you. What do you think? Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows. No problem. Thank you, sir. The county magistrate suddenly looked reproachful. Miss Xiang, I heard that your house has been built, and you held a housewarming party the day before yesterday. It's a bit unkind of you not to invite me for such a great event. Xiang Xinyao was stunned, and then hurriedly smiled and said, Sir, it's not that I don't want to invite you, but the incident happened suddenly. When we returned to Dewan village that day, the villagers started to make arrangements. It was a temporary decision. After I have sorted out the things over there, how about inviting you over alone to sit down? Okay, come on, come in and have a cup of tea first. I'll send someone to pick up my father-in-law. With that, the county magistrate let Xiang Xinyao and her group into the house and told the servants to serve tea and snacks. Then he told the servants to pick up his father-in-law, and he personally accompanied Xiang Xinyao, Mo Jin Nan, and others. When the tea was served, the county magistrate smiled gently. You all try it. This is the bilyuakun that my unpromising nephew got for me. How does it taste? Xiang Xinyao didn't know much about tea, but her grandfather in her previous life was a tea fanatic. Influenced by her grandfather, her grandmother and parents also liked tea very much, so much so that when Xiang Xinyao went out, she would collect famous teas from all over the country to give to her family. And in her space suite, there are really a lot of good teas. And in her suite, there are tea tables and tea sets, all prepared for her family. And Xiang Xinyao's 2 uncles and 3rd uncle also like to taste tea. Helian Yi and her son are quite knowledgeable about tea. All the teas they have seen and tasted are top-notch teas. Bai Mu took a sip of the teacup and didn't express any opinions. After taking a sip, Helian Yi frowned slightly. In fact, it is very good for a county magistrate in a small county to take out such tea to entertain guests. Xiang Xinyao also took a sip. For her, who doesn't know much about tea, the taste is almost the same. The county magistrate looked at Xiang Xinyao without blinking. Miss Xiang, how is this tea? Xiang Xinyao smiled a little embarrassedly. My lord, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I don't know much about tea, and can't taste the good or bad. My uncles should know better. Bai Mu smiled slightly. In this small county, it is a luxury to drink such tea, but if compared with other really good teas, it is still a little worse. The county magistrate was not annoyed. Yes, this tea is already the top in our county, but it is indeed not comparable to the real good tea. Miss Xiang, although this tea is not very good, don't dislike it, take some back when you go back. Xiang Xinyao smiled and shook her head. My lord, I won't bring tea. I don't drink tea much. However, I didn't know you liked to drink tea before. I have some good tea here. I'll give you some for you to taste. The county magistrate heard this, and his eyes began to shine. Handing the Dragon Ball tea to the county magistrate, Sir, when you go out, you don't have much with you. Please try it. If you like it, I'll get you some when you go to Dewan village. The county magistrate took the ancient tree Dragon Ball like a treasure, put it close to his nose, and took a deep breath. It smells so good. Miss Xiang, how should this tea be brewed? Is there anything particular about it? This tea is black tea. It is made from the early spring buds of large leaf tea trees. The brewing water temperature should not be too high. Xiang Xinyao explained the method, sequence, and precautions of brewing kung fu tea. The county magistrate was instantly interested. Miss Xiang, I'll have someone boil water now. How about you try to brew some? Xiang Xinyao agreed happily. Of course, no problem. The county magistrate immediately ordered the servants to boil water and bring a few teacups. After the water boiled, when the water temperature cooled to between 80 and 90 degrees, Xiang Xinyao began to wash and brew tea. As soon as the tea was washed, the fragrance of tea emanated. After the first brew was poured out, the fragrance of tea was overflowing and refreshing. The county magistrate picked up the teacup, put it close to his nose, and sniffed it. What a nice smell. He took a sip and slowly savored the tea in his mouth. After a while, the county magistrate said, The taste is refreshing, the fragrance is unique, and the aftertaste is long. Good tea. Helian Yi took a sip and also smiled and praised. Well, it is indeed a good tea, with a long taste. I feel warm all over my body after drinking it. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Aunt Xiao, if you all like to drink tea, I will get you a set of tea sets when I go back. When you have nothing to do, you can drink tea and chat in the yard. Helian Yi's eyes lit up. Okay, I like this tea. Bai Hao said, This is a good feeling. Let the children fight in the future, and we can drink tea and chat and enjoy our old age. The county magistrate curled his lips. I envy you. I also want such a life, but it's a pity that it's not the right time now. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, There will be a chance. At this time, the servant brought the county magistrate's father-in-law to the backyard. Xiang Xinyao hurried to treat the county magistrate's father-in-law while the county magistrate was busy writing documents for her 2 uncles and her 3rd uncle. It must be said that the county magistrate and his wife were very filial people, and they took good care of the old man. It's just that as people get older, their digestive and immune systems are not as good as those of young people, so they are more susceptible to illness. The county magistrate prepared the documents and handed them to Xiang Xinyao's 2 uncles and 3rd uncle before looking at Xiang Xinyao. Miss Xiang, is there anything wrong with my father-in-law? Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. It's not a big problem. You're just old. You should pay more attention to rest, eat a light diet, and exercise properly. I'll prescribe a prescription for you. You only need to take it for half a month. Okay. Thank you, Miss Xiang. I feel relieved when you say that. Xiang Xinyao prescribed medicine for the old man to regulate his stomach and enhance his immunity. After writing the prescription, Xiang Xinyao spoke again. Sir, I want to buy some more land to grow crops. The county magistrate twitched his mouth. You have already bought so much land, and you also bought a mountain. Is it not enough? It is indeed not enough. That mountain cannot grow crops. The small pine forest has only a dozen acres of land, and there are houses built on it. Then how much do you want to buy this time? Xiang Xinyao smiled a little unconfidently. The more the better. It depends on how much you can allocate to me. The county magistrate twitched his mouth again. You bought so much land before the new year, and now you want to buy more. How much silver can you take out? You don't have to worry about the silver for me. The land in Dewan village is not enough. You can extend it to the county town. The more the better. The county magistrate was overwhelmed. The key is that he is not familiar with Dewan village and does not know how much he can allocate. He can only look through the record files of the previous land allocation. He needs to retrieve the files and check them again. He cannot give Xiang Xinyao a definite answer for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, Miss Xiang, I don't know which land can be allocated to you now. I have to check the files. If you feel bored, go shopping first and come back later. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay, then let's go buy some things first and come back later.
Go.
Xiang Xinyao and her group stood up and said goodbye. The county magistrate sent them to the door. Returning to the back house, the county magistrate imitated Xiang Xinyao and made a cup of tea. He drank 2 sips with a look of enjoyment, and then stood up and took the teacup to check the files. Xiang Xinyao and her group went shopping leisurely. After strolling for a while, Mo Jinan suddenly said, Yaoer, why don't we go ask around and buy a bigger house in the county town so that we can have a place to stay when we come to the county town to do business in the future? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go around and ask around. If we can't find a suitable one, we can also ask the county magistrate to allocate a piece of land for us to build it ourselves. Good idea. So, the 5 of them went shopping, bought what they needed, and asked where there were houses for sale. After strolling for a long time, the group still couldn't find any houses for sale, so they had to go to Fumanlu for dinner first. When they arrived at Fumanlu was packed. Since Xiang Xinyao provided Han Dongsheng with chicken essence and taught the chef several new dishes, Fumanlu's business has been much better than before, and it is almost always packed at mealtime. As soon as Xiang Xinyao and the other 5 arrived at the door of Fumanlu, the waiter greeted them warmly. Oh, Miss Xiang is here. Come upstairs quickly. The boss has reserved a private room for Miss Xiang, and this private room will not entertain any guests except you and your family. The child nodded and replied, Yes, she should be in the kitchen now. Please go upstairs first. I will go and invite the boss to come. The child first sent Xiang Xinyao and the other 4 to the private room, and then ran all the way to find Han Dongsheng. Han Dongsheng was indeed in the kitchen. When the child saw Han Dongsheng, he immediately said excitedly, Boss, Miss Xiang is here. When Han Dongsheng heard it, he told the chef, My sister-in-law is here. You can prepare a table of good dishes and let me send it to the private room. Okay, I know. The chef replied with a smile. For the chef of Fu Manlu, Xiang Xinyao is not only the boss's sister-in-law, but also half of his master. Now many of Fu Manlu's signature dishes are taught by Xiang Xinyao. Because of these new dishes and chicken essence, Fu Manlu's business is good, and the boss has also increased his salary. After Han Dongxing finished his instructions, he turned around and ran out of the kitchen and ran to the private room upstairs. When he arrived at the door of the private room, Han Dongxing pushed the door open and entered the private room. Sister Xinyao, what are you doing in the county town? Han Dongxing knew that it was nothing, and Xiang Xinyao, a busy person, had no time to run to the county town. Xiang Xinyao replied with a smile, We came to your uncle-in-law to mark out the land, and buy some things by the way.
There is something I want you to ask.
Do you know if anyone in the county wants to sell a house? I want a bigger one. Han Dongxing shook his head. No. Even if there is, it doesn't meet your requirements. There are 2 houses that they are willing to sell, but they are a bit small, and you don't like them. Xiang Xinyao was speechless. How do you know I don't like them? Don't I know you? There are so many people in your family, there should be at least enough space for them, right? Will you buy a small house? Okay. You really know me. Han Dongxing pulled out a chair and sat down without hesitation and said with a smile, Sister Xinyao, there is a large residential land next to my house, and the location is good. Do you want to be my neighbor? Mo Jinan said. Where is it? Can you take me to see it? Han Dongxing replied, It's not far from here. Let's eat first, and then I will take you to see it after dinner. Okay. Thank you, Brother Han. You're welcome. I've arranged for the kitchen to be ready. Please wait a moment. Han Dongxing said, full of anticipation. In fact, the homestead was his. He had asked the county magistrate and his uncle to transfer it to his name. When he heard that Xiang Xinyao wanted to buy a house in the county, the first thing he thought of was to be Xiang Xinyao's neighbor. Of course, if there was a ready-made big house for sale, he would take Xiang Xinyao and her group to see it first. If they liked it, they would buy it. Anyway, it was in the county, which was closer than going to Dewan village. Now there was no big house for sale, so he thought of giving the homestead under his name to Xiang Xinyao. The food was served soon, and Han Dongxing accompanied Xiang Xinyao and the other 4 to have lunch. After the meal, he couldn't wait to take Xiang Xinyao and the other 4 to see the homestead. Han Dongxing had just arrived at his door when his old father was about to go out for a stroll. As soon as he saw his son, the old father began to mutter, Stinky boy, what are you doing back at this time? Are you not doing business anymore? Han Dongxing immediately stepped forward to support his old father. Dad, my sister is here, the miracle doctor sister I told you about. Han's father's face changed instantly, with a smile on his face. Quick, introduce her to Dad. Xiang Xinyao took the initiative to step forward. Uncle Han, I am Xiang Xinyao. They are all my relatives. Okay, then I'll call you Yaoer. Please come in.
Xiang Xinyao looked at Han Dongxing.
Han Dongxing touched his nose and said, Dad, Sister Xinyao is here to see the homestead. Let's take a look at the homestead first. Han's father was stunned. See the homestead? The homesteads here have been marked out. Han Dongxing pinched the soft flesh on his father's waist and winked desperately. But Han's father did not play by the rules and cried out in pain. Why are you pinching me, you little brat? Are you that itchy? After reacting, the voice of the last 3 words was 8 degrees lower. If Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan were not sensitive to hearing, they might not be able to hear what he said clearly. Xiang Xinyao stared at Han Dongxing with her eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. Brother Han, tell me, what are you planning to do? I want to hear the truth. Looking at Xiang Xinyao's bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, Han Dongxing smiled and said, Xinyao sister, I just want to be your neighbor. Han's father slapped his thigh and said, Okay, it's good to be neighbors. Xiang Xinyao asked Uncle Han, didn't you say that all the residential land here has been allocated? What does it matter? Han's father pointed to the large piece of vacant land next to him without any psychological burden and said, This kid has a large piece of land under his name. Here, this one. Uncle Han asked this kid to give it to you. Can't we be neighbors in the future? Xiang Xinyao's mouth twitched wildly. She felt that she was no different from a robber who came to the city. And it was the kind of robbery that was intended to rob acquaintances. Uncle Han, this is the residential land under the name of Brother Han. I can't take away someone's love. Han Dongsheng waved his hand. Sister Xinyao, as long as you are willing to be my neighbor, it's just a piece of residential land. I am willing to give it to you. Then what are you going to do? It's not like I don't have a place to live. The old ancestral house is not small. It can be renovated, and it will be as good as new. The key is that I can live next door to you. How great is that? Han's father agreed. That's right. Living next door to each other can help us take care of each other. Yaoer, don't refuse. Mo Jinan said, Brother Han, how much silver is this residential land? I'll give you the silver. Brother Mo, you're being too formal, aren't you? This residential land is only 4 acres. Can I ask for your silver? Are we still brothers? No, let's put things one way and one thing at a time. I don't lack this little money. I am already very grateful that you can give me such a good residential land. How can I ask for it for free? Han Dongsheng said with a straight face. Brother Mo, if you really treat me as a brother, don't mention silver to me. Montak Chinen. He really didn't consider Han Dongsheng as a brother. After all, the two of them didn't know each other well. Han Dongsheng considered Mo Jinan a brother because he was Xiang Xinyao's fiancé, and they would be a family sooner or later. And Mo Jinan knew too little about Han Dongsheng. If it weren't for Xiang Xinyao, Han Dongsheng really wouldn't be qualified to know him. Although he was now demoted to a commoner, it was an indisputable fact that his status would be restored sooner or later. For a businessman in a small county to have a relationship with a royal family, it was really a blessing that could not be achieved in several lifetimes. However, his fiancée had a good relationship with Han Dongsheng before, so he naturally wouldn't interfere. If they hadn't helped Xiang Xinyao in the past, Xiang Xinyao might have had a harder life. The Han family's father and son were all smiles. Xiang Xinyao would live next door to them in the future, which meant that her life would be protected. Han's father knew clearly that their family was not short of money, but it was hard to find a good doctor in the town. The father and son welcomed Xiang Xinyao and the other 6 people into the house with great enthusiasm and prepared tea and served snacks. After the tea and snacks were served, Han's father called his son out. When he came back, Han Dongsheng was holding a small box in his hand. Putting the box in front of Xiang Xinyao, Han's father said, Yaoer, Uncle Han didn't come to congratulate you on your move to a new house. This is a housewarming gift that Uncle prepared for you. I hope you don't dislike it. Xiang Xinyao was startled. Uncle Han, you are too polite. Why did you prepare a gift? I can't accept it. Well, it's not a valuable thing. It's just a little thought from Uncle Han. You'll know when you open it. Xiang Xinyao opened the box carefully after hearing that. When she saw what was in the box, she widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth slightly open. In the box were 12 exquisite and beautiful red glazed bowls. Oh my God! Isn't this a valuable thing? Not to mention in modern times, even in Lingxiao country, I'm afraid these 12 bowls are extremely precious. Xiang Xinyao's voice trembled a little. Uncle Han, are you sure this is not valuable? Father Han blinked. Not worth much. Xiang Xinyao was numb. How rich is the Han family? Could they be invisible rich people? The answer is of course not. Although the Han family has a strong financial background, they cannot be called rich. However, they are also one of the richest families in Fuling County. Xiang Xinyao said seriously. Uncle Han, you also know that Brother Han is my sworn brother. I can't cheat him no matter who I cheat. These 12 glazed bowls are too precious, and I can't accept them. Father Han waved his hand nonchalantly. Yaoer, I really didn't spend much money. This glass bowl was given to me at a low price by a good friend of mine. I'm telling you the truth. Uncle Han was attracted by your medical skills before. But when I saw you and your fiancé today, I knew that you too were extraordinary. Although your brother-in-law has some talent in business, it's not much.
Yeah.
Since you called Dongsheng your brother-in-law, Uncle Han would like to ask you and your fiancé to take care of the Han family more in the future. These 12 glass bowls are also what I sincerely want to give to you. If you leave them in the Han family after 100 years, I'm afraid your brother-in-law won't be able to keep these glass bowls. It must be said that Father Han had a keen eye and could see the extraordinariness of Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan at a glance. The Han family could be what it is today because Father Han started from scratch and worked hard bit by bit. Han Dongsheng was not as good as Father Han, and Father Han was also worried that the Han family would decline after 100 years. When he saw Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan, he knew that as long as these two outstanding people could take care of the Han family would definitely be more glorious. Even if the next 3 generations of descendants of the Han family were incompetent, as long as they did not squander, they would not decline easily. Mo Jinan secretly thought, this Father Han is really an old fox with a keen eye. To put it bluntly, Father Han was willing to take out the 12 extremely precious glass bowls just to cling to Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan's thighs. Mo Jinan said, Yaoer, since it is Uncle Han's intention, you should accept it. When Father Han heard this, he smiled instantly. Xiang Xinyao twitched her mouth. This favor was too much. It's good to pay back the money you owe, but it's really hard to pay back the favors you owe. However, Xiang Xinyao really likes these 12 glazed bowls. Mo Jinan asked Han's father, Uncle Han, which direction do you hope Brother Han will develop in the future? Han's father put away his smile and answered seriously, his uncle-in-law is already in the officialdom and has taken good care of our family. I don't expect him to be rich and famous, but I hope he will live a peaceful and smooth life. Mo Jinan nodded. Okay, as you wish. Brother Han will live a peaceful and smooth life. Thank you, sir. Mo Jinan stood up. Then we should say goodbye. There are still some things to buy, and we have to go to the county government later. After speaking, Mo Jinan bent down to close the lid of the box and held the box in his arms. Xiang Xinyao and others also stood up to say goodbye. Han Dongsheng said, Wait for me. I'll go get the title deed of the homestead and go to handle the transfer later. After speaking, Han Dongsheng ran into the house. After a while, he came out of the room with the deed of the homestead and said with a smile, Let's go. Dad, let's go. Father Han smiled and nodded. Go. Watching Xiang Xinyao and his group leave, when he could no longer see their backs, Father Han laughed and jumped excitedly and twisted his ace. Great he. Holding Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan's thighs, it would be difficult for the Han family not to be rich and powerful. After leaving the Han family, Xiang Xinyao deliberately sent Han Dongsheng away and waited for the afternoon to meet up at the county government office. Afterwards, the group went to buy several large vats and found an empty place to store the large vats in the space. After asking around, several people came to Yangshi Street, where livestock were traded. Yangshi Street is not big, and there are not many people trading. You can see the end at a glance. As soon as they entered Yangshi Street, everyone couldn't help but frown. The smell of this place is so bad that it goes straight to the top of the head. Xiang Xinyao covered her nose and said in a muffled voice, This place stinks. Let's buy it and leave.
Montag Jinnen nodded heavily. Okay.
There were 4 people selling piglets. Xiang Xinyao picked out the piglets and bought a total of 28. The merchant put all 28 piglets in a large bamboo basket. Xiang Xinyao asked the merchant to send the piglets to a more remote alley and told the merchant that someone would come to take them away later. After the merchant sent the piglets to the alley and left and returned to the stall, Xiang Xinyao put all the piglets into the space. Returning to Yangshi Street, Xiang Xinyao picked out 16 sheep and 3 calves. Just as she was about to leave with the sheep and calves, Xiang Xinyao heard a dog barking.
Oh.
There are dogs, I'll go see. After saying that, Xiang Xinyao turned around and ran to the dog stall. When she got closer, she saw that they were all local dogs. Although she was a little disappointed, she still spent money to buy 4. She came to Mo Jinan with 4 local dogs. Mo Jinan frowned slightly. Yaoer, why did you buy dogs? Xiang Xinyao answered as a matter of course, to guard the house. This is too ugly and so dirty. Just be content. We are in a small county now. Where can we buy expensive dogs? If they are dirty, just take them home and give them a bath and they will be clean. That's true, but we don't need to buy a dog, do we? Xiang Xinyao smiled. Why not? Dogs are very smart. As long as they are trained well, maybe they can be used to herd pigs and sheep. The 6 people drove the cattle and sheep to the alley before, and Xiang Xinyao sent the cattle, sheep, and dogs into the space. The 6 people went to buy a lot of corn kernels and bran and put them into the space, and then walked towards the county government office. When they arrived at the county government office, Han Dongsheng was already waiting there. Mo Jin Nen was still holding the box of glass bowls. He had to wait until he got on the carriage, and then handed it to Xiang Xinyao. The county magistrate had already read the files and knew which lands could be allocated to Xiang Xinyao. Seeing Xiang Xinyao coming back, he greeted with a smile. Miss Xiang, let's talk in the house. There are quite a lot of land that can be allocated now. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this, and she quickly followed the county magistrate into the house. After the 6 of them sat down, the county magistrate noticed the box in Mo Jinnan's arms, and he couldn't help but be stunned. The eldest brother-in-law is really generous. He is willing to give such valuable things to others. Of course, the county magistrate also wanted to give it away, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. His family really didn't have such valuable things. Although he couldn't give Xiang Xinyao expensive gifts, he could make things easier for Xiang Xinyao. As a local official, performance is the key to his promotion. By demarcating the land, the government can receive more taxes. Farmers need to pay grain in proportion to their output. The more grain they receive, the better the performance of local officials. The county magistrate took out the files of land demarcation records and a map of the small county town, and told Xiang Xinyao which land could be allocated to her. Finally, after careful consideration, Xiang Xinyao asked the county magistrate to allocate her more than 100 acres of wasteland on both sides of Dowan village and the road from Dowan village to the county town. Xiang Xinyao said, "Let's allocate these first. We'll talk about it later if there is not enough for planting." The county magistrate smiled and nodded, then took out pen, ink, paper, and inkstone and began to write the deed. In addition, the 2 uncles and the 3rd uncle also bought 5 acres of land each, preparing to grow some food and vegetables and raise some chickens and ducks. After paying the silver, Han Dongsheng took out the deed to his homestead. "Uncle-in-law, I want to transfer this homestead to Mr.
Montag.
Please help me write a new deed." The county magistrate looked at Han Dongsheng, and seeing that Han Dongsheng looked serious, he didn't ask any more questions and picked up the pen to write another deed. After the deed transfer was completed, Xiang Xinyao and the county magistrate agreed that 3 days later, the county magistrate would go to measure the area of Xiang Xinyao's house, and the 5 people said goodbye and left. The county magistrate personally sent Xiang Xinyao and others to the door and waved goodbye to them. Xiang Xinyao and the other 4 returned to Fumanlu with Han Dongsheng. Han Dongsheng invited Xiang Xinyao and her group to have dinner, but was rejected by Xiang Xinyao. The 6 people said goodbye to Han Dongsheng and got on the carriage back to Daiwan village. On the way, Xiang Xinyao's 2 uncles and 3rd uncle were holding the deeds in their hands with excitement. Bai Mu said, "In a few days, we will find craftsmen to start building a house, and we will really settle down here in the future." Bai Hao smiled and said, "It's good here. There is no intrigue, and it's free and easy. It's a good place to retire." Uncle San laughed. "Haha, in the future we will also carry hoes and go to the fields to work, working from sunrise to sunset, and leave the money making to the children." Xiang Xinyao smiled. "Uncle San, you are the one who really knows how to enjoy life, plant crops, and exercise your body."
Haha.
Back in Daiwan village, the villagers were still busy building a house and clearing wasteland for Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao got off the carriage and walked directly to the pig pen. When she arrived at the door of the pig pen, she had an idea and distributed the piglets evenly among several pig pens. Then she sent the sheep and cattle into the sheep and cattle pens. Xiang Xinyao took out some corn kernels and bran from the space, and took out a lot of vegetables from the supermarket and piled them directly on the ground. Back in the yard, she put some of the remaining corn kernels in the yard, preparing to call Mo Jin Nan and others to help in the evening. Then she went to find a kitchen knife and a piece of wood, and walked towards the pig pen with them. Emojin and asked, Yaoer, what are you going to do? Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, Get ready to feed the animals. Just then, Uncle Ji came in from outside. Yaoer, where do you want to put your millstone? Xiang Xinyao stood up and said, Put it outside the granary. It's more convenient there. Uncle Ji saw a lot of corn kernels piled up in the yard and asked Xiang Xinyao with a puzzled look on his face, Yaoer, do you want to grind these corn kernels into flour? Xiang Xinyao nodded. Yes, grind it into flour and mix it with vegetable leaves and bran to feed the livestock. Yang Dahe's family does have a stone mill, but the stone mill is small. I don't know how long it will take to grind so many corn kernels. Uncle, don't worry about it. We have a way. I won't go to Yang Dahe's house to borrow a stone mill. Okay, I'll go see where to put the stone mill. It should be ready to use the day after tomorrow. Okay, thank you, Uncle. After Uncle Ji left the yard, Emojin asked with a puzzled look, Yaoer, you're going to feed the livestock. What are you going to do with the kitchen knife and wooden board? Use it to cut vegetables. Chop the vegetables into pieces and mix them with bran and cornmeal to feed the livestock. Cut vegetables? I want to cut them too, Xiang Xinyu said, and ran quickly to the kitchen. Xiang Tianyang also stood up and said to Bai Jing, Let's go and have a look. Bai Jing smiled and nodded. I'll go get the kitchen knife. Now, Xiang Xinyao's two uncles, the third uncle and Helian, couldn't sit still anymore, and they all stood up to look for kitchen knives. Fortunately, Xiang Xinyao prepared a lot of kitchen knives, otherwise there would be no kitchen knives in the kitchen. But she still called out to her brother who was about to go to the kitchen. Brother, don't go. There are not so many kitchen knives. You can still help me if you come with me. Emojin asked, What can we do? Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. The stone mill is not ready yet. Help me find a way to turn these corn kernels into flour. The Lei brothers stepped forward. Let's go and help. When they came to the outside of the pig pen, Xiang Xinyao squatted beside the pile of cabbage, picked up the cabbage, and started cutting it. Xiang Xinyu watched for a while, squatted down, and started cutting vegetables like Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao raised her head. Sister, be careful. Don't cut your hands. Well, don't worry, I will be careful. Emojin Nan, the Lei brothers and Xiang Xinyao's three brothers surrounded the bag of corn, grabbed the corn one by one, and used their internal force to grind the corn kernels into powder. Xiang Tianyang and several other elders also started to cut vegetables. Although the speed was not fast, they were in a very good mood. Xiang Xinyao simply put down the kitchen knife, found a large wooden basin, a wooden barrel, and a large iron spoon. She shoveled some of the cut leaves into the basin, then added bran and some corn flour. Finally, she added some spiritual spring water to the basin. After stirring it thoroughly with a large iron spoon, Xiang Xinyao scooped a bucket of pig feed, carried it to the pig pen, and poured the pig feed into the trough. Xiang Xinyu said with a smile, I didn't expect feeding pigs to be so interesting. I want to come and feed them tomorrow. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. Sister, are you kidding? You actually said such a tiring job is interesting? It is very interesting. I don't feel tired. Xiang Xinyao smiled evilly. Then why don't you come and feed the pigs by yourself tomorrow?
Me alone?
I'm afraid I can't do it alone. What about so many pigs? Not only pigs, but also cattle and sheep to feed together. Then I definitely can't do it alone. It's fun to feed together. I must be exhausted to death by myself. Xiang Xinyao said with a smile. I'm kidding. You come to feed alone. I'm worried that you are willing to come. Hong Tsue and the others are busy with other things today. I'll let them come to feed tomorrow, and we'll do other things. Xiang Xinyu's face was full of excitement. What to do? Open up wasteland. Okay. Xiang Xinyu agreed excitedly. Lei Junkie twitched his lips and couldn't help but look at Xiang Xinyu twice more. This Xiang family's eldest daughter is really simple. She can be so excited when she said she was going to open up wasteland. What a silly girl. The cornmeal ground by the inner force is not very fine, but it doesn't matter. The piglets can even eat the corn kernels. After feeding the pigs, the cook has prepared the meal. The villagers also finished work and went home, and Uncle Ji's family stayed to eat. The private school has also been closed, and the old scholar brought the children of the Ji family to eat together. As soon as he sat down, the old scholar said, Yawer, now there are children from neighboring villages who are sent to our private school to study. They are far away from home, and the children have to stay in the private school. You have to arrange someone to help me cook. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. No problem. I will arrange it for you now. She got up and went to find Hong Sue and the other 6 girls and asked with a smile, Are you 6 used to it here? The 6 girls looked at each other and suddenly knelt down together. Xiang Xinyao was shocked. What are you doing? Get up quickly. One of the older girls said, Miss, since the day the 6 of us chose to follow you, you have been our master. The old ones are dead. Please give us a name and give us 6 a new identity. Xiang Xinyao blinked. Another girl also spoke up and agreed. Yes, master, please give us a name and a new identity. The experience of these 6 girls is indeed distressing. If they continue to live in the shadow of the past, something bad will happen. They want to be given a name and a new identity, just to forget the past and start a new life. Xiang Xinyao thought for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, then I will give you a new name. I am a doctor, so I will name you after medicinal herbs. The 6 of you will be called Dingxiang, Wumei, Yuzhu, Bengxia, Bailey, and Lianxiao in order. Thank you for the name, master. The 6 girls knelt down at the same time. Hurry up, wait for the county magistrate to come in 3 days. I will ask the county magistrate to record your household registration here, and this will be your home in the future. The 6 girls cried with joy, and at the same time remembered the names given to them by Xiang Xinyao firmly in their hearts. Xiang Xinyao continued, There are children from the neighboring village who come to the private school. It's a long way to go home, so one person needs to go and cook. Who among you 6 is willing to go? The 6 girls looked at each other, and all of them were a little reluctant. Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly. What's wrong? Cooking for the private school is not a tiring job. Why are you still not willing to go? Ding Xiang said, Miss, it's not that we don't want to go, but the 6 of us don't want to be separated. There is too little work in the private school, and we don't want to be idle. Once we are idle, we will have random thoughts, so we don't want to go to the private school. Well, come to me at 9 p.m. tomorrow, and I will teach you how to feed pigs. From now on, you'll be responsible for feeding pigs, cows, and sheep. Bengxia smiled and said, Master, if it is to feed pigs, cows, and sheep, you don't need to teach us. We can all feed them. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, I know you all can do it, but you have to feed them according to my method, and you can't feed them randomly. Yes, master. Since you all don't want to go, then you go to eat, and I'll find someone else to go. After saying that, Xiang Xinyao walked towards the kitchen. This time, she asked directly in the kitchen if anyone was willing to go to the private school to cook for the children in the neighboring village. The result was unexpected. No one was willing to go, whether it was a servant or a farmhand. It was because the work over there was too easy and boring, and they felt guilty for getting paid 2 taels of silver a month. There are many people here, and they can talk and laugh with everyone every day. Xiang Xinyao had no choice, and she didn't want to force everyone, so she had to return to the yard. Seeing Xiang Xinyao pouting, Ji Chunhua smiled and said, Sister Yawer, if no one is willing to go, then I'll go. 3 times a day won't take much time. I'll just cook the meal and come over here to help. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Sister Chunhua, if you go, you don't have to run here all the time. If you can't bring needles and thread with you, just make clothes when you have nothing to do. When Brother Qin finds a shop, our ready-made clothing shop should also open. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. That's great, said the old scholar. I'll eat at the private school in the future and won't have to come here all the time. Seeing that this matter was finalized, Xiang Tianyang said, Yawer, get me a tomorrow. Your father also wants to exercise. Your father wants to go to open up wasteland with you. As soon as Xiang Tianyang spoke, others echoed him. Me too. I feel uncomfortable being idle all day. And me, I want to go too. How can I be left out of exercise? Even Helian E was clamoring to exercise. Xiang Xinyao looked at Helian E with a smile on her face. Aunt Xiao, going to open up wasteland is not for fun. It's very hard. Are you sure you want to go? Well, if you want to go, just treat it as having fun. I suggest you don't go. Otherwise, let Anan take you to herd sheep tomorrow. Imogen smiled gently. Yaoer, are you really going to let me herd sheep? Well, what's wrong with herding sheep? My martial arts are okay. Don't you think it's a waste of my talent to let me herd sheep? I should go to open up wasteland. Xiang Xinyao nodded thoughtfully. Well, it's indeed a waste of my talent to let you herd sheep. I might as well take Aunt Xiao to herd sheep. Helian Yi's eyes lit up. Okay, Yao will take me to herd sheep. Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows. Aunt Xiao, how about I will be in charge of herding sheep tomorrow, and you'll be in charge of herding cattle? I have never herded cattle. You have to teach me. No problem. I will tie up the calves with ropes, and you will be in charge of leading them to graze. After feeding the animals, the servants had already brought the food to the table. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao ordered the servants to boil a large pot of water. She found 2 basins and prepared to bathe the little dog. Xiang Xinyu came forward and asked, Sister, what are you going to do again? Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, Giving the dog a bath. Do you want to come with us?
Yes.
The 3 brothers also came forward, and the eldest brother Xiang Yanjua asked, Sister, do you want to help? Xiang Xinyao shook her head. No, if you have nothing to do and want to find something to do, why don't you go and see where to drill a well? It's a bit far for us to fetch water from here. The 3 brothers nodded and turned to find Imogen Nan. Xiang Yanjua had just told Imogen Nan about Xiang Xinyao's idea of digging a well, and the first person Imogen Nan thought of was Gu Yuntian. Gu Yuntian is proficient in Chimanduanjia, and it is much easier for him to find underground water sources than ordinary people. But since Gu Yuntian and the other 3 told Xiang Xinyao about opening a restaurant and a clothing store, they went out for a field investigation, and it was unknown when they would be back. The 3 Xiang brothers, Imogen Nan and the Lei brothers walked around the house, discussing where to start. In the yard, the servants prepared the water. Xiang Xinyao and Xiang Xinyu mixed the water and began to bathe the 4 little dogs. When the 4 little dogs were just caught, the 2 sisters were disgusted. The 4 little dogs were put in the basin and soaked casually, and the water in the basin turned yellow. Hey, it's really dirty. Xiang Xinyu complained. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. It's dirty enough, and it's especially smelly. I have to change 2 more basins of water to wash it thoroughly. As she said this, Xiang Xinyao had an idea and took out the remaining half bottle of shower gel from the space. She squeezed a little on her hand, grabbed a small dog with one hand, applied the shower gel on the small dog, and began to rub it. Xiang Xinyao frowned while rubbing. The bubbles that came out of the rubbing were all yellow, which showed how dirty the small dog was. Xiang Xinyu also learned from Xiang Xinyao to squeeze a little shower gel on her hand and picked up a puppy to rub it. She rubbed all 4 small dogs, changed a basin of clean water, and washed them again with shower gel. This time, the foam that came out of the rubbing was white and exuded the scent of lavender. Xiang Xinyu sniffed. Sister, what is this? It smells quite good. This is called shower gel, for bathing. Xiang Xinyu pouted. What? I haven't used such a nice-smelling shower gel, and you actually use it to bathe the dog. Xiang Xinyao quickly comforted. Don't worry, sister. This is what I have used. It is not very useful. It has been stored for a long time. I will get you a good bottle later. That's more like it. I want this scent. No problem. I have other floral scents. I'll arrange them for you later. Thank you, sister. You're the best. Why are you polite? You're my only sister. I won't forget you. Xiang Xinyu smiled happily. It felt so good to have a sister. Lei Junkie, who had just stepped into the yard, saw Xiang Xinyu's happy smile. He couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. What a sweet smile. At this moment, Imogen Nan was also looking at Xiang Xinyao, who was bathing the dog with a smile on her face, with tenderness in his eyes. Her smile was the brightest and sweetest smile he had ever seen. At this moment, Imogen Nan's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Thump, thump, thump. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Lei Junlin found that his brother was walking without looking at the road and was about to kick the stool in the yard. He looked in the direction of his brother's eyes with a puzzled look.
Wow.
The iron tree is about to bloom. As soon as Lei Junlin spoke, the tips of Lei Junki and Mo Jinnan's ears turned red instantly. Xiang Xinyu raised her head when she heard this. Where is it? Where is the iron tree? Lei Junki's face turned red. Lei Junlin was about to make a joke when Lei Junki quickly covered his mouth. Stinky brother, don't you want to spar with me? I'm free now.
Lei Junlin, whoa.
Watching Lei Junlin being dragged away by Lei Junki, Mo Jinnan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the iron tree Lei Junlin was talking about was not him. Xiang Xinyao tried hard to hold back her laughter. She lived to the age of 26 in her previous life, so she naturally understood Lei Junki's eyes at a glance. This guy is attracted to her sister. But she won't say much, after all. She doesn't know Lei Junki, let alone her sister. Her sister's happiness must be controlled by her. After cleaning the puppies, Xiang Xinyao held the puppies in front of Mo Jinnan. Anan, use your inner force to help me dry their fur. Mo Jinnan's eyes were full of tenderness. Okay. He took the two little dogs, circulated his inner force, and quickly dried the little dog's fur. The 4 black and gray little dogs finally revealed their original fur color. The 4 furry little ones looked a little cute at this moment. Xiang Xinyu asked, Sister, let's get some food to feed the puppy. Okay, but don't put salt in the food the puppy eats. It will cause the puppy to lose its hair. Oh, I see. The 2 sisters took the puppy to the kitchen and asked the cook to help chop some mincemeat, and then cooked some mincemeat and corn paste to feed the puppy. After feeding the puppy, the 2 sisters took the puppy to the yard to cool off. The next day, early in the morning, Xiang Xinyao got up and washed. After washing, she ran out and ran to the field where crops were planted like a gust of wind. Corn, potatoes, and other crops have all grown, and the tender green shoots are quite pleasing.
Wow.
They're all grown. Sun Huayan's unique voice sounded, full of excitement. Little old man, you don't regret following me to the countryside, do you? Sun Huayan smiled with wrinkles on his face. No regrets, not at all. I'm so happy. This time no one should call me a grass-fearing person. That's not necessarily true. Don't serve my medicinal herbs to death. If you serve them to death, you'll still be a grass-fearing person. Sun Huayan twitched his mouth and said unconfidently, With you here, I shouldn't serve the medicinal herbs to death. That depends on how you serve them, but I really can't figure out how you served the medicinal herbs to death. Sun Huayan was embarrassed and answered cautiously, Maybe they were touched to death by me. Xiang Xinyao, Zhu, you are really promising. I am submissive to you without even leaning on the wall. This time I will definitely restrain my hands. Except for watering, fertilizing, and weeding every day, I will never touch the medicinal seedlings. You said it, if you can't control your hands, I won't let you take care of the medicinal fields and will let you herd sheep. Sun Huayan shrank his neck. I will definitely control my hands. Let's go and have breakfast. By the way, the medicinal fields don't need to be taken care of today. Do you want to herd sheep with me? Sun Huayan refused. No. It's better to go to open up wasteland than to herd sheep with you. Xiang Xinyao raised the corners of her mouth and turned back to the courtyard. Sun Huayan followed her happily. After breakfast, Xiang Xinyao found 3 ropes and prepared to tie up the calf. The calf had just been weaned, and the horns on its head had not grown out yet. Xiang Xinyao gestured with the rope for a long time, but didn't know how to start. This is a technical job. Helplessly, she took the rope to find Uncle Ji. Coming to Grandpa Ji, Xiang Xinyao said a little embarrassedly, Grandpa, how do you tie up the calf? I gestured for a long time, but I don't know how to start. Grandpa Ji asked, How old is the calf? Has it grown horns? It's still small, no horns yet. Grandpa Ji took the rope from Xiang Xinyao's hand. I'll help you tie it. It's really hard to tie it before it grows horns.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Xiang Xinyao took Grandpa Ji to the cowshed. Arriving at the cowshed, Grandpa Ji folded the rope in half with a rope and then turned it over to form 2 rope ears. Then passed the 2 rope ends through the middle of the 2 rope ears. the right one through the left one, and the left one through the right one. Then pull out the middle rope, tighten the rope loop, and pull it open to form a muzzle. The long rope on the top is put on the cow's neck, and the lower one is put on the cow's mouth. This is also called a cow cage. In order to teach Xiang Xinyao, Grandpa Ji's speed is very slow. Xiang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. My eyes have learned it, but my hands haven't learned it yet, ha 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 ha. It's okay, you will learn it after watching it a few more times. Uncle Ji picked up another rope and explained how to tie the calf cage. This time Xiang Xinyao finally had confidence. I'll try. As he said, he picked up the last rope and tried to tie the calf cage, but it still ended in failure. Haha. No, you can learn it as soon as you see it, but you will fail as soon as you learn it, ha ha ha. Uncle Ji smiled and said, Don't worry if you do this. And do this again. Won't you succeed? Finally learned it, it's not easy. It's not difficult for those who know it, but it's difficult for those who don't know it. You will learn it after practicing a few more times.
Yeah.
After tying up the calf, Xiang Xinyao called Sun Huaiyan and Helian Yi to drive the sheep, horses, and cows into the mountains. Xiang Xinyao opened her throat and yelled, Yohu, let's go herd the cattle. The craftsmen and villagers who were working couldn't help but raise their mouths when they heard Xiang Xinyao's voice. The three Xiang brothers and Mo Jinnan smiled with doting. They could all feel that since Xiang Xinyao came back to Dian village, her smile was brighter and her mood was happier than when she was in Bianjing. Xiang Yanzhuo looked at Mo Jinnan. Mr. Mo, are you serious about wanting to bring your mother into the family? Really, do you think I'm joking? Or, do you have any objection? Xiang Yanzhuo smiled brightly. Of course I have no objection. I wish you could marry into the family, but I can't bear to marry my sister off. Xiang Yanlin asked, Then how much dowry does Mr. Mo want? Mo Jinnan raised his eyebrows. Give as much dowry as you want, but you don't have to give it to me. Just give it to Yaoer. In the future, Yaoer and I will get married, and Yaoer will be the head of the family. Okay, ha 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 ha. The three Xiang brothers laughed heartily. Mo Jinnan suddenly looked serious. Should we hold Yaoer's coming-of-age ceremony? Xiang Tianyang replied, It will be held the day after tomorrow. We have already started preparing. The county magistrate will also come the day after tomorrow, so we will hold it the day after tomorrow. Then I will go to the county town tomorrow to buy a few sheep and some chickens, ducks, fish, and meat. Xiang Tianyang said, Let's discuss it with Yaoer when she comes back at noon. Yaoer has her own ideas. Who should we invite? We still have to listen to her opinion. Mo Jinnan nodded. Okay, but I want to propose marriage by the way, and settle the marriage between Yaoer and me. Xiang Tianyang smiled and said, This is a good thing. It's better to settle it as soon as possible. Here, Xiang's family and Mo Jinnan discussed holding a coming-of-age ceremony for Xiang Xinyao. On the other side, Xiang Xinyao and Sun Huaiyan drove sheep and horses, and Helian Yi led cattle to a hillside. The hillside was full of green grass, and sheep, horses, and calves were eating grass. Sun Huaiyan couldn't wait to ask, Yaoer, when are we going to sow the medicinal seeds? Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, I'll go now, you stay and look after the horses and sheep. Sun Huaiyan jumped up and said, What? You want me to stay and look after the sheep and horses? I want to go with you to sow the medicinal seeds. Little old man, if you don't stay and look after them, should I stay? Do you know where to sow the medicinal seeds? I don't know, don't you still have me? Then, do you think it's okay to let Aunt Xiao look after so many animals alone? What if Aunt Xiao is in danger? Sun Huaiyan's mouth twitched wildly. Baby, you framed me. Xiang Xinyao shrugged. Why did I frame you? I do have to sow medicinal seeds, but the animals also need someone to watch over them. Otherwise, what if they run away? Or, what if they run into other people's fields and eat their crops? You don't know where to sow what medicinal seeds, and I guarantee that the medicinal seeds will grow tomorrow if I sow them. Can you do it? So you have to stay and watch the animals and protect Aunt Xiao. Okay. The arduous task of watching the animals and protecting Aunt Xiao is handed over to you. I'll go sow the medicinal seeds and come back soon. When I come back, you can go back to open up the wasteland, okay? Xiang Xinyao coaxed and acted like a spoiled child, and Sun Huaiyan raised his hands in surrender. Okay, what you said makes sense, go quickly. I'll wait for you to come back. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly, used her light skills, and flew into the mountains. However, she didn't have enough internal strength, so she couldn't fly far with Qinggong and had to borrow strength. Sun Huaiyan was distressed and murmured, "It's time to teach the kids some skills." Xiang Xinyao flew and ran, and soon entered the deep mountains. After entering the deep mountains, she moved her mind, took out the ginseng seeds from the space, and began to choose a place to sow. She knew very well where in the deep mountains was suitable for sowing ginseng seeds. While throwing the seeds, she used her feet to dig the soil to cover the seeds, and then poured some spiritual spring water on them. She also scattered some other medicinal seeds. Of course, she chose seeds that were more suitable for growing in the deep mountains. More than half an hour later, she encountered a pack of wolves. When the wolves saw Xiang Xinyao, they immediately rushed towards her excitedly. "Wolf cubs, I'm back." The head wolf rushed to her, raised his front paws, and pounced into her arms. Xiang Xinyao didn't stand firmly, staggered back, and fell directly on the thick, dead leaves. The head wolf did not let Xiang Xinyao go, and kept rubbing his big head against her body.
Haha.
"It's so itchy. Wolf cubs, let me get up quickly." After playing with the wolves for a while, Xiang Xinyao moved her mind and took out a lot of pork from the space supermarket to feed the wolves. "You help me guard this mountain well. I will often bring meat for you to eat." "Well, I have to go to work. You all go." The wolves looked back every 3 steps and left reluctantly. Xiang Xinyao continued to sow medicinal seeds and water the spiritual spring water. After more than an hour, Xiang Xinyao flew down the mountain. At this time, it was lunchtime. Sun Huaiyan was unable to go to the mountains to sow medicinal seeds, nor was he able to help open up wasteland and show his skills. He was looking at the sheep and horses in a depressed mood. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Let's go. Drive the sheep, and go home for dinner." Sun Huaiyan pouted, led the horse with a wronged look, and drove the sheep home. Helian Yi was still leading the 3 calves. The calves were very well behaved and followed her slowly. "Yaoer, these 3 calves are very well behaved. I want to lead them out to graze in the afternoon." Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "The sun is scorching in the afternoon, so don't go out. I'll prepare a set of tea sets for you. You can drink tea and enjoy the cool in the yard."
Helia yinotet. Okay.
"Then I'll lead the cows out to graze tomorrow morning." Back to the sheepfold, Xiang Xinyao and Sun Huaiyan drove the sheep into the sheepfold and tied the horses in the stable. Helian Yi put the calves in the sheepfold without asking Xiang Xinyao for help. At this moment, the sound of girls chatting came from the side. The 3 turned their heads and saw that Ding Xiang and the other 6 girls were each carrying a backpack full of freshly cut pig grass. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. Just this pig grass, mixed with bran and corn flour, was enough for all the animals to eat for 2 days. Banksia said, "Master, we want to cut some pig grass this morning. You tell us how to feed the animals and we will do it." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. "You cut the pig grass into pieces first, then add bran and corn flour, add water, and mix well. Then you can feed the pigs." Next to the pig pen, Xiang Xinyao placed a large vat filled with spiritual spring water. The 6 girls rolled up their sleeves and started cutting pig grass. Xiang Xinyao mixed a bucket of pig food for them and asked them to mix it according to the proportion. After instructing the 6 girls, Xiang Xinyao and the other 2 returned to the yard. The food had already been served. In the middle of the yard, Mo Jinan, the 3 brothers of the Xiang family, the brothers of the Lei family, and others were talking to Gu Yuntian. Mo Jinan saw Xiang Xinyao coming back and immediately came up to her and said, "Yaoer, Gu Yuntian said that if we want to dig a well, we should dig it in the yard." Xiang Xinyao blinked. "Dig in the yard? Is that okay?" Gu Yuntian smiled and nodded. "Of course, I've calculated it. Just dig it in the southwest corner." Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. "Great, digging in the yard is the most convenient, Brother Gu. How deep should this well be dug?" "About 10 feet to sea water." "Great, start digging after dinner." Gu Yuntian smiled and nodded. At the dinner table, Xiang Tianyang said, "Yaoer, you are already 15 years old, but your coming-of-age ceremony has not yet been held. Your father plans to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for you the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Xiang Xinyao blinked her eyes and said, there are a lot of things to do these 2 days. It's just a birthday, right? You can celebrate it or not. I don't think it's necessary to make a fuss. Bai Jing smiled and said, child, a coming-of-age ceremony is not as simple as a birthday. There are many complicated steps. The coming-of-age ceremony is also called the coming-of-age ceremony. In our Lingxiao country, the coming-of-age ceremony for women is very grand. Xiang Xinyao pouted. I'm just a child. Not even an adult yet. There's no need to hold a coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Jing smiled lovingly. You have to do it. You're engaged. And Jinan wants to propose the day after tomorrow, so settle your marriage. Xiang Xinyao was stunned. No, I'm still young, no matter if it's a boy or a girl. You have to be 18 to become an adult, and I'm only 15. There's no rush to get engaged. Mo Jinan panicked. Yaoer, it's just an engagement, not a marriage now. Engagement is not okay. Let's talk about it after you're 18. I have to focus on making money now. Getting engaged doesn't affect your ability to make money. No decision, no ceremony. Xiang Tianyang said, Yaoer, don't be willful. Every girl has to have a ceremony. Besides, you and Jinan already have an engagement, so it's natural for him to propose on the day of your ceremony. As for marriage, you can consider it in a few years. Your parents won't rush you. Helione agreed. Yes, Yaoer, just agree. Aunt Xiao assures you that Nanner is absolutely sincere to you. In the past, when he was in Bianjing, he wouldn't even look at those noble ladies in Bianjing. The reason why he is anxious to get engaged to you now is because he is afraid that you are too outstanding and will be noticed by other men. Just treat it as. Have pity on him. Besides, you promised me in person that you would let Nanner take me to marry into the family, so you can't go back on your word. Xiang Xinyao twitched her lips. I didn't go back on my word, I just felt that I was still young. What's the difference between getting engaged now and having an engagement before? Mo Jinan said seriously, Yaoer, the engagement before was just a baby engagement. But it's different now. Our two families live together. Few people here know that we have an engagement, and it's not right for our two families to live together. I can't ruin your reputation. If you don't want to get engaged, then my mother and I will go to the county town to buy a house to live in.
Huh.
Xiang Xinyao had a headache. This was the conservative ancient times, and the reputation of women was the most important, and what Mo Jinan said was not unreasonable. Forget it. It's just an engagement. Let's get engaged, and don't urge us to get married. Xiang Tianyang, Bai Jing, and Helione nodded repeatedly.
Mourning.
Mo Jinan's mouth corners rose, revealing a beautiful arc. Xiang Tianyang quickly struck while the iron was hot. Yaoer, who do you think we should invite? Except for Hu Dashan and Yang Dahe's family in the village, they can all be invited. The others are my two sworn brothers. The county magistrate will also come the day after tomorrow. I don't know anyone else. Mo Jinan said, then I will go to the city tomorrow to invite your two sworn brothers and buy a few more sheep by the way. Buy them. There are so many villagers anyway, and they need a lot of meat. Alas. I have to kill another big fat pig, and I really don't want to kill it. Killing 2 big fat pigs in 3 or 4 days, this consumption speed is unparalleled. After thinking for a while, Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly and said, why don't we postpone it for a while? The housewarming party just ended 2 or 3 days ago, and the coming-of-age ceremony was held. I can't eat much of the delicious food. Besides, the villagers and farmhands have been working very hard during this period. Let's do it in a few days and improve their food. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. Then wait until the house is built and celebrate together. Mo Jinan smiled dotingly and nodded. Okay, it makes sense not to say it. I'll listen to you. After dinner, Guiyun Tian took Mo Jinan and the Lei brothers to dig a well, while others went to build houses and reclaim land. Sun Huaiyan ran to the back of the house as soon as he finished his meal this time, for fear that Xiang Xinyao would ask him to herd sheep again. Xiang Xinyao picked one of the farmhands to herd sheep and horses, and the farmhand was also very happy. She took out a set of tea sets from the space and placed them under the eaves, asking her parents and uncles to go under the eaves to make tea. She first taught her parents how to make kung fu tea, and then explained the key points of making tea, and then went to the back of the house to help open up the wasteland. For her, opening up the wasteland together can use her internal strength, and she can also practice kung fu while opening up the wasteland. Xiang Xinyao's 3 brothers did the same, and they consumed their internal strength while opening up the wasteland. She came to her 3rd brother Xiang Yanchen, and just as she was about to start, Xiang Yanchen said, "Sister, I want to go out tomorrow." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. "You want to deal with the property you transferred here, right?" "Yes, it's time to deal with it." "Do you need me to go with you?" "Of course I'd love for you to go with me, but if you have other things to do, I can go by myself." Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. "I'd better go with you. Most of your property is still with me." "Okay, then you go with me, but we have to go to Yunqing tomorrow. I know that there is not much room for development in the county, and the consumption level is also very low, so you can't make much money." At this moment, Sun Huaiyan suddenly shouted, "Baby, come here quickly." Xiang Xinyao turned her head and looked at Sun Huaiyan and hurried over. There was a huge stone in front of Sun Huaiyan. If he didn't find a way to break the stone, he couldn't plant fruit trees in that area. Xiang Xinyao came to Sun Huaiyan's side, looking at the half-exposed huge stone in front of him, and frowned slightly. "Oh, it's a big project, such a big stone." Sun Huaiyan narrowed his eyes. "Kid, I want to let you break this stone, and you have to break it alone. Little old man, you think too highly of me, don't you? My internal strength is so weak, do you think I can do it?" Sun Huaiyan was full of confidence. "I think you can do it, kid. I will teach you a set of internal skills. After you practice it, you can definitely break the boulder." Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes. "Wait until I have practiced it before I break the stone. It's too late. Let's find a way to break and clean up the stone first, and you can teach me later." "Why wait for a while? Can't I teach you in the evening?" "No, I'm practicing Gyuanlu recently. I'll teach you after I have thoroughly practiced Gyuanlu." Sun Huaiyan's eyes widened instantly. "What did you say? You are practicing Gyuanlu? Can you understand that thing?" "Yeah, I understand it, but I haven't fully mastered it yet." Sun Huaiyan touched his nose and said, "You are really a genius. You can understand those kinds of ghost paintings. I admire you. Since you are practicing Gyuanlu now, I will teach you martial arts moves when you have mastered it. After you have learned the inner strength of Gyuanlu, you don't need to learn my inner strength." "Is Gyuanlu so powerful?" "Of course. It's a pity that few people can understand the words in that set of secret books." Xiang Xinyao nodded. "Then I have to hurry up and master Gyuanlu completely." "Okay. Don't come here to open up wasteland. Find a place to practice." "No, I'll use up all the internal energy in my body before I practice." Sun Huaiyan pointed to the big rock and said, "Then you can split the rock, it will be consumed faster." Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows and turned to leave. "Wait, where are you going?" "I'm going to borrow tools. I don't have as much internal energy as you, so I can split the boulder with my bare hands." After saying that, Xiang Xinyao hurried to find the stonemason. She borrowed 2 wedges and a sledgehammer from the stonemason and quickly came to Sun Huaiyan. Sun Huaiyan took the wedge, jumped onto the boulder, and transferred the internal energy to his arm. With a hey sound, the wedge sank into the stone. "Baby, smash it." Xiang Xinyao put down another wedge, climbed up the boulder with a sledgehammer, and after standing firmly, he used his inner strength to tighten the handle of the sledgehammer and then shouted, 80.
Wow.
"You're quite good," the old man exclaimed. Xiang Xinyao stretched out his right hand. "Old man, give me that wedge." Sun Huaiyan quickly handed the wedge on the ground to Xiang Xinyao. He tightened the handle of the sledgehammer and once again used his inner strength to shout, 80. "Beautiful. Come again." Sun Huaiyan shouted. Sun Huaiyan used his inner strength to insert another wedge into the boulder. Xiang Xinyao raised the sledgehammer and smashed it. 80, 80. When the entire boulder was broken, the little internal force in Xiang Xinyao's body was completely consumed, and dense beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. She stumbled and her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Sun Huaiyan quickly supported her. When the 3 brothers Xiang Yanchua saw that Xiang Xinyao was so weak that she almost fell, They threw down the hose in their hands and ran over. Xiang Yanlin, who was a little more skilled in martial arts, came to Xiang Xinyao first. Sister, how are you? Xiang Xinyao smiled weakly. Second brother, I'm fine, but the internal force in my body has been exhausted, and I need to go back to rest. Xiang Yanlin picked her up horizontally, used his internal force, and flew directly to the courtyard, followed by Xiang Yanjua and Xiang Yanchen. Mo Jinnan, who was digging a well, was so frightened that his heart stopped when he saw Xiang Yanlin holding the weak Xiang Xinyao. He stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What happened to Yaoer?" Xiang Yanlin replied, "It's okay. She just used up all her internal energy and looks weak. I'll carry her to the house to rest. Leave it to me." Mo Jinnan directly and domineeringly snatched Xiang Xinyao and carried her to the back mountain. Xiang Yanlin was so angry that he jumped up and down. "Where are you taking my sister?" "To practice in the mountains. No one will disturb her." As soon as Mo Jinnan finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of everyone. He carried Xiang Xinyao and flew all the way to the cave where he recuperated last time. Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly, gathered her mind, and began to practice qigong and regulate her breathing. This time, with Mo Jinnan protecting her, she was relieved to practice Gyuanlu. Soon, she entered a state of selflessness. Half an hour later, a faint white mist appeared around Xiang Xinyao. If you don't look carefully, it's a little hard to see. Time passed by little, and Mo Jinnan silently guarded by her side, without making any sound, for fear of disturbing Xiang Xinyao. Until the evening, Xiang Xinyao showed no signs of waking up, and still closed her eyes and did not move. The white mist coming out of her body became more and more obvious. Mo Jinnan never left her side. He was so thirsty that he didn't even dare to go nearby to drink a sip of water, for fear that Xiang Xinyao would have an accident. The next day, at dawn, the aura around Xiang Xinyao changed, and her brows wrinkled slightly. Mo Jinnan stared at Xiang Xinyao nervously, holding his breath and not daring to breathe. He knew that Xiang Xinyao's internal strength was about to break through. He couldn't let any external factors affect Xiang Xinyao. As Xiang Xinyao's brows frowned more and more, time passed by. Half an hour later, Xiang Xinyao successfully broke through to the Wuling level. But she didn't rush to open her eyes. She spent another stick of incense to consolidate her internal strength before slowly opening her eyes. Mo Jinnan smiled and looked at Xiang Xinyao. "Congratulations, Yaoer has broken through to the Wuling realm." Looking at Mo Jinnan's slightly red eyes, Xiang Xinyao knew that he had not slept all night. "Anan, thank you for guarding me for so long. There is no need to thank you between you and me."
How do you feel now?
Mo Jinnan's voice was a little hoarse. Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly and climbed up from the stone. "I feel refreshed and comfortable all over." After saying that, she wanted to take a cup of spiritual spring water for Mo Jinnan to drink. However, she failed. She felt a faint warmth on her wrist, and she was ecstatic. The space was upgrading again. She didn't dare to get close to Mo Jinnan and said softly, "Anan, go drink some water quickly. My magic is restricted, and I can't make water for the time being." Mo Jinnan nodded slightly, turned around, and walked towards the stream. After drinking some water and washing his face, he returned to the cave. "Yaoer, let's go back. My family should be worried." As he said that, Mo Jinnan was about to reach out and hold Xiang Xinyao's hand. Xiang Xinyao quickly stepped back. "Anan, you can't get too close to me now."
Why?
"Just like the last time we went back to Bianjing and encountered a killer, no one can get close to me." "Yaoer, what's going on?" Xiang Xinyao bit her lower lip. "My magic has also been upgraded. When the magic is upgraded, the protection function will be activated, so no one can get close to me now." "I see, let's go back." Although Mo Jinnan wanted to hold Xiang Xinyao's soft little hand, he didn't dare. He didn't want to get hurt, so he could only stay away from Xiang Xinyao at this time. When he returned to the courtyard, the family was waiting at the door with anxious faces. When the three brothers saw Xiang Xinyao coming back, they immediately came to greet her. Xiang Yanjua said, "Sister, how are you? Are you okay?" Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly. I'm fine. I made you worry. My internal strength broke through a level, so I came back late. I'm glad you're okay. At this time, Xiang Yanjua grabbed Xiang Xinyao's shoulders and was not attacked by the space at all. Mo Jinnan's mouth twitched, with a look of envy. Xiang Xinyu was about to step forward. Mo Jinnan's pupils shrank, and he dodged in front of Xiang Xinyu. You can't get close to Yaoer. Xiang Xinyu pouted. Why? Yaoer is my sister. Xiang Xinyao explained. Sister, you really can't get close to me now. My magic is upgrading. Except for blood relatives, anyone who gets close to me will be attacked by magic. I see, then when can I get close to you? Wait a minute, it should be soon. Bai Jing quickly ordered the servants to bring the breakfast warmed in the pot. Mo Jinnan and Xiang Xinyao didn't come back for dinner yesterday. They must be starving. People are iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. In the eyes of parents, how can parents bear to let their children go hungry? When the servants brought breakfast, Xiang Xinyao felt the warmth on her wrist gradually dissipated. She put her right hand on her left wrist, and the whole picture of the space instantly appeared in front of her eyes. The space became larger again, and the spiritual spring water was still bubbling up, and it felt that the amount of water had increased. But no matter how big it gets, the water still doesn't overflow from the well. Looking at the widened open space again, Xiang Xinyao was full of joy. She could go to the space to cultivate the open space and grow vegetables again. Since we have started to reclaim land and prepare to plant fruit trees, we have to prepare to cultivate fruit tree seedlings. The survival rate of cultivating fruit tree seedlings in space is 100%. Going to Yunqing with my third brother today, I can go shopping and see if I can buy fruit tree seeds or seedlings. Xiang Xinyao picked up the bowl and ate breakfast in big mouthfuls. Xiang Yanchen said, Sister, eat slowly. The third brother is waiting for you. Don't rush. Mo Jinnen looked up in confusion. Where are you going? Xiang Yanchen replied, Go to Yunqing to deal with the industry transferred from Bianjing. Mo Jinnen, I'm going too. I just happen to have something to deal with. Most of his people are stationed in Yunqing, including Rufeng. And now, he doesn't even know where Rufeng and the others are staying. He couldn't bring all of them to Dawan village. First, there was no place to stay. Second, he was afraid of causing panic among the villagers. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Then we'll set off after breakfast. After breakfast, the three of them led 3 horses, mounted their horses, and headed towards the county town. When they arrived in Yunqing, Xiang Xinyao took out a handful of silver bills and stuffed them into Xiang Yanchen's hands, and took out another handful of silver bills and stuffed them into Mo Jinnan's hands. You all go about yourselves. I'm going shopping for Taobao. We'll meet here at 5 p.m. and go back together. Mo Jinnan and Xiang Yanchen gave a lot of instructions before they went about their own business. Xiang Xinyao strolled around Yunqing. She was not familiar with Yunqing, so she could only wander around and ask around. Fortunately, an enthusiastic old man told her that there was a young man who specialized in cultivating fruit tree seedlings in the southern suburbs of Yunqing. After thanking him, she immediately rushed to the southern suburbs of Yunqing. The southern suburbs were a large area of farmland with no end in sight. But you could see the place where fruit tree seedlings were cultivated at a glance. A thatched hut was built where the fruit trees were cultivated, surrounded by saplings. A young man was busy in the fruit tree seedling field. Xiang Xinyao got off the horse and stopped not far from the young man. Excuse me, big brother, are your fruit tree seedlings for sale? What kind of fruit trees do you have? Seeing the young man in a daze, Xiang Xinyao deliberately coughed twice. Ahem. The young man grinned and replied, Of course for sale. I have peach trees, apple trees, pear trees, walnuts, chestnuts, and other seedlings for sale. Which fruit tree do you want? Xiang Xinyao smiled and replied, You can have some of each of these fruit trees, but I don't know what the varieties of your fruit trees are like, and whether the fruits they bear taste good. The man smiled slightly. Don't worry about this. My fruit tree seedlings are all grafted. Which variety tastes good? I cut branches and graft them in the early spring. If you think the taste is not good in the future, I can help you graft other varieties. Xiang Xinyao frowned slightly. Does Lingxiao have fruit tree grafting technology? Could this guy also be a time traveler? How can you know if you don't try? Xiang Xinyao tentatively said, "Don't you see? The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky, rushing to the sea and never coming back." This is the first sentence of Don't You See by Li Bai of the Tang Dynasty. If this man was a time traveler, he should be able to continue the following poem. The young man was shocked and blurted out, "Don't you see? The white hair in the mirror in the hall is sad. It was black in the morning and turned into snow in the evening. When you are happy in life, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. I was born with talents that must be useful, and I will come back even if I spend all my money." The man looked at Xiang Xinyao eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. Xiang Xinyao's eyes widened. You are. Before Xiang Xinyao could utter the word time traveler, the young man's face was full of excitement. Time travel from the 23rd century. Xiang Xinyao was excited. "My fellow countrymen. I didn't expect to see a fellow countryman again. When did you come? I've been here for 3 years, and I'm not doing very well. I didn't expect to see a fellow countryman. Are you a soul traveler or a body traveler?" Broken through the soul. "I was struck by lightning in my previous life. My name is Xiang Xinyao, and you?" "My name is Ning Charan. I was also a soul traveler. I was hit by a car in my previous life. When I came to this world, I'm just a farmer's son, and the least favored one." Xiang Xinyao sat down on the ridge of the field and smiled. "When you first came, you might have been luckier than me. I was just a daughter bought for 3 taels of silver. It was okay that I didn't have enough food to eat and warm clothes, but I was beaten every day." Ning Charan also sat on the ridge opposite Xiang Xinyao and shrugged. "I'm not much better than you. Although I wasn't bought, the original owner was a fool and was not treated well. See you. After I came here, I wanted to make a big splash and shine in the officialdom. Unexpectedly, after asking around, I found that the officialdom was too dark, so I simply gave up. I wanted to go back, but couldn't find a way. I tried everything, such as hitting the wall, jumping into the lake, and hanging myself, but I couldn't go back. I set up a stall to do some small business. I finally made some money and was ready to do something big, but I was robbed by a bully, and I was back to the time before liberation. There is no way. I was a student at an agricultural university in my previous life. I could only get some land to cultivate fruit seedlings and wait for death." Xiang Xinyao was speechless. It was too unlucky for a time traveler to be so miserable. "Don't you have any self-defense skills?" Ning Charan rolled his eyes. "I was just a student in my previous life, but I am still a fool in this life. Others who travel through time either have golden fingers or prominent backgrounds, but I have nothing. I have never seen a time travel novel that is more miserable than my time traveler. What about you? Do you have a golden finger? Or do you have a prominent identity?" Xiang Xinyao kept a watchful eye. "At any time, you must be on guard against others. I don't have a golden finger either. As for my background, I am the daughter of the Taifu family. But just as my biological parents found me, their home was confiscated, and they were exiled again. Fortunately, I knew some kung fu in my previous life, so I managed to escape, bought some land, and started farming in the countryside. So I want to plant fruit trees myself, so I come out to buy fruit tree seedlings. You are also quite miserable. We are all fellow villagers. I will not charge you money. I can give you any seedlings you want. How can I feel embarrassed about that?" Ning Charan waved his hand. "What is there to be embarrassed about? Maybe we are the only 2 fellow villagers in the whole Lingxiao country, and we should help each other. Although these 3 years have not been satisfactory, I have saved a little bit, and I can afford to give a few fruit tree seedlings." Xiang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. "What if I say I want them all?" Ning Charan twitched his mouth. "Then take them all. How about I join you? Fellow villagers can also take care of each other. I can farm, and this is my major." Xiang Xinyao thought about it and decided not to expose her own space now. Others could use magic as an excuse, but Ning Charan, who is also a time traveler, would definitely be able to see the clues. "It's not impossible, but I can't take it away today. I just came to take a look." Wait until my orchard is reclaimed, then come and get the fruit saplings. No problem, if these are not enough, I will cultivate some more in the next few days, and you can come to get them then and take me away by the way. I will provide you with food and accommodation, and pay you a monthly salary. Okay, then you wait a few more days. In fact, although Ning Charan said almost the truth, he also concealed a little. He is not short of money, and cultivating fruit tree seedlings is just his hobby. But he really wants to follow Xiang Xinyao. After all, there are not many fellow villagers like them. Maybe he will meet such a person in his life, or he may not meet one in his life. He really doesn't have the ability to make a career in politics. After all, his experience in his previous life is too shallow. He feels at ease with his fellow villagers. He is not stupid. In Lingxiao country, the family background of people who can raise horses is definitely not bad. In addition, if he follows Xiang Xinyao, the two of them will find a way to go back together. He really doesn't want to stay in this place without air conditioning, TV, mobile phone, etc. If he really can't go back, he will have a companion with Xiang Xinyao, and the two of them will have a common language. The two chatted for a long time. After that, Xiang Xinyao said goodbye and left. She wanted to walk around more and find more useful things. Along the way, Xiang Xinyao was thinking about buying some land near Yunqing and then growing food and vegetables and raising livestock. The restaurant must be opened in Yunqing in the future. It is definitely not cost-effective to go to Dawan village every day to buy vegetables and meat. It takes 2 hours to ride a horse from Dawan village to Yunqing, and the carriage is even slower. Including the cost of planting and transportation, the cost is too high. If Ning Charan is really willing to follow her, the planting and breeding in Yunqing can be handed over to him. At that time, build a few reservoirs and make a trip once every 10 days or half a month. Thinking of this, Xiang Xinyao inquired about the location of the government office and strode towards it. As Xiang Xinyao walked, she was thinking about giving something to the prefect. She was unfamiliar with the place, and if she wanted to meet the prefect, she had to have something special as a stepping stone. Potatoes are a scarce and rare commodity in Lingxiao country, and ordinary people really can't eat them. Not to mention the prefect. Even the officials of the third rank and above in Bianjing may not be able to eat them. Xiang Xinyao found an empty alley, took out a cloth bag from the space, and took out a lot of big potatoes and put them in the cloth bag. Then she walked towards the prefect's office with the big potatoes in one hand and the horse in the other. When she arrived at the prefect's office, Xiang Xinyao did not enter the lobby because that was where the case was tried. She came to the side door and the door was closed. She went forward and knocked on the door. With a creak, the doorman opened the door. Seeing that Xiang Xinyao was a stranger, the doorman frowned slightly and asked, "Miss, who are you looking for? What's the matter?" Xiang Xinyao shook the cloth bag in her hand, smiled faintly and said, "I'm looking for the prefect. I'm here to give a gift." The doorman frowned even more tightly when he heard this. Who would bring a cloth bag when giving a gift? At the very least, a gift box should be prepared, right? An inconspicuous cloth bag, which is obviously not a valuable item. Is it nerve to give it to the prefect? The doorman looked at Xiang Xinyao with disdain and was amazed by her looks. He knew that his prefect liked young and beautiful girls, and he couldn't help but look at Xiang Xinyao a few more times. If such a beautiful girl could become his wife, he would wake up with a smile in his dreams at night. Because of Xiang Xinyao's beautiful face, the doorman's attitude became much better. "You wait here. I will go and inform the master. As for whether my master will see you, I can't guarantee it." Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly, "Thank you." The doorman closed the door and muttered softly, "She is extremely beautiful, but she didn't even know to prepare a gift box for the gift. It's a pity that she is so beautiful." After saying that, the doorman went to inform the prefect slowly. The prefect of Yunqing was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, of medium height and slightly fat. This prefect was not a good guy. He was blatant in corruption and bribery, and he often exploited and oppressed kind-hearted people. There were countless false and wrongful cases under his jurisdiction. Whoever had money to pay him tribute was innocent. Those who had no money to pay him tribute would be guilty, even if they were innocent. The people of Yunqing complained, but He ignored them completely. The doorman came to the prefect, bent down and reported, "Sir, a girl of 14 or 15 years old came from the side door, holding a rag bag in her hand, saying that she wanted to give you a gift." The prefect raised his eyebrows slightly. He heard that it was a girl of 14 or 15 years old, but he automatically chose to ignore the rag bag. "What does the girl look like?" The doorman replied, "She looks very beautiful, but I thought her gift was too cheap, so I just brought a rag bag." "No problem." The prefect's eyes lit up. "Go and invite her in."
Yes.
The doorman turned and walked towards the side door. As soon as the servant left, the prefect quickly stood up and tidied his official uniform and adjusted his black gauze hat in front of the mirror. There were 2 strands of hair scattered on his forehead, and he deliberately used some saliva to tidy up the hair. After a while, the doorman brought Xiang Xinyao to the back house. The prefect sat upright, deliberately showing a majestic look. Xiang Xinyao came forward with potatoes, bent down and saluted. "Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. I brought you some rare things for you to try." When the prefect saw Xiang Xinyao's stunningly beautiful face, his eyes widened. He didn't even come back to his senses when he saluted Xiang Xinyao. Ahem. Xiang Xinyao coughed twice deliberately. The prefect came back to his senses, and he raised his eyebrows. "Girl, what did you say just now?" She still maintained respect in her mouth. "Sir, I brought you some rare things for you to try. Please take a look." After that, Xiang Xinyao opened the cloth bag. The prefect stood up and stepped forward, stretched out his pig's hoof claws, pretending to pull the cloth bag, but actually wanted to touch Xiang Xinyao's little hand. The coldness in Xiang Xinyao's eyes became stronger, and she instantly retracted her hand and took a step back. The prefect's face was gloomy for a moment, but when he saw the large potatoes in the cloth bag that were much larger than his fist, a smile instantly bloomed on his face. Is this a potato?" Xiang Xinyao nodded expressionlessly. "Yes, it is a potato, and my father carefully selected it and asked me to bring it to you for you to taste." "Are potatoes this big?"
Wow.
"It's really a rare thing." The prefect was very happy. He wanted potatoes, and he wanted people even more. A trace of calculation flashed in his eyes, and then he smiled. "Girl, you won't give me these rare potatoes for nothing. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Xiang Xinyao replied calmly, "I really have something to ask for." "What is it?" "Just tell me." "I want to buy some land, mainly planting potatoes and other crops, and I want a lot of land." "Oh, how much land do you want?" Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. "As much as you can, at least not less than 1,000 acres. The prefect was stunned, and then his smile became infinitely larger. This girl is not only beautiful, but also rich. Wonderful. No problem, but 1,000 acres of good farmland is not a small amount. When do you want it? Xiang Xinyao said calmly, "Today." "Little girl, do you really want to buy so many fields?" "Sir, do you think I'm joking with you? Besides, I don't dare to joke with you like this." The prefect said awkwardly, "Not today. If you want less, I can give it to you today. But you want so much at once. I have to look through the files to see which land has not been allocated. Then you take a look now, I'll come back later, go shopping first and buy some things." The prefect heard it and said, "Okay, later is better, I'll go look through the files now." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded, "Then I'll go shopping first." "Go slowly, little girl." Xiang Xinyao walked out of the back house and walked towards the side door, with a flash of contempt to her eyes. The prefect in the room walked to the door, staring at Xiang Xinyao's ace without blinking. He touched his chin and muttered in his heart, "What a tender girl, so tender that you can squeeze out water. But I like tender girls with distinctive looks. He just serve me well tonight. Serve me well, and I will not treat you unfairly." Xiang Xinyao walked to the side door, and the doorman quickly led her horse. The prefect did not make things difficult for the girl, so he had to serve her carefully. Xiang Xinyao took the reins and said, "Thank you." Xiang Xinyao walked around the street for a long time and bought a lot of things she needed and put them into the space. Seeing that the agreed meeting time was approaching, Xiang Xinyao led the horse to the meeting place. When they arrived at the agreed place, Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanchen were already waiting there. Mo Jinan asked, Yaoer, have you bought everything you wanted? Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. We've bought almost everything. We've also reserved the fruit tree seedlings. We'll come and get the fruit tree seedlings when the orchard is opened. But now, we have to go to the prefectural government. I plan to buy some land in Yunqing to grow vegetables and raise some livestock, and then supply our own restaurant. Mo Jinan and Xiang Yanchen nodded at the same time, thinking that Xiang Xinyao's idea was very good. Xiang Yanchen asked with a smile, Sister, how much land do you want to buy this time? Of course, the more the better. It would be great to have 1,000 acres. Mo Jinan frowned. Yaoer, are you planning to buy the land and then rent it out? I don't plan to rent it. I plan to plant potatoes on a large scale and then grow some fruits, vegetables, and other crops. I have to raise my own livestock. I can't do without food. Mo Jinan's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Potatoes are very rare in Lingxiao country. Large-scale planting can definitely make a lot of money. Let's go. Let's go to the prefectural government office. The three of them led the horses and walked towards the prefectural government office together. Arriving at the side door she had entered before, Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes and whispered, Anan, third brother, don't follow me in yet. This prefect is not a good guy. I plan to teach him a lesson. Mo Jinan narrowed his eyes and said, Just do it. I'll cover for you if anything happens. Even if it's not convenient for me to show up now, there are still the Lei brothers. Xiang Xinyao nodded, Hee, I think the same as you. With the Lei brothers here, I'm not afraid of offending this dog official. You guys take a walk around first, I'll go in first.
Go.
Mo Jinan's eyes were full of encouragement. Xiang Xinyao went forward and knocked on the door. The doorman opened the door and saw Xiang Xinyao again, and his brows frowned slightly. Why did this little girl come back again? Isn't she afraid of not coming back? Miss, why are you here again? Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. I made an appointment with your master. Miss, please come in. The doorman took Xiang Xinyao to the backyard again. The prefect was happily holding a purple clay teapot and drinking tea, waiting for Xiang Xinyao with a comfortable look on his face. But he was not sure when Xiang Xinyao would come. However, he had already told all the servants in the mansion that no one was allowed to disturb him today. And his wife and concubine were not in the back house of the government office, but in another house. When the doorman brought Xiang Xinyao to the back house, the prefect jumped up instantly. Here she comes. The little beauty he has been waiting for a long time is finally here. After sending the doorman away, the prefect couldn't wait to get close to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao took a step back inconspicuously and said, Sir, are you sure? Which land can be allocated to me? Yes, of course I'm sure. How could I not care about my little beauty's affairs? Xiang Xinyao deliberately smiled shyly. Oh, thank you very much, sir. After signing the land deed, I will thank you in another way. Good guy. Her delicate voice and meaningful tone made the prefect feel so elated that he was at a loss. Are you serious? Can you tell me how you plan to thank me? The prefect looked so wretched at this moment. How could he look like an official at all? She had to wait until she got the title deed.
Oh.
Sir, please don't be impatient. Let me keep you in suspense. After we sign the title deed, I want to give you a surprise. After Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. He rubbed his arms with both hands alternately, smoothing out the goosebumps that appeared uncontrollably. When the prefect heard this, he hurriedly fetched paper and pen and quickly wrote the deed. Although he was impatient, the official did not forget to ask Xiang Xinyao for money. My little beauty, you must pay the silver first, and then I can stamp the official seal on you. Xiang Xinyao's mouth twitched. She bought the cultivated land in Dawan village for 4 taels of silver per mu. Why is the land in Yunqing so expensive? Sir, is the land in Yunqing so expensive? Why is it not so expensive when I ask around in other places? The prefect looked unhappy. My little beauty, the price of land is closely related to the geographical location and the fertility of the land. The land I have allocated to you is relatively fertile, so the price is naturally higher. If you compare the land in Yunqing with the land in a small county town, there is no comparison. If you compare it with the land in the countryside, it is even more incomparable. If you buy a homestead, it will cost 15 taels of silver per mu in Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao was stunned. I actually ignored this very realistic problem and thought that the price of land in the entire Lingxiao kingdom should not vary too much. But I never thought that the sale of land in Lingxiao kingdom is actually similar to that in modern times. There is no comparison between the countryside and the county town, and there is no comparison between the small county town and the big city. If you calculate it this way, then this 1,000 mu of fertile land does cost so much silver. In fact, the prefect, this dog official, really didn't covet Xiang Xinyao's money. Xiang Xinyao put her hand into her sleeve, and with a thought, a stack of silver bills appeared in her hand. She counted out the silver bills of 7,200 taels and handed them to the prefect, and she still put the rest into the space. The prefect looked at the silver bills that Xiang Xinyao put into her sleeve, and her heart was like a kitten scratching her heart. He wanted it so much. Retracting his gaze, the prefect took the silver bills, stamped the official seal on the land deed, and then handed it to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao took a quick look and found that it was indeed 1,000 acres of fertile land. Then she folded the land deed and stuffed it into her sleeve. In fact, she sent it into the space.
Thank you, sir.
The prefect's cunning eyes kept glancing at Xiang Xinyao's chest. My little beauty, you said you would give me a surprise after signing the deed. What kind of surprise is that? Xiang Xinyao raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a wicked smile. She reached into her sleeves again, and with a thought, she took out a toy screaming chicken from the space supermarket. She handed the toy screaming chicken to the prefect. Sir, try to squeeze it hard. The sudden scream scared the prefect so much that he jumped up on the spot, and the screaming chicken in his hand was thrown far away. When it landed, it screamed again, which frightened the prefect again. Haha! Xiang Xinyao couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. The prefect was embarrassed and angry, and his fat body shook up and down with his breathing. Little witch, dare.
Pa.
Without waiting for the prefect to finish scolding, Xiang Xinyao raised her foot, pulled a split, and swung it half a circle, and the sole of her shoe hit the prefect's face. Xiang Xinyao crossed her arms and looked at the prefect coldly. Sir, how is this surprise? Are you surprised? The prefect covered his face, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and stared at Xiang Xinyao fiercely. He must have been careless just now, so he was slapped by this little witch. In fact, Xiang Xinyao was so fast that he didn't even see clearly whether the slap on his face was from his hand or his foot. Touching his face that was already starting to swell, the prefect gritted his teeth and rushed directly to Xiang Xinyao, intending to force himself on her. The prefect, who was about to fall because of his empty pounce, was kicked down by Xiang Xinyao and slid under the table again. Little witch, you're dead. Someone come. Someone come. The prefect shouted at the top of his voice. But he forgot that before Xiang Xinyao came, he had told all the servants not to disturb his good deeds no matter what noise they heard. He shouted for a long time, but no one came to rescue him. No, someone came, it was Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan was worried about Xiang Xinyao. After Xiang Xinyao entered the prefect's backyard, he handed the horse to Xiang Yanchen to take care of, and he used his lightness skills to climb onto the roof of the backyard. When the prefect wanted to touch Xiang Xinyao's little hand, he almost couldn't help showing up and beating the prefect. But in order for Xiang Xinyao to buy the land smoothly, he still endured it. When Xiang Xinyao took out the screaming chicken to tease the prefect, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. The prefect was beaten up by Xiang Xinyao and shouted for someone to come. Mo Jinan waited for a while but no one came, so he simply showed up. As soon as the prefect heard the footsteps of someone approaching, he immediately shouted, "Catch this little witch. Catch her for me." Mo Jinan's eyes instantly exuded endless coldness. He walked behind the prefect and kicked him on the ace again. There were two bangs. One was the sound of Mo Jinan's foot kicking the prefect's ace, and the other was the sound of the prefect's head hitting the wall. The prefect was hit so hard that he saw stars. He overturned the table in anger and sat up. When he saw Emoji Nan in gorgeous clothes, the prefect was stunned. Who are you? You are not qualified to know my identity. The aura of a superior on Emoji Nan made the prefect tremble deeply. Only those who have been in a high position for a long time can exude such a strong aura of a superior. The prefect was soaked in cold sweat and trembled like a sieve. Emoji Nan slowly squatted down, with murderous intent in his eyes. You want to get your hands on my fiancé? Who gives you the courage? The prefect was scared. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. After a slight pause, the prefect opened his voice with tears in his eyes and shouted, Someone come. Where did they go? Why don't you come and save me? Emoji Nan smiled, and his smile was particularly cold. Yaoer, you come and deal with him. I'll watch outside. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded, ran over to pick up the screaming chicken, and handed it to the prefect. Take it. The prefect shook his head. No. Xiang Xinyao grabbed a chair, raised it up, and pretended to smash it down. The prefect's pupils shrank and he quickly reached out and took the screaming chicken in his hand. Xiang Xinyao smiled, put down the chair, and said, Sit on it. The prefect blinked and looked at Xiang Xinyao motionlessly. I told you to sit on it. The prefect shuddered and quickly got up and sat on the chair. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a rope appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to tie up the prefect, Emoji Nan flashed to her side and snatched the rope. I'll do it. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Tie your hands to the armrests of the chair. Okay. Emoji Nan tied the prefect to the chair in a few seconds. At this time, two servants heard that the prefect's voice was not right and sneaked over to check the situation. When the two servants saw a man and a woman in a room, they were so scared that they hurried to notify the yamen runners to come and arrest people to save the prefect. Emoji Nan saw the two servants, but he ignored them. He just wanted the prefect to watch the servants and yamen runners come to the door, but they were powerless to save him. Xiang Xinyao moved her mind, and a toothpick appeared in her hand. She pulled over a chair and sat down in front of the prefect. I warn you, if this toy screaming chicken falls to the ground, I will make you eat it. Seeing Xiang Xinyao's evil smile, the prefect's eyes were full of fear. What are you going to do? Xiang Xinyao smiled without saying a word and took a toothpick and began to poke the prefect's fingernails. One toothpick pierced. Ah! Ga another pierce. Ah! Ga the prefect screamed, and the screaming chicken in his other hand also screamed. Ah! Ga! Ga! Xiang Xinyao pierced, and the prefect and the screaming chicken screamed. Ah! Emoji Nan broke his defense and couldn't help laughing. Yaoer is really good at playing. At this time, the servants of the back house came with the yamen runners. Emoji Nan crossed his arms and blocked the door like a god that no one could shake. The yamen runners saw their master tied to the chair and screaming, and immediately drew their knives to chop Emoji Nan at the door. Emoji Nan moved, like a ghost, shuttling between oppression and servants. Pa, pa, pa. He moved as fast as lightning and returned to the starting point in a breath. The yamen runners and servants were all acupunctured by him and could not move. Emoji Nan said coldly, Watch the show obediently. Don't disturb the elegance of this young master's fiancé. In the room, every time Xiang Xinyao stabbed, the prefect and the screaming chicken screamed. The screams and the screaming of the screaming chicken kept ringing. The 5 fingers of the prefect's left hand kept bleeding, and his forehead was covered with dense sweat. The yamen runners and servants stared with wide eyes, and their eyes kept twitching. Whose little girl is too good at playing, right? Xiang Xinyao grabbed the screaming chicken and asked the prefect to change his hand, and then she changed to pierce the nails of the fingers of the other hand. The screams of Ajie made the yamen runners and servants of the prefect's county yamen sweat profusely, fearing that Xiang Xinyao would catch them to play with next. When both hands of the prefect were bleeding, Xiang Xinyao threw the toothpick in her hand. The prefect's fat body shook violently, and he cried and begged for mercy. Little aunt, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Xiang Xinyao looked disappointed. I haven't had enough fun. Emoji Nan. Then keep playing. The prefect looked hopeless. Suddenly, Xiang Yanchen's voice came from the door. What are you playing? Emojin asked. Why are you here? Where's the horse? I left it in the restaurant. Xiang Xinyao said. Third brother, come quickly. Xiang Yanchen hurried to Xiang Xinyao side. Sister, what's wrong? Xiang Xinyao reached into her sleeve, and with a thought, she took out a toy screaming chicken and a roll of tape. Handing the screaming chicken and tape to Xiang Yanchen, you tie these two little toys to the feet of the prefect. I want to continue playing. Xiang Yanchen's face was full of pampering. No problem? How to tie it? What are the requirements? Xiang Xinyao first demonstrated on her own feet and tied the screaming chicken to her feet in a few seconds. That's it.
Okay.
Xiang Yanchen took the screaming chicken and tape and tied both screaming chickens to the heels of the prefect. Xiang Xinyao took out a silk scarf and a horse whip from the space, with a sly smile on his face. My lord, let's play a little game. This game is to listen to the sound of the feet to determine the position. I will hit you with my eyes covered by listening to the sound. Whether I can hit you depends on your ability. Run, but you can't leave this room. After that, Xiang Xinyao covered her eyes with a silk scarf. The prefect also understood how Xiang Xinyao wanted to play. He didn't dare to get up from the ground, and crawled directly to the direction of the table, trying to crawl under the table and hide. Xiang Xinyao's hearing was so sensitive that even if the prefect was just crawling, she could accurately identify the position and raised her whip to whip him. Snap! The whip came down, and the prefect's face was deformed with pain. He rubbed the place where he was whipped and gasped in pain. Snap! Another whip hit the prefect's body.
Ouch.
Xiang Xinyao raised the whip again, and the prefect's pupils shrank. He quickly got up from the ground and ran.
Gagagospa.
The screaming chicken kept screaming because he was stepped on. Xiang Xinyao took the whip and swung it at the sound. The sound of pa-pa-pa was endless. Every whip did not miss, and all hit the prefect's body. The prefect collapsed, and his face was covered with snot and tears from the pain. Xiang Yanchen smiled and said, Sir, run on tiptoe. Otherwise you will be beaten to death. When the prefect heard this, he immediately tiptoed. But he was fat, and his toes couldn't bear his weight at all. A few more screaming chickens rang out, and Xiang Xinyao whipped out.
Pa-ah.
The prefect screamed in pain. Xiang Xinyao whipped out again. Emojin and smiled and shook his head. Stupid. The more you scream, the more you get beaten. Do you need someone to remind you? The prefect quickly covered his mouth and tried to shrink into the corner on tiptoe. But because of obesity and lack of exercise, he could easily step on the screaming chicken. After being whipped several times, the prefect couldn't hold it anymore. He knelt down with a thump, crying and kowtowed for mercy. Little aunt, woo-woo, please forgive me. Woo-woo. I'll return the banknotes to you. Please show mercy. Ao. When Xiang Xinyao heard that the prefect was going to return the banknotes to her, the little money grubber stopped immediately and reached out to pull off the silk scarf covering her eyes. Sir, are you really willing to return the banknote to me? The prefect cried so hard that it shook the heavens and the earth and made the gods weep. Little aunt, I will give it back to you, woo-woo. As long as you don't hit me again, I will give it back to you right away. Ao. Xiang Xinyao frowned. Then, do I have to return the land to you? No, you don't have to.
I'll pay for the land.
I'll help you pay for it. Xiang Xinyao stretched out her hand, then returned the banknote.
Woo.
The prefect took out the banknote of 7,200 taels and handed it to Xiang Xinyao while crying. When Xiang Xinyao reached out to take it, the prefect subconsciously clenched the banknote. Xiang Xinyao frowned. The prefect was so frightened that he let go immediately. His heart was no longer bleeding, but was broken into pieces. 7,200 taels of silver. How many times would he have to embezzle to save up 7,200 taels? Unless one gets a good job, he can embezzle that much money in 1 or 2 times. Xiang Xinyao was naturally happy that the prefect could return the banknote to her. I got 1,000 acres of fertile land for free. It would be a waste if I don't take advantage of the corrupt officials. If he dares not take it out, I will kill him. Mo Nan, however, was thinking of removing the prefect and promoting the county magistrate of Fulian County. But he doesn't have this power now. He can only wait until he returns and let the lay brothers come forward to resolve the matter. After taking back the banknotes, Xiang Xiniao and the other two swaggered out of the backyard. The servants and runners did not have their acupoints unblocked, so they went out a side door and went to the restaurant where Xiang Yanchen had stored his horses. Since it was already time for dinner, the three of them simply ordered 3 or 4 side dishes and some rice, and went back after finishing their meal. After dinner, the 3 of them rode their horses at full speed out of Yunqing. When we returned to Dayuan village, it was almost midnight, and almost everyone was asleep. Xiang Xiniao didn't even wash up and went back to her room using the excuse of being too tired. Now she no longer lives in the same room with Xiang Xinyu, but lives alone. Returning to the room, she bolted the door and slipped into the space. Now that the space has been upgraded again, she has to hurry up and reclaim the empty space in the space. The consumption of vegetables in the space has been quite a bit these days, so we have to replant them quickly. Although the replanted vegetables can be eaten in a few days, there are so many people now, and they are consumed too quickly. After entering the space and looking around, Xiang Xiniao discovered that the space had become much larger. Both the area where she kept her wild boars and chickens had been expanded. Even if the animals reproduce faster, there will be no crowding. The chickens reproduced quite quickly because Xiang Xiniao had never picked up eggs since she sent the chickens into the space. Most of the eggs have hatched into chicks, which are following the old hen in search of food. Arriving at the spiritual spring well, Xiang Xiniao drank some of the spiritual spring water first, then closed her eyes and began to use her mind to cultivate the open space. As her strength grows, her willpower is also gradually getting stronger. In the past, she could use her mind power to open up the land for half an hour, but now she can do so for almost an hour. After nearly an hour, she was exhausted. He opened his eyes and drank some spiritual spring water again, then simply sat cross-legged by the well and practiced his breathing. After regulating her breathing for half an hour, she opened her eyes and went to the suite to take a comfortable bath. After blowing her hair dry, she left the space. The next day, when Xiang Xiniao got up, the others were already having breakfast. After washing up and having some breakfast, Xiang Xiniao went to the kitchen to buy some vegetables, meat, and spiritual spring water. He also took out several chickens from the space and gave them to the servants in the kitchen, and then went to the pig pen to fill the big vat. As soon as she returned to the yard, Helian Yi came to her side. She held Xiang Xiniao's hand affectionately and said, "Yaoer, do you want to accompany Aunt Xiao to herd cattle this morning?" Xiang Xiniao said apologetically, "Aunt Xiao, I can't go this morning. I was so tired from traveling back and forth yesterday. I want to have a good rest and take a nap later." Helian Yi felt distressed when she heard it. "Then you go to bed quickly. Aunt Xiao will go by herself." After that, she pushed Xiang Xiniao upstairs. Xiang Xiniao didn't hesitate and went upstairs. Helian Yi said loudly, "Listen to me. Yaoer is too tired and wants to go back to the room to take a nap. No one is allowed to disturb her." Everyone responded quickly. In fact, even if Helian Yi didn't explain, no one would disturb Xiang Xiniao. The air was good in the morning, and it was not hot. Even Xiang Tianyang and his wife and Xiang Xiniao's uncle and third uncle followed to open up wasteland, all as exercise. As for the servants in charge of cleaning, as long as the door was closed, the servants would not disturb. Back in the room, Xiang Xiniao bolted the door and flashed into the space. After she reclaimed the remaining open space with her mind, she drank some spiritual spring water, found a small, and started to plant vegetables. Now that the space was spacious enough, she planted more kinds of vegetables. She planted a lot of cabbage, green vegetables, peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, beans, cucumbers, etc. She directly scattered the seeds of peppers, eggplants, and tomatoes in the ground to grow seedlings first. After 2 or 3 days, she could pull out the seedlings and dig pits for transplanting. As for vegetables with vines, such as cucumbers and beans, she would wait until the seedlings grew a little bigger before building a rack, so that the vines could climb up the rack. After planting all the vegetables she wanted to plant, She was so tired that sweat began to appear on her forehead. Especially after bending over for a long time, her waist was very sore. After drinking some spiritual spring water and watering the vegetable field with spiritual spring water, she flashed out of the space. At this time, the people outside were ready to have lunch. Xiang Xinyu came to the door of her room and raised her hand to knock on the door. "Sister, are you awake? It's time to eat." Xiang Xinyu opened the door. Xiang Xinyu was shocked to see her tired face. "Sister, why do you feel more tired after waking up from a nap?" Xiang Xinyu looked helpless and lied without blushing or panting. "I started having nightmares as soon as I lay down and fell asleep. I fought with people in my dreams. How can I not be tired?" Xiang Xinyu's face was full of distress. "Go eat first. Rest after eating. I will watch over you later, and you shouldn't have nightmares." "Forget it, I won't sleep. Just go to bed early at night." "Let's go, let's eat first." Lunch was served, and the tempting aroma instantly filled the whole yard. Sun Huaiyan sniffed. "What a nice smell. This chicken soup is the most fragrant chicken soup I have ever smelled in my life." Mo Jinan nodded in agreement. "It is indeed fragrant. The chicken soups I have eaten before are not as fragrant as this." "Who stewed it?" Xiang Xinyu smiled slightly. "Anyone who can cook can stew such a fragrant chicken soup. The key to stewing this chicken soup is not the cooking skills, but the different chicken."
Oh.
"Why is it different?" "These chickens are all raised by me. They just appeared this morning."
I see.
"No wonder you have to grow your own vegetables and raise your own livestock when you open a restaurant. It's really different." "Of course. Ainen, let's go to the mountains this afternoon." Mo Jinan nodded. "Is there anything you need to do?" "Hee, I want to go for a walk and see if I can find any wild boars." "Okay, let's go after dinner." Everyone sat down and started to eat. Sun Huaiyan picked up the chopsticks and reached for the chicken first. He stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth and squinted his eyes instantly. "Oh, it's comfortable. It's so fragrant. It's delicious." After Mo Jinan ate a piece, he reached for the chicken again with his chopsticks. He swore that this was the most delicious chicken he had ever eaten in his 19 years of life. Others also praised the food, and the chicken on the table was quickly gone. Xiang Tianyang said, "Yaoer, we have to raise more chickens. They are so delicious, and the chicken soup is so sweet." Xiang Xinyu smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Daddy. When the orchard is ready, your daughter will raise thousands of chickens so that you can pick up eggs every day and eat such delicious chicken every day." "Okay, I'll leave the matter of feeding the chickens to your father and mother." "Okay, do whatever you want. Go out for a walk every day, which is good for your health. Come back and have tea and rest when you are tired." Helian Yi's eyes lit up, "And me, I want to pick up eggs too." Mo Jinan smiled. "Mother, then you won't go to herd cattle?"
Go.
"Herd cattle in the morning and pick eggs in the afternoon." Yaoer said that we can do whatever we want and come back to rest when we are tired. Just then, a voice of praise came from the door. "Wow, it smells so good. It seems that we are back at the right time." Xiang Xinyu smiled. "Brother Qin, Sister Su, Sister Mo, come and have dinner. If you come back later, you won't be able to drink chicken soup." Mo Launching ran to Xiang Xinyu and hugged her affectionately. "My dear sister, do you miss Sister Mo?" "Of course I do. I think about it all the time. Come and sit down and have dinner." "Yeah." Mo Launching grabbed a chair without any tact, pushed Mo Jinan aside, and sat down next to Xiang Xinyu. Mo Jinan rolled his eyes and walked away from Mo Launching with a look of disgust. Mo Launching shrugged, without even looking at Mo Jinan, but just talked to Xiang Xinyu with a smile. "Sister Xinyu, we have inspected many places this time and rented many shops. We have already hired someone to decorate them. Once the decoration is completed, we can open several shops."
Wow.
"You guys are really fast." "Of course, making money is important." "Who made our sister Xinyu a little money grubber?" "Brother Qin can't wait to make money." Xiang Xinyu raised her eyebrows. "I can't wait either. Yesterday, I bought 1,000 acres of fertile land in Yunqing, and I plan to plant potatoes on a large scale." Qin Mui looked up suddenly. Sister Xinyao, potatoes are quite scarce in Lingxiao country. If you can plant potatoes on a large scale, you will definitely make a lot of money. The key is where can you find so many potato seeds? Xiang Xinyao pointed outside the yard. Didn't I plant a lot of potatoes in my field? Will I still worry about not being able to find seeds next year? Qin Mue suddenly realized. Yes. How could I forget this? It will be easy with seeds. We will definitely make a lot of money next year. Xiang Tianyang looked puzzled. Yaoer, shouldn't we plant wheat after the autumn harvest? Xiang Xinyao replied, you can also plant a wave of autumn potatoes, but the yield may not be as high as in spring. We mainly cultivate seeds. This is the first time I've heard that you can grow potatoes in autumn, but since you said so, we can give it a try. Xiang Xinyao nodded. By the way, why didn't I see the Lei brothers? Mo Jinan smiled slightly. I asked them to deal with the prefect of Yunqing, and I'll promote your brother's uncle-in-law after a while. Speaking of the county magistrate of Fulian County, Xiang Xinyao slapped his forehead. By the way, the county magistrate is coming today. We can't go to the mountains. Mo Jinan rubbed Xiang Xinyao's little head lovingly. It's okay. You can go, as long as you don't stay too long. I'd rather not go. I don't know when the county magistrate will come, and it's not good to let people wait. It's not too late for us to go to the mountains after he leaves. That's fine. The crops and medicinal herbs in the field were watered with spiritual spring water by Xiang Xinyao. Not only did the crops grow fast, but the weeds also grew fast. Sun Huaiyan started weeding in the medicinal field early this morning. Xiang Xinyao planned to go to the field after dinner to have a look. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao walked around the field. The weeds in the field were growing very vigorously. She called the farmhand and the 6 girls, including Ding Xiang, and said, the weeds in the field are starting to grow wildly. Don't worry about the land reclamation for now. Lily thought for a while and said, Master, why don't we wait for 2 more days? The weeds in the field are still too small. After 2 more days, the 6 of us can pull all the weeds back to feed the livestock, and we don't have to go to other places to cut grass for pigs. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Okay, you guys make the arrangements and do whatever is convenient for you. The farmhand and the 6 girls turned around and went to work. Xiang Xinyao walked to the southwest corner of the yard. The well has been dug, and the wellhead is being processed today. Guyan Tian was busy fiddling with a pile of wood and iron things. Xiang Xinyao took a closer look and understood. Brother Gu, are you going to make a manual water pump? Sister Xinyao, how are you so smart? You even thought of this. Xiang Xinyao smiled and asked, Brother Gu, how is the water in this well? Very good, clear and sweet, and the well is not deep, but the water volume is large. Well, thank you for your hard work.
What are you talking about?
We are siblings, don't be so polite. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. At this time, Han Dongxing's voice came from outside the yard. Sister Xinyao, I'm here. Xiang Xinyao hurried to the outside of the yard to greet him. Mo Jinan also came up immediately.
Wow.
There are quite a few people coming, and they're holding a lot of gifts in their hands. Han Dongxing quickly introduced Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan. Sister Xinyao, this is my mother, and these 2 are Brother Wu's parents. They were unable to join in the fun when you moved to your new house, so they had to come and see you today. Xiang Xinyao quickly greeted them. Sir, Madam, Uncle Han, Aunt Han, Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, come in. Why do you bring so many things? The county magistrate said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Don't think it's shabby. Miss Xiang, you are being partial. You should call them uncle and aunt and call me sir. You and Dongsheng are siblings, and Dongsheng is my nephew. Is it okay for you to call me Uncle Wu? Well, they're trying to build relationships again, hoping to be related to Xiang Xinyao, the miracle doctor. Okay, Uncle Wu, let's go in and talk. The county magistrate nodded slightly. Then I'll just call you Xinyao from now on. Okay. Xiang Xinyao thought to herself, the county magistrate and Wu Yinghai have the same surname, so could the 2 families be related? Seeing Xiang Xinyao looking thoughtful, the county magistrate smiled and said, Xinyao, if I'm not mistaken, you are thinking about the relationship between me and Yinghai, right? Xiang Xinyao touched her nose. How do you know? I'm really wondering what your relationship is. My grandfather and Inghai's great-grandfather are brothers.
I see.
The group entered the courtyard, and the eyes of the county magistrate and the Han and Wu couples lit up instantly. The county magistrate looked around and said, "This house is cleverly built. It's really nice. It would be perfect if I could live here for retirement." Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. "Uncle Wu, you can come often in the future. You are always welcome here." The county magistrate waved his hand. "I would like to come, but I don't have so much time." Suddenly, the county magistrate saw the tea set under the eaves, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Xinyao, Uncle Wu is craving your good tea." Xiang Xinyao made a gesture of invitation. "What's the problem, Uncle Wu? Please sit down. I'll make it for you right away."
Haha.
The county magistrate laughed heartily. "To be honest, I've been craving it all the way. It's a small problem."
Let you try some raw tea today.
After that, Xiang Xinyao sat in the main seat, took out some pu'er raw tea from the porcelain jar beside him, and began to boil water to make tea. In the afternoon, Xiang Tianyang and several other elders often drink tea and chat under the eaves. Therefore, there was a small stove for boiling water nearby, and Xiang Xinyao also specially prepared a water tank with a lid and placed it aside, which could be filled with spiritual spring water at any time. There was a teapot next to the small stove, and there was always hot water in the teapot. But boiling water is needed to make raw tea, so Xiang Xinyao put the teapot on the stove and prepared the teacups. After a while, the water in the teapot boiled, and Xiang Xinyao began to wash the tea. Pour the water for washing tea into the fairness cup, and then she used the water in the fairness cup to scald all the teacups. She picked up the fairness cup and sniffed it, and then she handed the fairness cup to the county magistrate. "Uncle Wu, how do you smell the tea aroma hanging on the cup?" The county magistrate took the fairness cup and put it close to his nose to smell it. "Good tea. It has the aroma of tea and flowers." "Xinyao, what kind of tea is this?" "This tea is a kind of pu'er raw tea, called shigue. It is not the best, but it is also very famous." "This taste is not the best, so how good must the best be?" Xiang Xinyao said, "There are many kinds of pu'er raw tea, each with its own characteristics. I will brew something else for you to taste later." Han's father and others took turns to take the fairness cup and smell the tea aroma hanging on the cup, and all praised it. Xiang Xinyao started the first brew, pouring boiling water into the tea bowl, and the soup came out within 6 seconds. Then he picked up the fairness cup and gave everyone a little. After drinking tea for a long time, the county magistrate stood up and said, "I can't drink it for the time being. Let's go measure the floor area of the house first, and then come back to continue drinking." Everyone quickly got up and followed the county magistrate. Although he said he was measuring, in fact, the county magistrate only walked around the courtyard. Including the pig pen and the room that was currently under construction, the total area was estimated to be 5 acres. "Xinyao, you are so generous," the county magistrate exclaimed. Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, "Uncle Wu, I have a lot of people here. By the way, I have something I want to ask Uncle Wu to help me solve."
What is it? Tell me.
"It's about our family's household registration. My biological parents' household registration also wants to be registered here. I want to settle down here completely, and there are some servants. That's no problem. Later, you can list all the names and identities for me, and I will help you." "Thank you, Uncle Wu." Mo Jinan smiled and said, "Uncle Wu, you have to get these things done as soon as possible, and then prepare to go to Yinqing to serve as the prefect." The county magistrate was shocked. His eyes widened instantly, and his face was incredible. I didn't receive the transfer order?" "Why do you say that, Mr. Mo?" Mo Jinan still kept smiling. "I just decided yesterday. Of course you didn't receive the transfer order so soon. You should solve the household registration and house deed issues as soon as possible, and the transfer order will come soon." The county magistrate nodded heavily. As early as the first time he met Mo Jinan, he began to doubt Mo Jinan's identity. This boy has an extraordinary demeanor. The aura of a superior on him is not something that ordinary officials can have. And he is from Bianjing, so the county magistrate guessed that his identity is definitely not simple. He did not doubt the truth of Mo Jinan's words. Even if he did not go to Yunqing to serve as the prefect, he would not neglect Xiang Xinyao's affairs. Xiang Xinyao took the time to go to the kitchen, took out several chickens, meat, and some vegetables from the space, and ordered the kitchen to make a richer dinner. Back in the yard, Xiang Xinyao continued to make tea for the county magistrate and his party. It was almost time for dinner, and the magistrate stood up and said, "Xinyao, we've almost finished our tea, so we'll take our leave first. We'll come back to drink your delicious tea when we have the chance." He smiled at Xinyao and tried to persuade her to stay. "Uncle Wu, you've come all the way here with great difficulty. You can't leave without having dinner. You must stay for dinner today and try the specialties here." "No, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It will be dark if we don't go back now." "It doesn't matter if it's dark. If it's too late, we can go back early tomorrow morning. It's not easy for you to eat the farm dishes here." Han Dongxing said, "Uncle-in-law, the food at Xinyao's house is really unique. The vegetables are different from what we usually eat. How about we go back after dinner?" Han's father pretended to be angry and slapped Han Dongxing on the back of his head. "You little stinky boy, you opened a restaurant yourself, and you still crave the food at your sister Xinyao's house. Aren't you ashamed?" Han Dongxing straightened his back. "No, the most important thing is that the food at Xinyao's house is really memorable. I've already said that I'm your sister's sworn brother, so what's the big deal about eating for free?" Xiang Xinyao echoed, "That's right. The bricks, tiles, and furniture in my house were sent by Brother Han and Brother Wu, and this is also the home of my two sworn brothers, so it's no problem for me to live here permanently, not to mention eating for free." Han Dongxing glared. "Stop, those things are not worth mentioning. The most precious thing between us is the brother-sister relationship." Wu Yinghai also rolled his eyes at Xiang Xinyao. "Sister Xinyao, please don't mention those things again. If you do, we will be embarrassed to come and eat for free. It's only natural for brothers and sisters to help each other." Okay, I won't mention it." "I was wrong." Just then, an enticing aroma of chicken soup wafted from the kitchen. The county magistrate and several others sniffed at the same time and praised. "What a nice smell. This is the smell of chicken soup." Although you can smell the smell when you stew chicken soup at home, it's not as fragrant as this. No wonder Dongxing, this brat, wants to stay and eat for free. It's really extraordinary. Han Dongxing looked proud. "Wait until you taste it, and you will think about coming to Sister Xinyao's house for free meals every day in the future." Wu Yinghai echoed, "I think so too. I want to run to Sister Xinyao's house every day now. Not for anything else, just to eat and drink." Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows. "Come if you want to eat and drink. You are welcome anytime." Han Dongxing asked with a puzzled look, "Sister Xinyao, why is your family's food so delicious? The chef of my Fu Manlu is also good at cooking. Why is it so different from yours?" Xiang Xian Yao did not hide it. "To be honest, it's not a problem of cooking skills, but the ingredients. Brother Han, I also plan to open a restaurant, and the ingredients I use are all provided by my family. I may steal your business by then." Han Dongxing deliberately rolled his eyes, with an exaggerated expression on his face. "Sister Xinyao, you open a restaurant because you don't want me to have a job? It's okay, you are my sister, I will give in to you. If you want to open a restaurant, I can just close Fu Manlu and do something else." Xiang Xinyao said seriously, "What if I say I want your Fu Manlu?" Han Dongxing was stunned. "Sister Xinyao, are you serious? Do you really want Fu Manlu?" "Yes, seriously." "Then I'll give it to you, it's no big deal." Xiang Xinyao smiled. "I do want your Fu Manlu. After all, your Fu Manlu has a good location. I want to open more than one restaurant, but a chain store, and your Fu Manlu will be one of the branches in the future. You can invest in your current store, and you can also invest in other branches. In this way, your income will not only be the income of Fu Manlu. Of course, I provide ingredients, and I also have a share of the income of your store." Han Dongxing is not stupid, so he naturally understood. He jumped 3 feet high with excitement. "Sister Xinyao, you are my living bodhisattva. Thank you." Han's father is even more of an old fox, and his brain is better than Han Dongxing's. At this time, Han's father's eyes are shining. The Han family is going to rise. Wu Yinghai was full of envy, but he said nothing except congratulating Han Dongsheng. He knew that Xiang Xinyao definitely had other plans for him. Sure enough, the next second, Xiang Xinyao looked at him. The Wu family instantly became very alert. Xiang Xinyao said, "Brother Wu, you have a horse and a carriage, and you will be responsible for transporting ingredients to various branches. Of course, not only restaurants, but other businesses that need transportation will also be handed over to you. In addition to transporting ingredients, you can still invest, and we will share dividends according to the investment ratio." Wu Yinghai nodded heavily, and he knew that Sister Xinyao would not miss him. The Wu family had already prepared the gifts for Xiang Xinyao. Although Wu's father and mother had never seen Xiang Xinyao, they had to prepare carefully just for Xiang Xinyao's medical skills. Moreover, the attitude of the Han family and the county magistrate towards Xiang Xinyao was enough to prove the position of Xiang Xinyao in their hearts. Wu's father was also a smart person. How could he not seize the opportunity to make friends with Xiang Xinyao? Soon, the servants began to set up tables and chairs and serve the food on the table. The tempting aroma spread in the air, tempting the greed of everyone. Xiang Xinyao first served a bowl of chicken soup to the county magistrate and the others. The chicken soup was golden yellow and exuded a rich aroma. The soup was covered with a thin layer of oil, crystal clear and mouth-watering. The county magistrate gently scooped up a spoonful, and the soup flowed down the spoon, smooth as silk. What a delicious smell! The county magistrate took a sip, and the mellow taste and unique deliciousness made his taste buds intoxicated. This was the most unique and delicious chicken soup he had ever tasted in his half-life, bar none. After tasting it, the faces of others showed surprise, satisfaction, and disbelief. Father Han said, "No wonder Dongsheng wants to eat for free. The chicken soup is so delicious that I can't find words to describe it." The county magistrate nodded. "I can't find words to describe how delicious this chicken soup is, Xinyao. I want to quit my job and open a restaurant with you." Xiang Xinyao smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. "Don't. As the saying goes, it's easy to be an official if you have someone in the court, and the same is true for our business. With Uncle Wu backing us young people in the officialdom, we can walk more steadily and develop faster, right?"
Ha ha ha.
The county magistrate laughed heartily. "This little mouth is really eloquent. Just for this sentence of yours, I don't even dare to resign. Uncle Wu, please try other dishes." The county magistrate nodded, picked up the chopsticks and picked up a little cabbage and put it into his mouth. The crisp, sweet and juicy cabbage is also very different from the cabbage he usually eats, and the taste is completely different. Try other dishes again. Each dish is quite delicious and tastes quite unique. It is impossible for such dishes to open a restaurant without a hot business. The Han and Wu families became more and more excited as they ate.
Great.
The Wu family is going to rise, and holding on to Xiang Xinyao's thigh is the wisest choice for their Wu family. The county magistrate was also excited. On the surface, he was Xiang Xinyao's reliance. In fact, Xiang Xinyao was his backer and his benefactor. After a sumptuous dinner and a delicious dinner, Xiang Xinyao also handed over the names of her family members, relationships, and the list of servants to the county magistrate. The county magistrate and his party insisted on saying goodbye and leaving, so Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan could only send the county magistrate and his party to the village entrance. It was already late when they sent the county magistrate and his party away. Mo Jinan looked at Xiang Xinyao, his face full of tenderness and pampering. "Yaoer, do you still want to go for a walk in the mountains now?" Xiang Xinyao raised her eyebrows. "It's not impossible. Let's go. Let's go for a walk in the mountains." Mo Jinan suddenly stretched out his hand to hug Xiang Xinyao's slender waist and flew to the back mountain with his light skills. Xiang Xinyao was confused and said belatedly, "Anan, I can do Qinggong myself." Mo Jinan said as a matter of course, "Your internal strength is still too weak. You can't hold on for long. Save your internal strength for when you go into the mountains." Okay. Xiang Xinyao had to admit that her internal strength was really too weak. Although she broke through the Wuling level, her internal strength was still not much.
Alas.
It seems that I still need to seize the time to practice and improve my strength. At this time, Mo Jinnan's heartbeat was gradually accelerating, and he tightened his arms around Xiang Xinyao's slender waist slightly, making Xiang Xinyao's soft body stick closer to him. Yaoer's body is so soft, and her waist is so soft and slender that I can't bear to let go of her when I hold her in my arms. Smelling the pleasant floral scent on her body, Mo Jinnan sincerely hoped that the back mountain was farther away so that he would not arrive so early. Only after entering the deep mountains did Mo Jinnan reluctantly let go of Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao was very calm at this time and did not notice anything unusual about Mo Jinnan. As soon as Mo Jinnan put her down, she walked into the mountains. Yaoer, it's getting dark, let's not separate. He was worried that Xiang Xinyao would be in danger. Xiang Xinyao nodded slightly. Okay, then we won't separate. Let's go for a walk together. Mo Jinnan was worried about Xiang Xinyao, and Xiang Xinyao was also worried about Mo Jinnan. She was worried that Mo Jinnan would encounter a pack of wolves and hurt her guardian beast in the back mountain. The two walked into the mountains together. Mo Jinnan's hand hanging on Xiang Xinyao's side was eager to move. He wanted to take the initiative to hold Xiang Xinyao's hand several times, but he was afraid of offending the beauty. After a long struggle in his heart, Mo Jinnan mustered up the courage and wanted to hold Xiang Xinyao's little hand. However, Xiang Xinyao was suddenly attracted by the movement in the bushes in front of her, and she rushed into the bushes with a quick step. Mo Jinnan wanted to hold Xiang Xinyao's hand, but he froze in place. Ainen, come quickly, there is a rabbit nest here. Xiang Xinyao's excited voice came, pulling Mo Jinnan's wandering thoughts back. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Xiang Xinyao's side. Xiang Xinyao gently parted the grass. Ainen, look, there is a rabbit nest here, but a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. There should be another hole nearby. Look for it quickly. Let's take the nest and catch it back to raise it. Okay, I'll find it now. Soon, Mo Jinnan found the other 2 holes. Xiang Xinyao said, Ainen, block one of the holes, and then get ready to catch rabbits. No problem. Wait a minute. Mo Jinnan blocked one of the holes. Xiang Xinyao grabbed some dry leaves and put them at the hole, and then took out a net bag from the space and threw it to Mo Jinnan. Ainen, use the net bag to block the hole. I will smoke the rabbit out. Mo Jinnan nodded, picked up the net bag, and blocked the hole. Xiang Xinyao took out the fire starter and lit the dry leaves. With a thought, a fan appeared in her hand. She took the fan and fanned it gently, fanning the smoke into the hole. After a while, rabbits kept getting into the net bag in Mo Jinnan's hand. Mo Jinnan put away the net bag until no more rabbits ran out of the hole. Haha, good harvest. Yaoer, there are actually 9 rabbits in this litter. Xiang Xinyao's face was full of excitement. That's great. Take them all back and raise them. After we raise them for a while, the meat quality of wild rabbits will become better. Okay, take them all back and raise them. Let's go for a walk. After saying that, Mo Jinnan walked towards Xiang Xinyao happily and mustered up the courage to reach out and hold Xiang Xinyao's little hand. Xiang Xinyao was slightly stunned and felt an electric current flowing through her body instantly. She wanted to pull her little hand out of Mo Jinnan's big hand. But Mo Jinnan finally mustered up the courage to hold Xiang Xinyao's little hand. How could he let her pull her hand out so easily? The two held hands and walked for a long time. It was completely dark, and they walked in the forest with 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. Mo Jinnan said, Yaoer, it's not a good idea for us to walk like this. How about we use Qinggong to fly around? If we still can't find the wild boars, we can go back and rest. Okay, I'm afraid we won't find the wild boars even if we look for them all night. As soon as Xiang Xinyao finished speaking, Mo Jinnan held the net bag containing the rabbits in one hand, hugged Xiang Xinyao's slender waist with the other hand, and flew to the treetops with Qinggong. Mo Jinnan hugged Xiang Xinyao and flew around, but didn't find the wild boars. Xiang Xinyao said, Ainen, fly a little deeper into the mountains. If we still don't find the wild boars, we will go home.
Okay.
Mo Jinnan hugged Xiang Xinyao, borrowed strength from the treetop of a big tree, and then flew into the deep mountains. Xiang Xinyao, who was held by Mo Nan, also used Qinggong to reduce Mo Nan's burden. The two kept borrowing strength from the treetops and flew for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, Xiang Xinyao wrinkled her nose and frowned slightly. Anan, stop, there is a foul smell here. Mo Nan looked puzzled. Shouldn't he leave quickly if there is a foul smell in this place? Why stop? Although he was puzzled, Mo Nan stopped obediently. Although the vision of martial artists at night is not as good as that during the day, they can still see objects within a radius of 2 to 3 meters. The next second, the wild boar not far away was startled by the sound of the branch breaking and walked towards Xiang Xinyao and Mo Nan with a cuckoo. Sensing the unfamiliar breath on the two people, the wild boar began to get restless, and the speed of rushing towards the two people instantly increased. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. Wow, a group of wild boars, hee. Take them all back and raise them for meat. Mo Nan looked at a large group of wild boars rushing over, and his body reacted faster than his brain. He hugged Xiang Xinyao and flew up the tree with Qinggong. Yaoer, quickly spread the sleeping pills and knock the wild boars down. Xiang Xinyao did not hesitate. With a thought, a pack of powerful sleeping pills appeared in her hand. Anan, hold your breath. Mo Nan nodded and quickly held his breath. Xiang Xinyao opened the powerful sleeping pills and sprinkled them on the wild boars. Mo Nan continued to hold Xiang Xinyao and stopped on the tree branch. After a while, the wild boars fell one by one. Xiang Xinyao took out 2 pills, stuffed one into Mo Nan's mouth, and swallowed one herself. Anan, swallow it. Otherwise you will fall unconscious if you go down to the ground, and inhale the powerful sleeping pills. Mo Nan nodded and swallowed the pill in his mouth. Xiang Xinyao jumped from the tree branch to the ground. Mo Nan followed closely and jumped down. Yaoer, there are a lot of wild boars. Can we take them all away? Yes, no problem at all. Xiang Xinyao muttered a spell that she couldn't understand, and with a thought, she put the wild boars into the space. Mo Nan smiled gently, and this time he naturally took Xiang Xinyao's hand and flew down the mountain with his Qinggong. Back at the courtyard, Mo Nan picked up the net bag and took a look. Wow! All the hares were fainted. Mo Nan asked, Yaoer, where are you going to keep these hares? Give it to me first, and I'll make a cage to keep them tomorrow. Mo Nan handed the net bag to Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao took the net bag, and with a thought, she put the hares into the space. Mo Nan said, Yaoer, it's getting late. Go back and rest, and ask Gu Yuntian to make a cage for you tomorrow. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. You should also go to bed early. I'll go back to my room first.
Go.
Xiang Xinyao turned and went upstairs to her room. Mo Nan washed up quickly and went back to her room to rest. Xiang Xinyao returned to her room and flashed into the space. She first took a look at the vegetables she had grown, and then went to the place where the rabbits were kept to wake up the unconscious rabbits and feed them some vegetables she had grown. Then she took out a lot of vegetables from the supermarket, cut them, mixed them with spiritual spring water and cornmeal, and sent them to the place where the wild boars were kept. She added some spiritual spring water to the large basin for feeding water, and then she woke up the unconscious wild boar. It was already the end of midnight when she finished. Xiang Xinyao went to the suite to take a comfortable bath and tried to dry her hair with her inner force. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it yet. She could only helplessly pick up the hairdryer to dry her hair, and then flashed out of the space. Thinking of the pitiful amount of inner force in her body, Xiang Xinyao lost all sleepiness. In order to prevent being disturbed early tomorrow morning, she took out a piece of paper and a marker. She wrote on the paper, "Do not disturb during practice," and posted it on the door, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice with Gyuanlu. The next day, it was bright, and Xiang Xinyao really did not wake up from her practice. Xiang Xinyu came to Xiang Xinyao's door, saw the paper Xiang Xinyao posted on the door, and decisively turned downstairs, and told others not to go upstairs to disturb Xiang Xinyao. After breakfast, everyone went out to work. Even Helian took the calf to the hillside to herd cattle. But early in the morning, Mo Nan was worried about letting her go to herd cattle alone, so he asked Tang Xiaolian to accompany Heliani. Before leaving, Tang Xiaolian found a backpack and carried a sickle in her hand. Mo Nan asked her to accompany Heliani. She would not go empty-handed, let alone come back empty-handed. At least she had to cut a basket of pig grass and bring it back. Tang Xiaolian is a girl who can endure hardships. Since she came to Dawan village, she has been eager to do all the dirty and tiring work. Her brother Tang Taiju is the same. After dinner, he is always the first to carry A to open up wasteland. Looking at the two hardworking siblings, Mo Nan plans to wait for Xiang Xinyao to wake up from her practice, and then discuss with Xiang Xinyao to teach them some self-defense skills. Martial arts can not only protect oneself, but also strengthen the body. Mo Nan just wants them to be healthier, otherwise he will feel guilty towards Hong Zuelan. Mo Nan can teach Tang Taiju directly, but Tang Xiaolian is a girl, so it would be better to let Yaoer teach her. Mo Nan came to Tang Taiju with A and said, "Taiju, do you want to learn martial arts?" Tang Taiju was stunned, then his face was full of joy. "Brother Mo, I can learn martial arts? Really?" Mo Nan nodded slightly. "Yes, as long as you want to learn, I will teach you, learn some self-defense skills, and strengthen your body." "I want to learn, Brother Mo, please teach me." "Taiju, it will be very hard when you first start learning martial arts. At least you have to sleep 2 hours less every night."
Can you persist?
"I can, Brother Mo. I am not afraid of hard work, and I can persist. Seeing that you have martial arts and are much faster than us in opening up wasteland, I have been envious for a long time and want to learn very much." Xiang Xinyao didn't wake up from practicing martial arts until the afternoon. Opening her eyes and stretching, Xiang Xinyao felt refreshed and exhausted. After changing clothes, putting on shoes, and getting out of bed, Xiang Xinyao directly took out some spiritual spring water from the space to wash. Although she has been in Lingxiao country for more than half a year, she still can't make that complicated bun. Taking out a rubber band from the space, Xiang Xinyao simply tied a ponytail, then opened the door and walked out. A light blue suit with her waist-length hair made her look simple, generous, elegant, and refined. At this time, she didn't feel how hungry she was. She went to the toilet, and then went to open up wasteland with A. Seeing Xiang Xinyao coming over with A, Xiang Yanjua smiled and said, "Sister, why are you here when it's almost time to finish work? Go back quickly, and don't get your clothes dirty." Xiang Xinyao smiled lightly. "I want to get out and move around after practicing for so long." Mo Nan said, "Yaoer, you haven't eaten since this morning. Go back and rest first. If you want to move around, I'll accompany you after dinner." Xiang Xinyao shook her head slightly. "It's okay. We're all out. Just move around so that you can eat more when you go back." Hee. When Mo Nan and the others heard this, they stopped persuading her. Anyway, everyone should finish work and go home for dinner in a while. Xiang Xinyao swung knee and dug very hard. She used her internal force with every. Through several previous experiments, she found that if she exhausted her internal strength before practicing, her internal strength would increase a little faster. After digging for about an incense stick of time, everyone officially finished work. Those who should go home to cook should go home to cook, while the servants and farmhands should go back to wash their hands and wait for dinner. The farmhands have been following Mo Nan and Xiang Xinyao for some time. Although they work in the fields every day, they eat well and sleep well, and their lives are so carefree. Whether they are in their original families or join the army, they have never had a satisfied smile on their faces every day like they did when they followed their two masters. And they also found that their mental state is quite good. They will not feel too tired after a day's work. Even if they are a little tired, they will feel tired and energetic after eating and drinking some water. Since coming to Dawan village, the farmhands have worked very hard. They even secretly thank themselves for joining the two masters, otherwise, they might have been mediocre all their lives. Mo Nan carried A and walked beside Xiang Xinyao and said, "Yaoer, have you noticed that the Tang brothers and sisters are very active in everything they do and are especially hardworking?" Xiang Xinyao nodded. "I have seen it. They both rush to do all the dirty and tiring work, and they're very down to earth. I want to teach Tang Taiju some self-defense skills, and it can also help him strengthen his body. Xiang Xinyao smiled. Ainin, you told me this. Actually, you want me to teach Xiaolian some basic kung fu, right? To be honest, I also like Sister Xiaolian, and teaching her is not a problem, but I am afraid that she will be too tired. To be honest, if they live with us, their physical fitness will be much better than that of ordinary people. They will be in good health whether they practice martial arts or not, but as long as they are willing to learn, it doesn't hurt to teach them. Mo Jin nodded. Taiju is willing to learn. I don't want them to go out without the ability to protect themselves in the future. After all, I owe their mother, and I can't let them have any accidents. I understand. I'll ask Xiaolian later. If she wants to learn, I'll teach her how to do it. It's a good thing to have some self-defense skills in the future, especially for girls. Speaking of this matter, Xiang Xinyao thought of Ding Xiang and the other 6 girls. If the 6 girls had some ability to protect themselves, they might not have suffered this fate. 4 of the 6 girls were sold to her directly by their parents, and from then on she became their family. So, Xiang Xinyao decided to teach the 6 girls together. Even if they don't have the talent for martial arts, teach them some boxing and kicking skills. At least when they encounter small-time thugs, they can escape safely and protect themselves. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao called Ding Xiang and 6 other girls, Xiang Xinyu and Tang Xiaolian, to her room. The 8 girls all looked confused. Xiang Xinyu asked with a smile. Sister, you called us all here. Is there something you want us to do? Xiang Xinyao smiled gently. Nothing. I just want to ask you, do you want to learn some self-defense skills? Tang Xiaolian's eyes lit up for a moment, but then they dimmed again. Sister Xinyao, I want to learn, but I'm worried that I'm too dumb to learn. Xiang Xinyao pinched Tang Xiaolian's face and said, It doesn't matter. If you don't have the talent for martial arts, I'll teach you some boxing skills so that you can protect yourself against ordinary people. Tang Xiaolian nodded heavily. Yes. Thank you, Sister Xinyao. I want to learn. Ding Xiang and the other 6 girls also expressed their desire to learn, and they were very determined. After all, they had experienced the danger of almost losing their lives and lost the most precious thing for girls. Therefore, they were quite determined to learn martial arts. Only Xiang Xinyu pouted her lips, somewhat reluctantly. Sister, I don't really want to learn. Xiang Xinyao looked puzzled. Sister, why don't you want to learn? I have you and my 3rd brother to protect me, so I won't encounter any danger. If I have that time, I might as well make a few more beautiful clothes. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes elegantly. Sister, no one can protect you for life. What if my brothers and I are outside, and you are in danger? But it's different if you have the ability to protect yourself. You can not only protect yourself, but also protect your parents. Hearing that she has the ability to protect herself, and not only herself, but also her parents, Xiang Xinyu immediately became serious. Okay, I'll learn. I want to protect my parents. Xiang Xinyao smiled. That's right, come on. I'll teach you a set of internal power mental formulas, and you are responsible for memorizing the formulas tonight. The 8 girls quickly sat up straight, and 8 pairs of eyes looked at Xiang Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao said the internal power mental formula 3 times in a row, and the 8 girls couldn't barely remember it. Tang Xiaolian looked distressed. Sister Xinyao, I still can't remember it. Does it mean that I don't have the talent for martial arts? Xiang Xinyao smiled gently. Xiaolian, you and Ding Xiang are illiterate. The inner power method is not a simple and catchy poem like the 3-character classic. It is normal that you can't remember it. So I will write down the inner power method and let my sister teach you to recite it. You are responsible for memorizing it tonight. Okay, thank you, Sister Xinyao. Xiang Xinyao reached out and rubbed Tang Xiaolian's little head, got up to find paper and pen, wrote down the inner power method formula, and then gave it to Xiang Xinyu. As soon as Xiang Xinyao arrived at the field, she swung the and used her inner power to dig non-stop. She just wanted to quickly use up the inner power in her body and then go back to the room to practice. Seeing Xiang Xinyao working so hard, Mo Jin was puzzled. Could it be that someone made Yaoer angry? Otherwise, why would she dig so hard? And Mo Jin asked as soon as he thought of it, Yaoer, did someone make you unhappy? Xiang Xinyao had 3 black lines on her forehead. Ainin, Why do you ask that? Do you think I look unhappy? Yes, but not quite. Xiang Xinyao. Mo Jinan frowned slightly. Yaoer, you are working so hard to open up the wasteland, and you also use your internal force. Isn't it to vent your unhappy emotions? Xiang Xinyao smiled sweetly. Of course not. Mo Jinan was full of question marks. Anan, the reason why I came out to open up the wasteland is to consume the internal force in my body. I found that after consuming all the internal force in my body and then practicing, the internal force in my body will increase a little faster. Mo Jinan suddenly realized, so that's it, then I will accompany you to consume the internal force in my body. After that, Mo Jinan swung and also used his internal force to start digging with Xiang Xinyao to consume it. If two people use their internal force to open up the wasteland at the same time, the speed of opening up the wasteland can be imagined. Before midnight, Xiang Xinyao had used up all her internal energy, but Mo Jinan had only used up half of it. Seeing Xiang Xinyao gasping for breath while leaning on the weekly, Mo Jinan knew that she had used up all her internal energy. He put the down, picked up Xiang Xinyao directly, and sent her back to the room with his lightness skills. Gently putting Xiang Xinyao on the bed, Mo Jinan considerately helped Xiang Xinyao take off her shoes and let her sit cross-legged on the bed. Xiang Xinyao said weakly, Anan, help me stick the paper on the table on the door, and you go back and rest quickly. I want to practice. Okay, you practice. I'll go out first. Mo Jinan picked up the paper on the table, and after leaving the room, he pasted the paper on the door, then used his qinggong to return to the field to continue clearing the wasteland. He also wanted to verify whether Xiang Xinyao's suggestion to use up all the internal energy in the body before practicing would really make the internal energy grow a little bit faster. That night, Mo Jinan continued to clear the wasteland until the early morning, and he actually dug up all the wasteland. Of course, his internal energy was also used up. Mo Jinan dragged his tired body back to the courtyard, fetched water, and washed up, then hurried back to his room to practice. Entering the room, he suddenly remembered the paper Xiang Xinyao had pasted on the door, and hurried to the desk, wrote a piece of paper to avoid being disturbed, and pasted it on the door, then went to bed and sat cross-legged to practice. The sky was bright. After breakfast, everyone went to build houses, and those who were going to clear the wasteland went to clear the wasteland with hoes. But when the farmhands and villagers came to the wasteland with hoes, they were surprised to find that the wasteland had been cleared. The head of the farmhands said with a puzzled look on his face, "Who did this? There were so many wastelands left yesterday, but they were all reclaimed overnight. It's amazing." The other farmhands spoke up. "What are we going to do now? All the wastelands have been reclaimed. Why don't we go back and ask the master what arrangements he has? We can't just sit there and do nothing." Yes, let's go ask the master. It's not hot to work in the morning, so we can't just sit there and do nothing. The head of the farmhands nodded and turned around with everyone to walk back. Back in the yard, the head looked around but couldn't find Xiang Xinyao or Mo Jinan. The little leader could only go to find Xiang Tianyang. Xiang Tianyang naturally knew that Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan were practicing in the room and could not be disturbed. There was a sign saying "Do not disturb" on the door. The wasteland has been reclaimed, and Xiang Tianyang doesn't know what to arrange for the farmhands to do. After rolling his eyes twice, Xiang Tianyang turned around to find Uncle Ji, who was helping to build the house. Xiang Tianyang found Uncle Ji and called cheerfully, Brother Ji, stop what you are doing. I have something to ask you." Uncle Ji quickly put down the brick in his hand and walked to Xiang Tianyang. "Brother Xiang, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Brother Ji, the wasteland behind the house has been reclaimed. I am not familiar with the things in this field, so I want to ask you, what can I arrange for those farmhands and villagers to do? By the way, the weeds in the field can be fed to livestock. You ask them to pull out the weeds first and take them back to feed the livestock, and then them again so that the weeds can be completely removed." After that, Xiang Tianyang turned around and went to the yard to arrange the farmhands and other villagers. At this time, Sun Huaiyan was squatting in the medicinal field and carefully weeding, and he pulled it out directly with his hands. He didn't want to use at all, for fear of damaging the medicinal materials in the medicinal field. At Dingxiang's request, Sun Huaiyan neatly arranged the weeds he pulled out and cut the roots later and took them back to feed the livestock. When the farmhands and villagers came to the farmland, Dingxiang and the other 6 girls and Tang Xiaolian were squatting in the field pulling out weeds. Several women among the villagers also put down their hoes and pulled out weeds with Dingxiang and the other girls. Other villagers and farmhands began to the land. There is strength in numbers, and in one morning, all the weeds in the farmland were removed. But Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinnan had not woken up from their practice. Those farmhands and villagers didn't know how to build houses and lay bricks, and they didn't know what to do after lunch. Xiang Tianyang had to ask Uncle Ji again. Uncle Ji almost knew Xiang Xinyao's plan, so he simply stepped forward to arrange the farmhands and villagers. Some people went to dig holes in the reclaimed land behind the house to plant fruit trees, and the rest went to dig fish ponds and expand the original ponds. It was already noon when Xiang Xinyao woke up from her practice. After washing and eating something, Xiang Tianyang called her to his side. Yaoer, your Uncle Ji has arranged people to remove the weeds in the crop fields today, and also arranged people to dig holes to plant fruit trees and expand the fish ponds. The work here should be completed today. How do you plan to arrange it tomorrow? Xiang Xinyao took out a land deed and handed it to Xiang Tianyang. Dad, tomorrow you can ask the villagers and farmhands to turn over these lands. If you can't grow grain, you can grow vegetables. If I'm practicing, you can ask Uncle Ji to help arrange it. He is more familiar with these tasks. Xiang Tianyang nodded. Okay, then you go and take a look at the fish pond quickly. You have to tell everyone how to expand it. Well, I'll go and take a look. After speaking, Xiang Xinyao turned and walked towards the fish pond. The villagers and farmhands on the fish pond were working hard, and the sound of rushing water rang out as their hose fell. Xiang Xinyao gave the villagers a few instructions and then went to the medicinal field for a walk. Sun Huaiyan was still weeding in the medicinal field, and those medicinal herbs were as precious as his eyeballs. Now, these medicinal herbs belonged to Xiang Xinyao, so he tried his best to restrain himself and not let himself touch the leaves of the medicinal herbs. Xiang Xinyao said, "Little old man, when the sun sets today, use up the water in the big vat. The big vat will be used in the orchard. The fruit tree seedlings will be transplanted tomorrow." Sun Huaiyan nodded, "No problem, just leave it to me. I will fill the big vat with water for you." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Okay, Anan and I will go to Yunqing tonight and transport the fruit tree seedlings overnight. They must be transplanted in the morning. Okay, I know. Xiang Xinyao took some of the weeds pulled out by Sun Huaiyan and returned to the yard. Guyan Tian had already made a cage for raising rabbits. Xiang Xinyao placed the cage in the shed next to the pigsty, which was built to store pig grass. She put the hare in the cage and took some vegetables she grew from the space to feed the hare. As for the wild boar, she didn't dare to rashly put the wild boar into the pigsty. After all, wild boars are very aggressive, and she is also afraid that wild boars will hurt people. Forget it, it's better to keep the wild boar in the space. Before dinner, Mo Jinnan woke up from practicing. He opened his eyes and sensed it carefully. The next second, his eyes lit up. Mo Jinnan put on his shoes, tidied his clothes, left the room, and jumped down from the second floor directly with Qinggong. He strode towards Xiang Xinyao, his face full of excitement. Yaoer, what you said is true. I used up all the internal energy in my body last night. After practicing today, I found that my internal energy has really increased significantly. Xiang Xinyao asked with a smile. Do you want to continue to consume internal energy tonight? Mo Jinnan shook his head. No, I consumed it tonight. It's easy to delay things if I consume internal energy at night. Let's go out tomorrow to consume internal energy and practice at night. Okay, let's go to Yunqing after dinner and drive 2 more carriages. We will transport the fruit tree seedlings tomorrow morning. Mo Jinnan frowned. Yaoer, it's summer now. Is it appropriate to plant fruit tree seedlings? Xiang Xinyao shrugged. No problem. I have my own way, and I will definitely be able to grow them alive, don't worry. It's good that they can be grown alive, but can we find anyone to go find fruit tree seedlings late at night? It shouldn't be a problem. Arrange a few people to drive the carriage to Yunqing, and we will ride horses to find people first. Mourning was a little puzzled. Yaoer, can you make things take away? Why do you need a carriage? Can't fruit tree seedlings be transformed? Because when we come back, the people who are cultivating the fruit tree seedlings over there will come back with us, and it will not be convenient to use magic. I see. Then let's transport them back by carriage. Okay. After dinner, Xiang Xinyao arranged for his 3 brothers and a cousin to drive the carriage to Yunqing. He and Mourning rode 2 horses ahead. Once they were on the official road, their speed was even faster. It was already midnight when they arrived in Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao took Mourning directly to the fruit tree seedling base. However, their luck was not very good, as Ning Charan was not at the seedling base. Xiang Xinyao rolled his eyes twice, took out 2 hoes from the space, and threw one directly to Mourning. Start digging, and when my eldest brother and the others come later, let them dig, and then we'll go into the city to find people. Mourning twitched his lips. Yaoer, when the master is not here, we are digging other people's fruit tree seedlings. Isn't it inappropriate? It's okay, just dig. When the master comes, he will go to Dawan village with us. This is what he and I agreed before. Mourning frowned. Or we should go to the city to find someone first and then come back to dig. Anyway, your eldest brother and others will not be here for a while. Xiang Xinyao nodded. Okay then. The 2 found a place to tie the horses and then used Qinggong to go into the city. I actually forgot to ask Ning Charan's address that day. It's late at night now and Yunqing is so big. Where can I find Ning Charan? Mourning asked. Yaoer, where does the person you are looking for live? Xiang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. I don't know. Montak Chinen. How can Yaoer, who is usually so smart, be confused sometimes? Mourning looked helpless. It seems that we can only go to one place to look for him? Xiang Xinyao blinked. Where? The prefectural government office. Do you know the man's name? It will be much easier to find him if you know it. Xiang Xinyao's eyes lit up. Yes, his name is Ning Charan, and he is probably in his early 20s. Let's go. Go to the prefectural government office. The 2 rushed to the prefect's backyard, only to see a flickering candle in one of the rooms. Mourning took Xiang Xinyao's hand and walked straight to the room with the candle. As soon as they approached the room, they heard voices coming from the room. Brother, I want to go to Dawan village. This place has bad food and bad sleep. It's more comfortable to follow Lao Mo. Every day, we eat delicious food. Do you think I don't want to go back? But the dog official of the prefecture wants to bully Miss Yang. We have to vent her anger, right? Don't even want to go back to Bianjing, let alone stay in this place of Yunqing for 2 days. Miss Yang's chicken soup. I'm greedy just thinking about it.
He.
Listening to the complaints of the Lei brothers, Xiang Xinyao couldn't help laughing. The Lei brothers in the room opened the door, and when they saw Mourning and Xiang Xinyao, happy smiles appeared on their faces instantly. Lao Mo, Miss Xiang. Why are you here? Lei Junkie said excitedly. Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. Come to see you? And, by the way, come to check someone's address. Lei Junlin rolled his eyes. I believe you are here to check someone's address, but why don't I believe you are here to see us brothers? Lei Junkie nodded. I don't believe it either. If it weren't for the candlelight in our room, you probably wouldn't even remember that we brothers are in Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao's eyes flashed with a trace of guilt. How could it be? Alas. I was worried that you brothers were not used to eating here, so I caught a big rooster for you. You actually doubted us. It seems that I was too sentimental. When the Lei brothers heard it, they immediately smiled. Lei Junlin's eyes turned slyly. Where is it? Where is the big rooster? I will have someone stew chicken soup for me tomorrow morning. Xiang Xinyao rolled her eyes elegantly, and with a thought, a big rooster appeared at Lei Junlin's feet. The sudden appearance of the big rooster scared Lei Junlin. The next second, he bent down and picked up the big rooster that was still in a daze. Lei Junkie asked, Old Mo, whose address are you looking for? Xiang Xinyao replied, looking for a man named Ning Charan, who cultivates fruit tree seedlings. Lei Junkie nodded and said, I'll go, and pick up the dog prefect to help you check. There are quite a few people in Yunqing. By the time we find out, it will probably be dawn. Xiang Xiniao had no objection and nodded in agreement with a smile. Lei Junqi turned and walked to a room next to him. He didn't even raise his hand to knock on the door. He raised his foot and kicked the door open violently. The prefect, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the loud noise of the kick. He habitually opened his mouth and cursed, "Which son of a witch dares to kick this official's door? Don't you want to live?" Lei Junqi's anger instantly rushed straight to his head. He walked into the bedroom in a few steps, jumped on the bed, and kicked the prefect off the bed. "You son of a witch! You even dare to curse your ancestors! I think you don't want to live." The fat prefect flew directly off the bed and fell heavily to the ground, almost fainting from the pain. If he didn't faint, he would have to face reality. The prefect got up and knelt in front of Lei Junqi and kowtowed like crazy. "General Lei, Ancestor Lei, I was confused in my sleep. Please forgive me once. I won't dare to do it again." "Humph." Lei Junqi snorted coldly. "Hurry up and help your ancestor to find someone's address." "Ancestor? Whose address do you want to find?" "That person is Ning Churen, a young man who cultivates fruit tree seedlings." The fat prefect frowned slightly when he heard it, and tried hard to recall where he had heard this name. Seeing that the fat prefect didn't say anything for a long time, Lei Junqi's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. "What? Are you still waiting for your ancestors to help you up?" The fat prefect shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. No. I'm just thinking back. This name is a little familiar. It seems that I have heard it somewhere." "Think quickly. If you can't think of it, your ancestors will peel off a layer of skin. Most heroes are forced out." The fat prefect had been thinking for a long time, but couldn't remember the person. After being frightened by Lei Junqi, he suddenly had an idea and finally remembered. "My lord, I remember now. This person reported the case more than half a year ago. His family seems to live in. Where do you live?" Lei Junqi's voice became colder and colder. Lived. Ah, I remember. Live in number 88 Danyang Hutong in the south of the city. Lei Junqi slapped the fat prefect on the back of his head. "You are so cowardly, and you dare to scold your ancestors. Your ancestors should go and look for them now. If they can't find them, they will skin you alive." Xiang Xiniao rolled her eyes outside the door. "Brother Lei, don't you think it's a shame to have such a rascal as your descendant?" Lei Junqi was stunned. "That makes sense. Such people are not even worthy of being a dog for this general. I'll think about it later. Miss Xiang, the person you are looking for is at number 88 Danyang Hutong in the south of the city. Go and find him. This rascal has angered me tonight. I have to play with him, so I won't go with you." Xiang Xiniao said, "No, we can go by ourselves. Come back and deal with this rascal if you can't find him." "Okay." Xiang Xiniao and Mo Jinan flew out of the backyard of the government office directly with Qinggong. The fat prefect in the room felt that Xiang Xiniao's voice was familiar. After Xiang Xiniao left, he suddenly remembered who the Miss Xiang that Lei Junqi mentioned was. If he hadn't provoked that little girl, would he have ended up like this? But it's too late to regret now. Xiang Xiniao and Mo Jinan flew all the way, heading straight towards the south of Yunqing. It was late at night, and the two of them searched for a long time before they found number 88 Danyang Hutong. As soon as Xiang Xiniao saw the house at number 88 Danyang Hutong, she couldn't help but twitching her lips. "Is Ning Churen sure he lives here? This doesn't look like the place where people who are not doing well live." But after thinking about it, Xiang Xiniao felt relieved. Ning Churen was a college student at the Agricultural University in the 23rd century. He didn't even have the ability to make money when he traveled to ancient times. He probably died long ago. Xiang Xiniao went forward and knocked on the door, but no one answered after knocking for a long time. So she increased her strength and banged on the door with a loud. After a while, an angry voice came from the room. "Who is it?" Xiang Xiniao yelled. "Ning Churen. Your head was caught by the door. You didn't answer when I knocked on the door, and you cursed when I slammed the door. Are you crazy?" Ning Churen was startled and quickly ran out to open the door. "I say, Auntie, You came here to on the door in the middle of the night and scared me to death. Are you responsible? Xiang Xinyao grinned. I'm afraid that if I don't knock on the door tonight, you'll be mad to death tomorrow. Okay, you are right. How did you find this place? And you came here in the middle of the night. Were you being chased? Who is this handsome guy? She is my fiancé, Emoji Nan. Do you think I look like someone is chasing me? Stop talking nonsense. Pack up quickly, and set off to dig up the saplings now. I have to plant them early tomorrow morning. Ning Charan twitched her mouth. Annie, can't you come in broad daylight? Digging saplings in the middle of the night is killing me. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to go with me tonight? If you don't want to go with me tonight, you can go back to sleep. I will go to dig up the saplings by myself, and go back to transplant them at dawn. I'll give you the address, and you can come to find me by yourself. Okay, I'll obey you even if I don't obey the wall. Wait for me for a while. I'll pack up and find you by myself. I don't even know which corner I'll go to. Then hurry up, I'll wait for you, for 15 minutes. Okay, come in and sit for a while. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan followed Ning Charan into the house. Ning Charan lit the candles, asked the two to sit down, and then went into the house to pack his luggage. Mo Jinan asked with a puzzled look on his face, why does this person speak strangely? Is he a local of Yunqing? Xiang Xinyao nodded. He is a local. Maybe he has traveled all over the country in the past 2 years and learned some ways of speaking from outsiders. Is he going to live in Dawan village with us? Well, he is proficient in growing crops, vegetables, and cultivating fruit trees. He is a talent. It's a good thing that he is willing to follow us. I plan to hand over the planting of Yunqing to him in the future. Mo Jinan nodded and asked in a low voice, have you figured out this person's background? Xiang Xinyao replied, I know a little bit. I will understand it after spending more time with him. Well, since he is a talent and he is willing to follow us, we can't treat him unfairly.
I know.
After waiting for about an incense stick of time, Ning Charan came out of the bedroom carrying an oversized bag. Xiang Xinyao chuckled, hee hee, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Ning Charan rolled his eyes. Isn't that nonsense? Of course I want to hear the truth. The truth is that it's not that I don't welcome you to settle down, but that you have to come back after a while.
Why?
Xiang Xinyao smiled like a little fox. Because I also have thousands of acres of land in Yunqing, and I plan to let you take care of the land here. Ning Charan's eyes widened suddenly. What? Thousands of acres?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I just want to follow you, but you actually asked me to come here on a long business trip. Are you conscripting men?
Haha.
Xiang Xinyao couldn't help laughing. Don't make it sound so serious. There are thousands of acres of land here, and I have to run back and forth. You are a professional agricultural planter, and I'll feel at ease if you keep an eye on it here, right? Besides, it's not like you can't go back. You can go back every now and then if you want, and I will leave some good things for you. Ning Charan's eyes lit up instantly. What good things are they? Chickens, ducks, fish, and all kinds of game. Whatever you want to eat, we have it. TSK, I thought it was some national treasure. It's okay if you don't like it, but you can take so many things. Can we go now? Ning Charan thought for a moment and said, let's go. Just take these, there are still a lot here. Xiang Xinyao asked, do you need help? Ning Charan looked at Xiang Xinyao meaningfully. With your small physique? Forget it. After saying that, he threw the oversized bag over his shoulder. The next second, Ning Charan was directly dragged backwards by the bag, and the whole person was pressed on the bag. Mo Jinan tried hard to hold back his laughter. After all, it was really rude to laugh at someone when you first met. Mo Jinan stepped forward and pulled Ning Charan up. Let me do it. Ning Charan looked embarrassed, but he still handed the bag to Mo Jinan. Mo Jinan picked up the bag and strode to the door. Xiang Xinyao followed with a smile and told Ning Charan to lock the door. By the time Ning Charan locked the door, Mo Jinan and Xiang Xinyao had already walked a long way. Hey, wait for me. When the three of them were about to reach the city gate, Ning Charan slapped his forehead and said, it's late at night. The city gate is closed. How can we get out? Mo Jinan jumped up with his bag on his shoulder, and the next second, he jumped over the wall, flying over the eaves and walls. Ning Charan widened his eyes, his face full of envy and jealousy. However, this was not a shock. Just when he thought Xiang Xinyao's fiancé would come to pick her up later, Xiang Xinyao used her qinggong to fly directly up. As a traverser, Xiang Xinyao was obviously much younger than him, and it was really annoying to compare people. Although he saved a little money and bought a house. But this was in ancient times. As a modern traverser, how could having a house be as impressive as having martial arts? Now, Ning Charan was more determined to follow Xiang Xinyao. He even made up his mind that no matter how shameless he would let Xiang Xinyao teach him a few moves. Just when Ning Charan was imagining learning martial arts in the future, Mo Jinan had already come to his side. Mo Jinan glanced at Ning Charan and said, "Tighten your belt," asking him to fly over the wall carrying a grown man. Sorry, Mo Jinan couldn't do it. Ning Charan quickly checked his belt and even opened it and tied it into a knot. Mo Jinan waited for him to fasten his belt, then grabbed Ning Charan's belt and used his Qing Kung Fu to fly to the top of the wall. The moment Mo Jinan grabbed his belt and lifted him up, Ning Charan bent like a shrimp, with his head and feet facing downwards. When Mo Jinan climbed over the wall and put him on the ground, he rubbed his belly with a constipated look on his face. I was almost strangled in two. At this moment, Xiang Xinyao picked up Ning Charan's huge bag and threw it onto her shoulder. Ning Charan began to doubt his life even more. He had just looked down on Xiang Xinyao's small physique, but this time he was slapped in the face. Mo Jinan hurried forward, took the big bag in his hand, and used one hand to hold Xiang Xinyao's small hand. "Let's go." Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. The corners of Ning Charan's mouth twitched wildly. This unexpected handful of dog food almost choked him to death. Alas, such a beautiful girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was labeled and became someone else's fiancé. It's so unfair. Since he came here, he has seen many beautiful girls, but he has never met the girl who makes his heart beat fast. Xiang Xinyao was the girl that he could not forget at first sight, but Xiang Xinyao was too young, and he was not cruel enough to have any thoughts about an underage girl. He also thought that since they were all time travelers, it was impossible for Xiang Xinyao to fall in love before she reached adulthood. He could wait until she came of age. But I never expected that after just 3 days of not seeing her, she showed up with her boyfriend. Alas, there is no hope at all. Ning Charan followed Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jinan silently, making a secret decision in his heart. Since Xiang Xinyao already has a fiancé, we are both time travelers, and I am older than her. I will treat her as my sister, protect her, and become one of her family members. In Ning Charan's wild imagination, the three of them unknowingly arrived at the Nanjiao fruit tree seedling base. When they got to the field, Ning Charan stopped thinking about it and ran to the thatched house to get 2 hoes, handing one to Mo Jinan. "Handsome boy, be careful when digging the saplings, try not to damage the roots so that the survival rate will be high." Mo Jinan nodded slightly, but did not reach out to take the. Instead, he took 2 steps to the side and picked up the that he had thrown on the ground.
Huh?
Ning Charan looked confused. "Where did you get the?" Xiang Xinyao covered her mouth and laughed. "We came here just now, and seeing that you were not here, we wanted to dig it up by ourselves and then leave you a note, but my Anan insisted on finding you first and getting your consent." Ning Charan's mouth twitched again. "It hurts my friend." But Mo Jinan's mouth curled up with joy, just because he heard someone talking about my Anan, so he was in a very good mood. He picked up the and started digging the saplings. In order to ensure the survival rate, he dug up the fruit tree saplings with the roots and soil. Xiang Xinyao also picked up the and started digging. Just when the 3 of them were digging happily, Xiang Yanjue and others arrived. Ning Charan was happy. With so many people helping together, the saplings could be dug up quickly. Xiang Xinyao quickly stepped forward to introduce. "Ning Charan, this is my eldest brother. This is my second brother." Ning Charan distributed hoes to Xiang Yanjue and the other 3. "Be careful when digging because it is summer now. The survival rate is not as high as the survival rate of spring transplantation. It is best to dig up the roots and soil together." Xiang Yanjue patted Ning Charan on the shoulder. "Dig quickly." We must get back as soon as possible and get to the village to transplant at dawn. It is too hot in the afternoon. Okay, work, haha. It is an honor for me, Ning, to meet you. Several people laughed and worked hard. It took less than an hour for the group to dig out all the fruit tree seedlings and put them into the carriage. Everything was ready. Xiang Xinyao and Mo Jin got on the horseback. Ning Charan sat side by side with Xiang Yanjua, and Xiang Yanjua drove the carriage. Looking at Xiang Xinyao's chic back on horseback under the moonlight, Ning Charan sighed. I didn't expect your sister to be able to ride a horse at such a young age. So cool. Xiang Yanjua was proud. What's that? My sister not only knows how to ride a horse, but also knows medical skills, martial arts, hunting, and she knows a lot more. Ning Charan curled his lips and thought to himself, Miss Xiang is a must-have skill for people who travel through time. No wonder I am so miserable after traveling through time. If she has a golden finger, wouldn't it be against the sky? Alas, people are so angry when they compare themselves to others. When I returned to Dewan village, it was already bright. The farmhands and villagers were already waiting outside the yard, waiting for the fruit tree seedlings to arrive, and then they began to move the fruit tree seedlings for transplanting. When Xiang Xinyao arrived, she didn't bother to eat breakfast first and ran to the orchard. Those big vats had long been taken to the orchard by Sun Huaiyan, and he also took the farmhands to fill the big vats with water. Xiang Xinyao looked at the large vats full of water and raised her eyebrows. When she came to one of the large vats, she took the water in the large vat into the bathroom of the space suite and replaced it with spiritual spring water. After replacing the water in all the large vats, Xiang Xinyao returned to the yard. At this time, the brothers drove the carriages and stopped outside the yard. The farmhands and villagers had already started to move the fruit tree seedlings. Ning Charan had no time to appreciate Xiang Xinyao's courtyard and shouted, Everyone move the fruit tree seedlings to the ground first, and I will teach you how to transplant them later. The farmhands and villagers looked at Ning Charan and then looked at each other, wondering who this strange man was and whether they should listen to him. Seeing the farmhands and villagers' reactions, Xiang Xinyao smiled and said, Everyone supports him. He is the planting expert I invited. Whether it is planting crops, vegetables, or fruit trees, he is very professional. Everyone nodded and agreed, and continued to move the fruit tree seedlings. Xiang Xinyao walked towards Ning Charan. Let's go. Let's have breakfast first, and then go to plant after breakfast. Ning Charan nodded and followed Xiang Xinyao into the courtyard of the quadrangle. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ning Charan's eyes lit up. Wow. Miss Xiang, is this your new house? It's actually a big quadrangle. This house is comfortable to live in. It's a 2-story quadrangle. Xiang Xinyao smiled and nodded. Yes, it's my new house. Almost everyone in the village came to help. It took more than half a year to build it. This speed is fast enough. If you just ask craftsmen to build such a large quadrangle, it will probably take several years. I didn't expect you to be so successful. I admire you. Don't praise me anymore. You still say that you are not doing well. The house you live in is not cheap. It's far worse than yours. Eat quickly. Just eat something to fill your stomach. For breakfast, there was white porridge, steamed buns with fresh meat and green onions, steamed buns with white flour, a plate of bacon fried with garlic sprouts, 2 plates of vegetables, and 2 plates of pickles.
Wow.
Breakfast is so rich. It seems that I can eat delicious food with you in the future. Try it. Ning Charan grabbed a steamed bun with fresh meat and green onions and took a big bite. The rich and special aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of flour instantly filled his mouth. His eyes widened. Oh my God, how is this meat cooked? It is more delicious than native pork. Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. This is wild boar meat, and the cooks are all the cooks I brought back from Bianjing. Try the bacon and vegetables. I guarantee that they are so delicious that you won't even feel the pain in your ears. I believe in bacon, but how delicious can vegetables be? Try it yourself to see if it tastes good. Ning Charan pouted, picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of bacon and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second he was shocked again. This bacon is so fragrant, right? Miss Xiang, please teach me how to marinate this bacon? Xiang Xinyao didn't even raise her head. I'll teach you next time I kill the pig. You may not remember it even if I tell you now.
Yeah.
Ning Charan tasted another bite of the stir-fried cabbage. Oh my god? Is this cabbage? Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Xinyao was suddenly choked by the white porridge and started coughing. Mr. Ning, I'm only 15 years old, but I can't have a son as old as you. Ning Charan looked embarrassed. Slip of the tongue, Miss Xiang. How come your cabbage is so delicious? Is your cook a retired imperial chef? What nonsense are you talking about? They are the cooks of my parents and my fiancé's family. This dish is extraordinary. The taste is crisp, and I have never eaten such delicious cabbage. You come to me, there are many delicious things you will slowly know in the future. Oh, hee. It seems that choosing to follow you is the wisest choice I have made. I promise you won't regret it. After breakfast, Xiang Xinyao and Mo Nen took Ning Charan to the orchard. Under the guidance of Ning Charan, the farmhands and villagers transplanted the fruit trees in an orderly manner. At the same time, Xiang Xinyao also found that Ning Charan had a plan for transplanting fruit trees. Behind the house was a patch of peach trees, followed by apple trees and pear trees, and walnuts and chestnuts were planted at the edge. Ning Charan ordered to dig a 1-meter deep ditch between the peach, apple, and pear trees. Water will be introduced into the ditch, and water can be used at any time to ensure that the fruit trees have sufficient water. In this way, Xiang Xinyao only needs to pour spiritual spring water into the ditch, and the farmhands can water them by themselves in the future. Perfect. For the transplanting of fruit trees, Sun Huaiyan, a fan of medicinal materials, did not go to the medicinal field, but went to the orchard with Mo Nan and the Xiang brothers to help. Xiang Xinyao carried 2 buckets and kept going back and forth between the yard and the orchard. He pretended to fetch water in the yard, added spiritual spring water to the bucket, and then carried it to the large vat for everyone to water the fruit tree seedlings. Mo Nan wanted to help, but was rejected by Xiang Xinyao. There is strength in numbers. After working hard for a whole morning, all the fruit trees were planted. However, the ditch has not been dug yet, so digging the ditch will be left to the afternoon. The villagers have returned home for dinner one after another, and Xiang Xinyao also asked the farmhands to wash their hands and eat. After lunch, Xiang Xinyao sent some more prey to the kitchen and asked the cook to prepare it. At the end of the day, Ning Charan was completely conquered by Xiang Xinyao's food. Now that they were full and satisfied, the family was sitting in the yard to enjoy the cool air. Ning Charan moved a small stool and sat in front of Xiang Xinyao, looking at Xiang Xinyao without blinking. Miss Xiang, I want to discuss something with you. Xiang Xinyao raised her eyes. What is it? Can you teach me martial arts? Mo Nan's face darkened instantly. No. Ning Charan felt a chill on his back and saw Mo Nan's cold face from the corner of his eye and shrank his neck in fear.
My God.
No, this is an ancient romance. Well, it should be the cold-faced prince in ancient romance. So scary. Ning Charan kept complaining in his heart. After a pause, Mo Nan continued, You want to learn martial arts? Let's see how you perform. If you perform well, I will teach you personally. Ning Charan's eyes lit up instantly, and his face was full of joy. Really? Mo Nan nodded slightly.
Yeah.
Ning Charan looked at Xiang Xinyao again. Miss Xiang, can I apply to stay here and not go on a business trip to Yunqing? Mo Nan was full of question marks. What do you mean by on a business trip? Ning Charan explained. It means being sent out to work. Mo Nan's face turned cold again. No. Ning Charan's face changed instantly, with a constipated look on his face. Handsome guy, why? Mo Nan pulled a chair over and sat down. Do you still want to learn martial arts?
Yes.
Ning turan ansveret tekisiveli. Then go and take care of the thousands of acres of fertile land in Yunqing in a while. Otherwise, don't even think about learning martial arts. Humph. Go ahead. I'll risk it all to learn martial arts. Well, that's right. Mo Nan nodded with satisfaction. Look for me if you have anything in the future. Don't look for Yaoer, understand? Ning Charan nodded mechanically. I understand. Xiang Xinyao smiled secretly in her heart. Ning Charan began to complain in her heart again. He is really a cold-faced prince, a wife-protecting maniac. For my life, I have to keep a safe distance from Xinyao in the future. Ning Charan rolled his eyes and looked at Emoji Nan with a flattering face. Hey, handsome guy, why don't you teach me martial arts now? I promise to perform well and manage the thousands of acres of fertile land in Yunqing. Please, please, I really want to learn martial arts. Emoji Nan raised his eyebrows. Okay, go out and run for an hour, and I will teach you if you are not exhausted. Ning Turan smolt, tvikted vildly. Xiang Xinyao smiled faintly. Anan, don't make it difficult for Ning Charan. Let him run for an hour. Aren't you trying to make him commit suicide in disguise? He is the farming expert I invited, don't mess with him. If you mess with him, you will go to manage the 1,000 acres of fertile land in Yunqing. Emoji Nan's scalp tingled when he heard it. He looked at Ning Charan unhappily. You are lucky, kid, come with me, I will teach you martial arts now. After saying that, he turned around and looked for Tang Taizhu. After locking his eyes with Tang Taizhu, Emoji Nan shouted, Taizhu, let's go and practice martial arts. Coming. Tang Taizhu hurriedly ran to Emoji Nan. Emoji Nan took Tang Taizhu and Ning Charan upstairs. Xiang Xinyao also took Xiang Xinyu, Tang Xiaolian and Ding Xiang, 6 girls upstairs, and began to teach them martial arts. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Emoji Nan and Xiang Xinyao were both a little crazy to varying degrees. On Xiang Xinyao's side, Tang Xiaolian, Xiang Xinyu, and Lily have a little bit of talent in martial arts, but only a little bit. The others have little talent. As for Emoji Nan, Tang Taizhu has a little talent for martial arts. Ning Charan works very hard, but his talent is not as good as Tang Taizhu, which makes Emoji Nan crazy. During these 3 days, all the work at Xia Songlin, except for building the house, has been completed. The farmhands and villagers also went to other fields to open up wasteland and work. The 3 Xiang brothers left Dayuan village. Xiang Yanchen went to Yunqing to manage the family property transferred from Bianjing. Xian Yanjua and Xiang Yanlin hired someone to take care of the 1,000 acres of fertile land bought by Xiang Xinyao. As for Ning Charan, he will stay in Daiwan village for the time being. After Emoji Nan teaches him the introductory skills, he will go to Yunqing. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. Now, the prefect of Yunqing has been replaced by Han Dongxing's uncle. Under the arrangement of the Lei brothers, the county magistrate of Fulin County was replaced by a magistrate named Su. As war broke out again at the border, the Lei brothers went directly to the border after receiving the message from General Lei. Tang Taizhu, Tang Xiaolian, and others have basically gotten started. Ning Charan also set out on the journey back to Yunqing. The land reclaimed by the farmhands and villagers was also planted with vegetables by Xiang Xinyao in time. Qin Mue also opened a clothing store, and his business was quite good. The restaurant and shop that Han Dongsheng and Qin Mue found have also been decorated, and they have begun to prepare for its opening. Even Fu Man Lu closed down for redecoration. The restaurant's main branch is located in Yunqing, and the previous Fumanlu is set up as a branch. The evening of the 10th day of June, Qin Mue and his 3 companions hurried back to Daiwan village from Yunqing. Xiang Xinyao was teaching a few girls and Tang Taizhu how to grapple in the yard, and both the girls and Tang Taizhu were learning it very well. Qin Mue had already entered the yard, and he said with a smile on his face, Sister Xinyao, the shop has been decorated. Your elder brother Gu said that June 16th is a good day. How about we choose the 16th to open the shop? When Xiang Xinyao heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's great. Then we'll open on the 16th. Gu Yuntian said, Sister Xinyao, you have to come up with a name for this restaurant. We have brought back the plaque. Just pick the name and let Jinan carve it. Let me think about it. Xiang Xinyao scratched her head and thought for a long time, then whispered, How about Banma Garden? Or Zuxianju? Or Wei Bawang? Wei Bawang? Mo Jinan's eyes lit up. Yaoer, call it Wei Bawang. I think our dishes are quite unique. Didn't you say that? Some people can't imitate it even if they want to. I think this name is domineering. Gu Yuntian gave a thumbs up. I also think this name is domineering. Just based on the taste of our food, it can definitely be called Lingxiao Kingdom. Qin Mue nodded and praised. Yes, our food is definitely worthy of the 3 words Wei Bawang. Xiang Xiniao raised her eyebrows, then used Wei Bawang. We are going to be the king of delicious food that dominates the world. Xiang Tianyang smiled and stood up and said, Yaoer, your father also thinks this name is domineering enough. Only such a domineering name is worthy of our delicious food. Hee, I didn't expect that you all thought a name I made up would be good. Qin Mue said, I'll go get the plaque. Jin Nan will prepare to carve the words. After a while, the 2 of them returned to the yard, each carrying a black plaque without any words on it. Mo Jin Nan drew out his sword, closed his eyes and practiced it in his mind for several times, then suddenly opened his eyes. Holding the sword in his right hand, he swish and carved the 3 characters of Wei Ba Wang on the plaque in a flamboyant style. Xiang Tianyang gave a thumbs up and praised, good calligraphy. The name is domineering, and the calligraphy is also domineering. Amazing. Mo Jin Nan smiled lightly. Uncle Xiang, you are too kind. Xiang Xiniao pointed to the lower right corner of the 3 characters of Wei Ba Wang on the 2 plaques and said, Anan, carve a few more small characters at this position. 1 plaque will be engraved with Yunqing head office, and the other plaque will be engraved with Fullin branch. Okay. Mo Jin Nan waved the sword again and engraved the words Xiang Xiniao said on the lower right corner of the plaque. After the plaque was carved, Qin Mue immediately found 2 pieces of red cloth and wrapped the 2 plaques. The next morning, after breakfast, Qin Mue told Xiang Xiniao to prepare to deliver the ingredients on June 15th, and the 4 of them took the plaques and went to the county town first. After delivering the plaque of the Fullin branch to the previous Fumanlu, the 4 of them rushed to Yunqing, accompanied by the Han family of 3. Xiang Xiniao and Mo Jinan followed the steps, reclaiming the land that should be reclaimed and planting vegetables. On June 15th, Xiang Xiniao got up before dawn. He got a wild boar out of the space, knocked it unconscious with anesthetics, and locked it up alone in a pigsty. When Uncle Ji and the 3 brothers of the Ji family came to the small pine forest, they started to make a fire, boil water, and kill pigs and sheep. Xiang Xiniao also asked the 3 brothers of the Ji family to kill a few chickens, ducks, and rabbits. Xiang Xiniao also asked the 6 girls to pick a lot of vegetables from the fields. With the spiritual spring water for irrigation, many vegetables have been picked. There are no mature ones in the vegetable garden, so Xiang Xiniao picks them in the space. At 5 p.m. in the afternoon, Wu Yinghai led people to drive 2 carriages to the small pine forest. After loading all the prepared vegetables and meat on the carriages, the Xiang family and Mo Jinan and his mother and son rushed to Yunqing. Xiang Xiniao was afraid that there were not enough people, so she took Tang Xiaolian and Ding Xiang and the other 6 girls with her. It was already Haishir when they arrived in Yunqing. Qin Mue and the other 4 had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. The 4 of them took everyone to the restaurant. The location of the restaurant is quite good. It is located in the center of the most prosperous street in Yunqing. The scale is also large enough. There are a full 20 tables in the lobby on the first floor. The second floor is a private room, which is decorated quite elegantly and uniquely. At this time, the waiters in the restaurant have gone to rest. Xiang Xiniao and his group can only do it themselves and unload all the ingredients from the carriage. Qin Mue was very thoughtful. In order to prevent the food from spoiling due to the hot weather, he had someone dig an underground cellar in the backyard. The underground cellar is warm in winter and cool in summer, so the food is not easy to spoil. Qin Mue led a group of people to deliver vegetables and meat to the underground cellar. As soon as they entered the cellar, everyone couldn't help shivering. Xiang Xiniao guessed that the temperature in the underground cellar was about 5 or 6 degrees, which was about the same as the temperature of the refrigerator. With this underground cellar, Wu Yinghai can deliver goods every 3 days. The next morning, the waiters of the restaurant came to the restaurant early and started cleaning, picking, and washing vegetables. The kitchen was also very busy, cutting vegetables and stewing meat. Mo Jinan and Qin Mue had already hung up the plaque, and they were just waiting for the auspicious time to unveil the red cloth and officially open the restaurant. Ning Charan also came to the restaurant early and was busy making ice cubes with saltpeter experiments. He asked Qin Mue and Gu Yuntian to find him saltpeter after he returned to Yunqing. With ice and an underground cellar, freshly slaughtered meat would not spoil easily. First, he found 2 large basins and placed the saltpeter in the basins. Then add water and use 2 wooden sticks to stir continuously to make the saltpeter dissolve faster. After the saltpeter was completely dissolved, he swaggered to Mo Jin-nan and said with a grin, "Handsome guy, can you help me?" Mo Jin-nan looked indifferent. "What's the matter?" "Help me take those 2 basins of water to the underground vegetable cellar." Mo Jin-nan frowned. "What? You want to wash vegetables in the underground cellar?" "Handsome man, don't be so irritating. I'm trying to preserve the freshly slaughtered meat and make 2 large ice cubes. Otherwise, even if the meat is placed in the underground cellar, it will stink within 3 days. Mo Jin-nan blinked in disbelief. "What did you say? You can make ice cubes?" Ning Charan shrugged. "Wait a few hours and you'll know. Besides, it's just making some ice cubes. It's not high-tech. Anyone who has studied chemistry can do it."
Montagjinen was confuset.
He had never heard of high-tech or chemistry. In order to show that he was not ignorant, he resisted asking more questions. But he still didn't dare to believe it. This guy didn't look very knowledgeable. Could he really make ice cubes? The summer in Bianjing Lingxiao Kingdom was not too hot. If it was hot, you could just fan yourself with a palm leaf fan and take a cold shower. Therefore, in Bianjing, no one sold ice cubes in summer and there were very few people who could make ice cubes. He also saw Ning Charan dissolving saltpeter just now. Could it be that saltpeter can be melted in water and then turned into ice cubes in the underground vegetable cellar? This is too ridiculous. However, since Ning Charan said so, he would know in a few hours. Then he had to confirm it. It was not that Mo Jin-nan could not carry a full basin of water by himself, but it was difficult to carry, and it was easy to spill. So Mo Jin-nan and Ning Charan ran twice and delivered the 2 large basins to the underground vegetable cellar. It was the middle of the sea hour. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the restaurant, and there were also many people gathered at the entrance to watch the excitement. Xiang Xinyao stood in the middle with a smile on her face and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, thank you for taking the time to come to our restaurant. Today is the opening day of our restaurant. I am honored to have you all take the time to come. Our restaurant is called Wei Ba Wang, and it aims to provide guests with a comfortable and elegant dining environment. We carefully select our own vegetables and wild boars, rabbits, and other game raised in our own pen, supplemented by the ingenious cooking of famous chefs, which will surely satisfy the taste buds of all guests. At the same time, we also provide mellow wine so that you can enjoy the food while enjoying it. Enjoy a happy life." In order to provide better service, our restaurant has hired a group of experienced, enthusiastic, and thoughtful guys who will serve you wholeheartedly and make you feel the warmth of home in our restaurant. In addition, we will continue to work hard to improve the quality of dishes and services in order to give back to your support and love. Finally, all guests who enter the restaurant for dinner today will enjoy a 12% discount. Only today, I wish you a happy dining in our restaurant. Now I announce, Wei Ba Wang Restaurant is officially open. Gu Yuntian lit 2 long strings of firecrackers. When the firecrackers sounded, Mo Jin-nan flew up and took off the red cloth on the plaque.